Code 2-21, and by authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Virginia Beach, I hereby call for a special meeting of the Virginia Beach City Council Tuesday, January 24th, 2023 at 8:30 and Wednesday, January 25th at 2023 at 8:30 at the Virginia Beach Convention Center, 1019th Street, Suite 2. The purpose of the special meeting is to hold City Council retreat. Good to go.
Wonderful. Well, good morning and welcome back to day 2. I'm going to find the sweet spot of where to stand so I don't blow everybody's ears out. And we have changed out some of the mics, so hopefully that'll make it a little bit easier for some of you not having to hold on to those handhelds, which can get a little cumbersome. Welcome back to day 2. It's great to see all of you again. Hope you all rested well yesterday evening. You went through quite a bit of your agenda yesterday. And the good news is you did some great work yesterday. The bad news is you still have some more great work to do today. And just as a little bit of a process check to kind of remind you of what's on the agenda, we are going to go ahead. The first item on our agenda is to get a presentation from your Process Improvement Steering Committee. And then we're going to go back because you all did such a great job of moving through pretty expeditiously yesterday, a little over half of those council priority discussion topics. We're going to go back and finish up that list. Some of those things you've actually already had a little bit of conversation about. We don't want to lose some of that momentum from yesterday. And then we will finish up with governance procedures this morning as well. We are scheduled to go until noon today. There will be lunch, but we also have the room for the rest of the day. And so you have some flexibility. If there are topics that need to be discussed in a little bit more detail, you've got time and space and the room to do that. So we want to make sure that you all walk out of here, just as Rocky told us yesterday, he was interested in making sure that at the end of today, when he walks out of this room, he could say, wow, that was a productive use of time. So my expectation is that all of you have that option. And as Councilmember Remick said yesterday, hopefully you all will have learned a little something new about each of your colleagues as a result of the conversations that you have from yesterday as well as today too. So that's a little bit of our agenda. Again, just as yesterday, we will take breaks so that you all have an opportunity to stretch your legs. Hopefully we will get out before the worst of the rain comes and you're able to get where you need to be safely. I will remind you of the norms that you all agreed to yesterday. Those are still in play for your conversation today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brad Martin, who is here from your Process Improvement Steering Committee.
Morning, Brad. How you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you all so much for the opportunity. I come to you as chair of the city's Process Improvement Steering Committee, and our vice chair, Tuck Bowie, is here as well. And first of all, I want to thank you all for your service to the city, and then thank you for entertaining this topic for really the third time in 3 years. Your Process Improvement Committee has been studying the issue of stormwater management and flooding in the city for several months. I know we've had lots of discussions on this topic over the past several years. And we appreciate the opportunity to come forward with you and participate with you in your deliberations. You have a 10-page report from us, which we think includes a lot of important history for some of you new members and, quite frankly, some of you seasoned members. But I don't want to go through that word by word, line by line this morning. We really think that we can whittle this topic down to about 5 or 6 bullet points, and that's what I'd like to talk about today. First of all, when the new design standards came about in 2020 and City Council adopted the design standards at that time, that was the only tool that you all had in the shed. We had to address stormwater and flooding on a project-by-project basis. Now, I'm so proud of the voters for passing the referendum. you've got those regional projects that are in design and going to be coming online over the next several years. And that gives City Council the flexibility to maybe wind back some of the regulations because you've got those regional projects doing the heavy lifting, and now we can get incremental benefits when we talk about redevelopment and new development projects, whether it be a school or an intersection or a private development project. Secondly, for 3 decades, the city has designed and approved and built a stormwater system to handle a 10-year storm, and that's about 6 inches of rain. Now with the new models and the new regulations, we are putting a 100-year storm plus 20%. It actually adds up to about a 250-year storm into that legacy system that was designed for a 10-year storm. Of course, our models show flooding and real problems in the city, which, quite frankly, we have, but maybe not to that extent. Third, the city does have a big investment in those stormwater models, and we've got a lot of good data from them, which is really appropriate and really applicable on a citywide 30,000-foot level viewpoint. The challenge is when you take those models down to a third of an acre subdivision or a third of an acre duplex in Shadow Lawn or a 1.5 acre Wawa in Kempsville, the models don't really apply, and it's a burdensome and difficult process that is discouraging to developers and other potential property owners or other folks. Fourth is the referendum projects and the ongoing focus on stormwater, I think, gives you all the real opportunity to focus on what is a big part of this process, which is the maintenance of our existing city systems. We've got pipes and ditches and swales that have been in use for 50 years, and there are clogs and there are overgrown ditches, and it's a real opportunity, I think, to focus on an immediate fix and an immediate solution. This is such a great PR opportunity for the city to go out into the neighborhoods to fix problems that have been there for years. We don't have to wait for a referendum project. We don't have to wait for the next redevelopment project. You all can set your public works staff to going out there and fixing problems immediately and tangibly for the citizens of Virginia Beach. Fifth, I would say that ours is a uniquely diverse city. We are talking about very different characteristics and very different issues if we're talking about a redevelopment project on Shore Drive or Virginia Beach Boulevard versus some new development down in the Pungo part of our city. So I would recommend to you that you can look at the northern half of the city and the southern half of the city very differently. I think we all want to protect the agricultural and the rural part of our city, which is so valuable to us as citizens. But I think when we're talking about redevelopment projects on Virginia Beach Boulevard, on Independence, that's a real incremental possibility to get some benefits of new projects and new life in the development world, and get some new housing, get some new office space, whatever it is. We can really look at the southern and the northern half of the city very differently. So those are the 5 bullets I would have. You've got real flexibility with the referendum projects that are coming online. You've got a system that was designed for a 10-year storm that is now handling in the models way more than that. It gives a little bit of a skewed view. You've got a big investment in the models, and they really give you some good data on a citywide level. You've got the referendum projects, which give you the ability to go in to maintain and rehabilitate the existing systems that you have. And finally, we can treat the city, north half and south half, very differently. So the cost that this process and this procedure and these regulations are having, you all heard about it, those of you who just came through the campaign. It is killing our affordable housing efforts. It is so difficult for our school projects. You just look at an intersection or a crosswalk, and it is very troublesome to try and get the stormwater management added into there, and obviously the private development and the redevelopment work that doesn't come into our city because of this. So the Process Improvement Committee, like I say, has been talking about this for several months, and we would suggest a task force to recommend revised regulations which consider at least the referendum flood projects and how they figure into the system, The original 2014 state standards, everything we are doing in the last several years is in addition to what the state made statewide in 2014. You've got plan review and approval processes when you have to take the model down to the site-by-site scenario. You've got a real opportunity with city staffing. You've got some openings in the planning department, and I would think these conversations, as you look for a new planning director and a deputy planning director and a DSC administrator, I think these conversations are held early and often as you interview those candidates as they come to you. And finally, maintaining all of the stormwater quality mitigations and regulations that we have in place. Those have not changed. The stormwater quality and protecting our Chesapeake Bay is always going to be primary among some of the things we talk about. And we're not talking about changing any of the quality. What we're talking about primarily is the stormwater quantity and the flooding. So protecting the citizens, protecting the value of property, protecting the value of improvements in the city of Virginia Beach is primary importance. But I think you've really got an opportunity that the referendum gave us all to revisit these stormwater regulations and really take a look at how we can really incentivize business. Getting redevelopment, getting projects going, whether it's a school or an intersection or a private development, is an important part of our stormwater and flooding protections. You can get incremental benefits as these projects come online. And I think if we can spur some of that, that's the way to go. So the Process Improvement Committee, the development community, the property owners of the city of Virginia Beach stand ready to come back to you with some concrete, specific, we'll work with the Public Works Department and the Planning Department, come back to you with some concrete and specific proposals for how you might revisit this stormwater regulations. And hopefully you'll be willing to take some action on that. So with that, like I say, I didn't want to go over the full 10 pages that we gave you in our report. I hope that was valuable information if you read it. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into further depth on any of this stuff if you'd like to.
I tell you what, if I could just start off with a comment, and we'll certainly open up for conversation. This is a very important thing. And first of all, I'd like to say, you know, when we had our discussion yesterday about civic engagement, getting people involved with the process, I was involved with the formation of the process improvement. I guess it's around 10, 11 years ago.
That's correct.
And the thought being was, when you think about the intellectual capital that we have living right here in Virginia Beach, retired CEOs, admirals, generals, things of that nature. And the idea was to give our city an outside set of eyes that could look at things a little bit more objectively from a 50,000-foot view. And, you know, once again, we know things and we get pushed and pulled by various constituencies. One of the first things they did, we had a payroll and arrears situation. And I can tell you, there was a lot of pushback in forming process improvement back in the day, but we got it through. We had a payroll and arrears problem that could not be solved. And what was happening, people were getting paid, but the pay period would end 9 days later. But with all the little caveats about you know, whether a police officer's on overtime, has a new recruit with them, bereavement days and everything, we were doing 86,000 manual edits a year to write the system. So we had a CPA and some other folks write a white paper that this was acceptable management process. And we had a retired police officer from Norfolk who went through a similar transition that verified we got it done. We did white papers on improving the planning department, which were taken seriously. We did a critical analysis on economic development, and we said you got a website that really doesn't do much. And folks said, "Oh my God, that's terrible," but then they looked at it and they fixed it. So please understand from the get-go that when we talked about members of the committee that represent a broad spectrum of expertise in a lot of areas. And if we remember last year, Monica gave a wonderful presentation on work that they did on employee salaries. So, but once again, so there is value to having, folks out here. And I think one of the things we did that, sometimes, we passed the legislation, with all good intentions, but that was before we did the bond referendum. And sometimes, when we pass things, the law of unintended consequences comes forward. And one of the big problems I think we've had, and especially when we talk, it was drives costs. Now, I can tell you that one of the criticisms we get is that we're catering to the developers. But once again, what they do, and Brad, you tell me you're right, you're a project engineer, they passed the increased costs on to the customer. And that, in fact, makes things difficult to do. And the thing is about developers and everything, what they do, and you got to, and I've said this before, my brother, when he was alive, was a carpenter that worked for developers and made a living up in New Jersey doing it. And developers create property that generate revenue. They are purchasers. They buy professional service of architects and carpenters, electricians, and they purchase a bunch of stuff. Now, we're talking about a scenario what we're going to bring in a lot of different types of businesses. And once again, we talked about the lack of affordable housing inventory that we have right here in Virginia Beach. We're dealing with, wrestling with a lot of problems, what to do with the, being how we're running out of mail, utilizing, underutilized, strip malls. And Rocky is very intimate right now with some of the perceptions and pushback that we're going to be facing, as we go forward. And as we talk about, when I first came on council, we had a very controversial thing with Renaissance Park, with mixed use, with trying to get affordable housing in there. And a lot of ways, we only can do that is by giving density bonuses and things of that nature. So the point is, I think by at least coming up with a task force and coming up, I don't think what we're doing, I think what happened with the bond referendum, with the commitments that we have, and the commitments that we're going to make in the future with stormwater. But the thing is, we have to be realistic, because I am being told a lot of folks don't want to do business in Virginia Beach. And then even, with Vanguard Landing, I think some of the problems, that are encountered with delays, are due to some of the onerous restrictions. And what we're not saying compromise standards, we're saying use the standards that are being used by the state. And Mr. Dehaney, if I recall, you said something that you're having trouble, finding engineers that are, up to standard to handle some of the complexities of this. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the planning department's having a difficult time finding engineer threes, and those are the engineers that typically need to run the model. Yeah.
But once again, these are, certain problems. But I think by looking for, look at it as not a change, but a course correction, that could really take care of a lot of the problems we've been talking about. Barbara?
Well, I think we've got to tread very, very, very carefully, because I think, I just see a little confusion here. When we referred the resolution on May 3rd to the Process Improvement Committee, it referred the resolution to adopt and amend the Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan regarding the stormwater impacts for discretionary land use applicants. It did not refer the regulations. It just referred this question that came up, because this was one of the points in the resolution that we made and promised the voters before the referendum, that we would do. And based on that, we got the reaction that we got. And I know that a lot of the concern at the time of the referendum was, okay, well, we're going to do all this work, and then everybody's going to go back and just develop like we always have. And that kind of sounds to me like what we're saying. We're going to rein in these regulations, and I certainly hope that's not what we're saying. What this point in the resolution that we adopted said that we would add an amendment to the city's comprehensive land use plan that will recommend for any project of development that generates a net increase in water discharge demand in any watershed or in any drainage system in watershed over the capacity of net of margin to meet the modeled discharges baseline of the drainage system at build-out, and further recurring the planning department to recommend denial of any submission that does not conform to the former. And so there was an amendment that came to the council to do this, and a lot of it centered on whether there was to be that preliminary stormwater study that is currently required in the southern rivers, whether that would also be required in the Chesapeake Bay. And so I think this was a lot of the concern that was being looked at that time. And so to go from that to saying we need to rein in the regulations, that's a big step. And I really worry about the trust of our citizens in us. You know, now that we say, oh, well, if we're going to do these big referendum projects, we've got a lot more leniency with development. That's exactly what our voters said we don't want to have happen. I can understand we have got to work with the process because it has been a major adaptation, and it's taken us a lot of time to get it right, and we still have some more getting it right. And we do need to work on these problems that are causing the big delays and so forth. But I think we need to do it step by step and make sure we're not going out now and giving away the store again. I think it has to be very careful. As a matter of fact, the Stormwater Appeals Board will have its first meeting tomorrow. That board hasn't even met yet. And so we really don't have all the processes in place. And as far as following the state regulations, we can look at the Veterans Care Facility and see that didn't work because the Veterans Care Facility wouldn't meet our standards and only would build to the state standards. So now it's going to be up to the city to go in there and make up the difference because it's not going to work on North Landing Road, I'm told. We have to take additional steps beyond what was done when that was built because it was only built to the state standards. So we've got a perfect example of something that doesn't work. So I think that it's important that we understand these problems are out there and we work on them incrementally, one by one, to see what does it. I really think, and I brought my my CIP, because I can't find it in there, but I thought we had a certain project in there that allowed us to cost participate with a developer if he could show that his work was going to be an advantage to the city and take public water. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a big thing with redevelopment, because what we get with redevelopment are a lot of properties that had no stormwater before, no stormwater system. They were built so old, and so now this redevelopment is going to allow the development to do some things for us that we haven't been able to do. And I think we have wonderful opportunities to work with this redevelopment, but I really think if we start talking about reducing the standards at this point, that's not going to fly with the public. I think we need to look at it and see maybe there are some standards that could need to be tweaked. But to say we're going to set it all aside and go back to the 2014 state standards while we're doing this, that's too far. There's something in between that we can do, that we can work incrementally. And I really think the city participating, particularly in redevelopment projects, because we are bringing on stormwater improvements that weren't there before, that will be a benefit to the whole area. That's where I see our opportunities. So I think we have to kind of go back to what we promised when we got that referendum approved, and make sure we're keeping our promises. And this one is particularly difficult about this comprehensive plan amendment, and I think there are some things that we need to really look at with that. But I think going to this point and say, well, we're just going to start looking at all the regulations again, I can't go there.
Okay, Brad, isn't the recommendation to have a task force to see what can be ironed out and come up with a win-win?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely what our recommendation is to move forward on this and convene a task force to come up with some recommendations to put in front of you. We think in a pretty short time frame, in the next 4 to 6 weeks. And I hope you all believe me, and Ms. Henley personally, I hope you believe me, that we take everything that you said very seriously, and we really want to find the middle ground. And Mayor Dyer, this is not just when we're talking about development projects or even when we're talking about the city school projects. Some of you have heard of the Violet Bank Trail over off of Providence Road, where we're just trying to create a 5-foot or an 8-foot walking path for about 0.6 of a mile. And these stormwater regulations for that cutting through woods in a paper street is requiring the design to remove mature trees so that we can create a little detention area, a little engineered BMP for this 5-foot, 8-foot walking path. And that's the kind of stuff that really, there are some better uses and better tools for that kind of situation. So as this process matures, you all have to understand that some of these changes are already happening. When you all approved the revised, the third version of these Public Works Design Standards Manual in March of 2022, you all removed the 1.5-foot sea level rise from the 100-year storms. So some of these changes are already happening. The Planning Department is coming out with guidance in June and October that have unwound some of these things. They've taken away some of the volume requirements. I don't know if y'all remember in January or February when I stood in front of you at City Council talking about a 3-sink basin and 2 sinks filling up and 1 being full already. They've removed those volume requirements for small projects. So some of these processes are organically happening. We just like to, Ms. Henley, do exactly what you're saying, put our arms around what can be done, and maybe it's not the incrementally one-by-one process that you're talking about, but it really is a holistic view of how these public works regulations work in concert with the stormwater referendum projects, other stuff that's happening. We could get some incremental improvements on these redevelopment projects and still get a better working, better performing stormwater management and flood protection system throughout the entire city.
Any questions? Okay, Jennifer and then Sabrina and Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Martin. It may be in the report, but who is on the task force? Like, what kind of representation will be on the task force to address these concerns that Ms. Henley is saying about environmental preservation and also how it works with development? So I think that's
Yeah, who would be on the task force?
That would really be up to you all. We could certainly advise, but I see it being folks from our process improvement committee, certainly folks from the development community. I think we need some environmental representation on that board. Somebody from Lynn Haven River Now, folks maybe even from the DEQ and environmental standpoints. Certainly your folks in public works and planning. I think public works operations is an important part of this because they're the ones out there maintaining the ditches and finding the clogged pipes. I think it would be a spectrum of those types of people and that type of representation. I hope that's an answer to your question.
Thank you. Sabrina, and then Chris,
Good morning.
then Josh, then Barbara.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think particularly important, and that I found in the report, was about the models. Could you talk about how that works in the grand scheme of things please?
You bet. These models are a standard tool that are used in design and analysis of systems. And the challenge that the city of Virginia Beach has, first of all, is creating a model. There's a model for the north half of the city, and there's a model for the south half of the city done by two different consultants. But the challenge for the city is doing the entire city in a model like that. And where you get great data out of a model on that citywide level, that doesn't always translate down to, here are your model results. You're trying to build a 1.5 acre Wawa in Kempsville, and you have to deal with the model results because they don't deal with 50-year-old pipes that may be silted in and not carrying their full capacity. The model shows brand new pipes that are carrying full capacity. It may not be able to deal with whether you're in sandy soils up on the north end of the beach or if you're in some clayey soils down in other parts of the city. There are model scenarios that you can run. So the real challenge is when you start with the model at the citywide level and then you drill down to your individual project. First of all, you have to, the consultant or the private developer has to correct changes. If there are things in the model that are inaccurate, that falls to the consultant or the developer to make those changes, and in a back and forth with the city engineer say, okay, here's our real starting situation. That's a process that takes some time and really has some back and forth and is discouraging development. But when you take that citywide model that is so good in data and so good in results and drill down to the 1 acre or 2 acre project, there's where the real transition happens when you go from that macro level to the micro level.
Okay, Chris.
In full transparency, Mr. Martin, you have said a Wawa in Kempsville twice. You're just using that as an example. There's no Wawa coming to
There's
Kempsville.
no Wawa
Okay.
on the books.
Thank you,
I apologize,
thank you, thank you.
Councilman Hope.
Yeah, there are two in Centerville, so, yeah, we're progressive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Martin, I have two questions, or kind of two things I want to talk about. You said that the current regulations are stunting the affordable housing prospects or projects.
Correct.
And the first question, I just wanted you to kind of elaborate on that, and then are you aware of the current statistics for our city in terms of the number of units that are affordable?
Number of units that are affordable, I don't have that on the top of my head, Councilman Taylor, I apologize. But when we're talking about affordable housing, I think that comes in a lot of different things. You've got old stock housing units in Princess Anne Plaza and Aragona and other parts of the city. You've also got some new apartment housing that we see as we drive up and down 264. So I'm sorry I don't have those numbers, but I think when we talk about affordable housing, there's a big spread of what that means.
Okay. The current inventory, it's 11%. Of under construction, roughly 4 or 5%. And so one of the commitments we made and expectations was to be transparent, honest, and in our citizens survey, what are the three most significant issues? Our citizens told us housing affordability came in at 45.9%. Rents are at an all-time high, rates are increasing, values are up. It's difficult to hear that as a value proposition when we don't see the builders, the developers, with an appetite or desire to actually build affordable or workforce housing. Can you help us with that? Can you give a little insight to maybe why that is?
I'm sorry, I'm probably not a great source for that. Our Vice Chair Tuck Bowie, as a developer, may be a better source. What I would say is that obviously developers have to make the value-based and the profit motive decision that the juice is worth the squeeze. If you're going to go in and whether it's a by right development or a jurisdictional and conditional zoning approval process, you're going to try to get the most bang for your buck. And if that means building $600,000 homes in your new subdivision versus maybe even double the number of $250,000 homes, that's a consideration that they have to take into account. It is frustrating that people aren't maybe sometimes willing, but I think it's great that we see some of these new apartment complexes coming up with wonderful amenities and at price points that really can be considered affordable.
Okay, thank you. And that kind of leads into the next piece, which Councilwoman Rouse brought up, was the task force. And again, just being transparent and honest, those of us that just ran had the privilege of some of us being courted by developers, some of us receiving large donations from developers. And in my conversations with developers, it's pretty clear they want to go back to the state regulation. I have some letters, some documents, and so I think we need to be honest and upfront going into the discussion of a task force and the makeup, that there are developers on record stating they want to go back to that. So I don't want to mislead the public into saying they voiced it, they've made it very clear. And so when I hear you say, well, we're flexible, the ones I've spoken to, I'm not going to say names, have made it blatantly clear. That is where they want to go. Thank you.
Could I just interject, if you don't mind? Would it be possible as one of the goals of the task force is also to take into strong consideration how to generate affordable housing as part of the master plan? Yeah, because I think that's going to be critical going on. Because I think one of the problems that we've had that really came to light that we didn't have a couple years ago when we first passed the regulations prior to the referendum is the fact right now we're at a critical point where housing, we're running out of land and we're looking at different strategies. And, I think mostly in the infill type of thing, the Windsong project comes to mind. That was, controversial, but, hopefully, but I think the idea, and I think, Chris is on the mark, that, the mindset has to be that if we're going to make a criteria or a purpose of moving forward with a task force to create affordable housing to people, that's got to be part of, the doctrine that we're going to need going forward. Okay, Josh?
Thank you, Brad, for the presentation. And just for the other council members, I, along with the mayor, serve as liaison to the Process Improvement Steering Committee, and came into this conversation as it was ongoing and kind of toward the end, right before we got here. And Councilmember Rouse and Taylor, just so you know, one of the first comments that I made as I was taking in some of this information and considering whether or not a task force might be appropriate was concern that there be good representation on that task force, including members of our environmental community, members of our public works and public and planning department representatives. We have a planning director who we haven't even hired yet, and whomever he or she is, that person has got to be a key element in terms of how and whether and we move forward with any kind of recommendation that comes forward out of this initiative. And another important element of the conversation that was alluded to that I also made the point during one or two of our meetings was, all of our city isn't the same. We've got a really, really big, diverse city in terms of land area, soil types, drainage basins, sub-drainage basins. And given a lot of the work that we've done over the last several years, we have more data now than we ever have. And we have some really hard choices ahead of us. Flooding has got to be and needs to remain our #1 priority, and the public needs to know that. And it's not maybe just the north side of the city versus the south side of the city in terms of looking at these things. The bay and the river, we have serious erosion concerns, and those need to be looked at too, and taken into consideration. Our strategic growth areas, I'm going to just put another plug in for those because those are high ground. Those are soils that drain better, and those areas of our city present perhaps better redevelopment opportunities than others. So I think we can use some of these recommendations if they come in as a means of incentivizing people to make land use decisions, help us make land use decisions that'll better serve us over the next 40, 50 years. And I know I've heard from people from the development community as well, and I was surprised by the amount of cost involved at the front end before they even know what they can do with the property. They're spending a tremendous amount of time, effort, energy, resources, and it's disincentivizing economic activity in our city. And Brad, if you wouldn't mind maybe giving a couple of examples of some of the difficulties that I know I've heard on the campaign trail and that others have heard just as I try and go about putting these new projects forward.
You bet. And you all, thanks for the question. You all had some of these when the ordinance was originally passed, when it was originally adopted in 2020. Kimley Horn presented a report that studied 4 different projects, and it showed some difficulties among those projects. And just for those of you who weren't here, one of them was an eye care center right across the street from Willis Wayside. And it was just adding, they had bought the house behind them, and they were just going to add 18 parking spaces to serve their existing office, which fronts on Virginia Beach Boulevard. The report said that project can go forward, but instead of 18 spaces, it can only be 12 spaces because the rest of the room has to be for stormwater management. There's the car wash at Hilltop, right across the street from Kelly's there, behind the Kangaroo gas station that's there now. They studied that project, and they said that project can move forward, but there has to be another $88,000 of stormwater management that goes on that project that wouldn't have been required earlier. And I just thought to myself when I read that, I was like, how many cars do you have to wash to net an additional $88,000 to make the cost of that development work again? They also looked at the Marsh Pavilion at the aquarium. And they said that project can move forward, but the size of your BMP has to increase by 0.8 of an acre, which is a wonderful thing. It's wonderful that the aquarium has all that real estate right there. But then I got thinking 0.8 of an acre that's less than a mile from the Atlantic Ocean. How valuable is that property moving forward that we're just going to say it has to be a pond now? So those are some of the quantifiable results that this original ordinance brought about, and we're still pretty much in that place. So that's real hard evidence that was done by the Kimley Horn study that I hope answers your question.
Okay, Barbara, and then Chris.
Well, just several little comments to make. We have different models for different parts of the city, and some of them are still now even being completed. You were referring to just having one model for the whole city, but what we have 15 drainage basins, and I've been trying to find the number, but how many different modeling areas? Because I know during the time that it's been developed, they've been asking people to send in their pictures so that they could see where the levels of flooding have been, and they have a very, very high success rate of being able to predict just what's going to flood with X number of inches in a certain amount of time and that kind of thing. So we do have models for different areas. I think it's 23 or something like that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we get the city engineer, Phil Pullen, to answer that question?
Pardon?
It is like 20.
Hey, we got it. Microphone.
Okay. So it's not just one major model for the city. It's every area has its own model. But anyway, that's just a comment. As far as maintenance, our CIP for this year is just loaded with maintenance projects. And so when we're doing the budget, I hope we can have, and maybe between now and the time we do the budget, tell us what has been done this year, some actual work that's been done with all of this. I know we had a good bit of the ARPA money that went to maintenance. So we do have maintenance of our existing system as a very high priority. And if we do everything that we funded in this budget last year, it's got to make a big difference. And I would like to have some reports on just what has been done within this budget year.
Yeah, we'll report on that in December. We'll report on it again in the next
Okay,
bi-monthly
because
update
I don't
with
want
the
people to
bond
have
referendum.
the impression that we're sitting around and not doing things, because that was an important component of that resolution that we passed, was that we committed that we would make sure that we're maintaining our existing system. And as far as affordable housing, I want affordable housing as much as anybody else, but I don't want affordable housing that floods. And that's the main thing. If we can, I'm sure, make some reasonable adjustments along the way, but we don't want to go in and do something drastic at this time. And I hope that I didn't read it right, that you want us to set aside the regulations while this task force is studying. No, okay. Because we can't go back and create another Asheville Park or Sherwood Lakes. My goodness, Sherwood Lakes. You know why that flooded? Because when those old borrow pits filled up, the groundwater level came up much higher than had been anticipated, and we didn't have the storage in there that we thought it was going to have. And so now we're going to be pumping those lakes forever. But we do have a lot more data now, and we know things now, and we don't want to make the mistakes that we made in the past. So it's not going to do us one bit of good to go out and build a lot of affordable housing that either the city then has to come behind and put in more of a drainage system to make sure it works, or the people are faced with their houses flooding. We can't do that again. So we've got to learn from our mistakes, and I have no problem with saying we're going to move forward and we're going to look at it some more, and we're going to have a lot of representation from as many areas as we can on this task force, and that's great. But let's learn from our mistakes and make sure we don't make the same mistakes over, and let's make sure we keep our promises to the public.
Okay.
I'm
Brett?
so glad Ms. Henley touched on maintenance, because in all of your other comments, that was the one thing that you all didn't say. You all hit all of the other issues well. They're all interrelated. And Ms. Henley, I want to apologize because I didn't hit your question about the referendum very well. And I have to tell you, I read that verbiage 30 or 40 times when we were originally tasked with that. And as a civil engineer who's been doing this for 30 years, I couldn't understand the verbiage. What you read, capacity of net of margin, that's not a standard engineering term. Nobody knows what that means. So I apologize for not addressing that before. But if I can wind down with just a quick story, and this goes back to 2018 on the maintenance issue. I attended a Green Run Homeowners Association meeting, and they were talking about cleaning out all the canals of Green Run, and you all know that canal system. It winds from Holland Road through Lynn Haven Parkway and all through Green Run. And the city engineer was there saying, we are going to get these canals back to their design capacity. Most of these canals were designed for 4 or 5 feet of carrying water. Some of the places in the canals were down to 3 or 4 inches of carrying water. And I raised my hand up at that meeting, and I said, how much is this going to cost? And I'm sorry, I can't remember the city engineer who was there, but she said, it'll cost $4 or $5 million. And I said, $45 million? And she said, no, $4 or $5 million. And right then the light bulb went off, and I said, we can do this, because we write checks like that before breakfast in this city. $4 or $5 million to fix the Green Run Canal System. And congratulations to the Public Works folks, because I just heard last week that project came in at $4.75 million to clean out all of the Green Run Canal System and to get it back to its original design capacity for less than $5 million. This city can do this. You can go out to every homeowners association, every civic league, every church group, go with a map of the neighborhood and say, where are your flooding problems? Everybody in that room is going to come up and point to the exact same 3 places. You've just found your problems. You've found where your ditches are clogged. You've found where your pipes are clogged. You found where there's overgrown brush and everything. Send your mosquito, do a little bit of research. I'm not short-circuiting that. Send your mosquito control folks out there in the next 6 weeks and blow those pipes out and clean those ditches out and get those things carrying the capacity that they used to carry. Then you've got residents, they may not have even been at the Civic League meeting, but they saw those trucks out there. They saw those flooding problems solved. We've been out here in 3 months and we solved your problems, at least that problem. That is such a critical component, and thank you, Ms. Henley, for revisiting that.
Okay, Chris?
Mr. Martin, help the body understand, because I've heard this from some in the development community as well, just the communication pre-construction, because it seems like people are getting caught off guard and, pre-planning 18 spaces and then all of a sudden it's 12. And so is there a concern with the communication between our planning and the developer? Just help us understand that issue.
Most of the communication, Councilman Taylor, is crystal clear. We have gone from a 10-year storm standard to a 100-year plus 20% plus a 3-year tide. Most of that communication, just when you talk about the logistics of the design standards, that's crystal clear. What I think you're hearing, which is unclear, is the process when you have a project. In Councilman Schulman's district, in my home district, we are redeveloping what used to be a Wells Fargo building up on North Independence. And we have a basically developed site which we're going to provide stormwater improvements for. It's a site that has no stormwater management today. And the biggest challenge has literally been just getting to the starting point of a reasonable and applicable and precise city model for that 1.5 acre development that we can then start forward on our design. We couldn't even get to the design of the project until we nailed down the city model or the city regulations that we were going to have to meet. So that's really where the rubber meets the road. And if somebody says they've got a model that tells them, like on that eye doctor across the street from Willis Wayside, that your original design condition is 11 inches of flooding in Virginia Beach Boulevard. That's the starting point. I went to kindergarten Sunday school with Ben Willis of Willis Wayside, and I went to him and I said, has there ever been 11 inches of flooding in Virginia Beach Boulevard? You've got the Thalia Creek 300 yards away. He said, there's never been 11 inches, but that was the starting design condition of that. And to rebut that, to dispute that, to oppose that, and get to a starting point where we could start design was a process in and of itself. And that's the real discouragement I think that you're hearing from.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, if I could just make one comment and then a recommendation. The intent of forming the process improvement, I hope all council members realize that if you have a concern or a project you would like to have in-depth analysis done by an outside group, this is the group that was designing it. And as a matter of fact, management has determined over the years that, when things come up, they can go to process. And, like last year when we had the report on employee salaries, that was very well received. So this is a tool using, once again, the intellectual capital of, the people that we have living here. And I'm just going to give you one example before I make a thing. Years ago, when I was one of the liaisons of the Minority Business Council, we heard about, roadblocks, barriers, but then we found out that even in general, a lot of people had trouble with financing, getting business startup. So we actually formed a task force to look at the barriers to small business startup and expansion. And what we brought together was an ensemble of people from the academic places, people in business, people from the community. So what happens with the process improvement, once they're given a task, if they don't have the expertise within the group, we would form an ad hoc committee and invite subject matter experts. We did that with the FOG project, fats, oils, and grease. Remember that back then?
Absolutely.
And we brought in all the restaurant owners, and we talked about the complications about that. And, and I think we got the answers resolved. And so the thing is that, once again, we did that with the small business thing, and we were able to generate a white paper that helped in a lot of ways understand what small businesses were encountering in startup and what they were, the obstacles to thing. But once again, that's the intent of having outside experts. So with the concurrence of council, does anybody object to at least go forward and, starting, drawing the task force together, and what Chris is saying, keep us in the loop. But the other thing is to try to make it as public and transparent as possible. Invite a number of people in that, are able to give significant input, but making sure, by all means, that all the interests are represented that are stakeholders in this process. Rosemary and then Barbara.
I support doing the task force. Well, I guess my question is more about process. You talked about ad hoc, so would this be an ad hoc committee underneath the process improvement committee?
That's what I was going to ask. Or I thought this was going to be a task force appointed by city council.
So, Patrick?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Henley, from my understanding, it seemed like the initial dialogue, Mr. Martin acknowledged and requested that it would be a task force set up by city council. So for me, the process would probably be, if we, depending on the mayor's recommendation and council's guidance here, will be for Mark, Amanda, and I to get together and put together draft language for said task force and give it to the council liaisons with PIS for them to review before we bring it back for council to consideration. Then after that, it'll go through council's typical appointment process.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Good. Barbara? Yeah. I think once again, as we have discussed yesterday, and I really sense it's the will of council that civic engagement, be a major player in what we do in terms of, once again, making decisions in a prudent way and bringing people to the table. And, by getting the outside involvement of people who have another set of eyes on the situation and perhaps look at things a little different. And then the bottom line is they bring us the recommendations, and then it's in the bailiwick of council. So does anybody object to us at least moving forward with the task force and getting it going? Okay.
Thank you. And what Mayor Dyer said about the Process Improvement Committee is absolutely spot on. He gave a couple of examples, but I remember sitting in the back of the Route 58 deli with Councilman Bobby Dyer 12 years ago when he was thinking about this. We really want to be a partner in your service to our city and our citizens. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so as I note, Patrick, it's you. It's not me, it must be.
Luke crossed to the dark side, yes.
As I noted earlier, what we're going to do is transition agenda-wise and go back to your list of priority topics. But let me just do a quick check-in. Do you need a 5-minute break, or should we keep going?
Do we need a break? Go forward? Let's go forward with these, and then we'll take a break between that and governance.
So the next item on your discussion topic list was Recreation Center modernization.
Okay, any discussion on that? Michael?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about this in the context of the other very expensive proposals that have been
yeah.
advanced, needs proposals, throughout the last couple of weeks. And it's extremely troublesome to think about how we as a body and as a community are going to find a way to meet these needs. And also, as we've discussed at the beginning of this retreat, be aware of the issues related to affordability and the market conditions and the economic conditions that households and families and individuals are experiencing. And for me, it's difficult too. I mean, inflation has impacted me and my family. My salary hasn't gone up, but my costs have gone up on everything. And so I'm feeling it just like members of our community are feeling it. And how do we strike this balance? I don't know. But one of the things I was thinking about when it comes to the recreation center program particularly is that, and Mr. Kirschman is here, so I would welcome his feedback about this. We didn't talk about it much during the previous presentation, but is this scalable? And by scalable, I don't mean to do a great renovation or not a great renovation. I mean to do it in a period of time that is easily consumable. In other words, that we could do one year and then 3 years, 5 years, 10 years later do another one. Because we're seeing great satisfaction around the Parks and Rec system. So even though we know we have capital needs, people are still enjoying the centers and enjoying the programs and amenities that are available there. So I'm just wondering if Mr. Kirschman could provide, or at some point in the future provide, kind of a roadmap of what this could look like, that we could eat this elephant one bite at a time.
Sure. The short answer is yes. It's completely scalable, and you could break this up over time, however we wanted to do it. The way we proposed it was for operational cost efficiencies. So anytime you break it up, so what we were saying there is the big three rec centers are in the worst shape. And if you walk into Great Neck after it rains, there's buckets in the hallways and in the gymnasium. And so we know that will eventually impact earned revenues. People come and they say, oh, I'll check my local rec center and see if I should join. Can't use half the gym because the floor is wet and the roof is leaking. So we have some serious structural issues there that will get worse over time. The thought process was the big three were built back to back to back. If we renovate them back to back to back, then there's the operational cost savings as one closes, one opens, and the staff transition from one to the other, and you save on staffing. However, that being said, you could do one, wait 5 years, do one, wait 5 years, do one, wait 5 years, and spread the CIP cost over a long time.
And Mr. Kirschman, if you were to get design funds appropriated in this budget, the budget that we're working on right now, how long would it even take you to even get one of these projects to even break ground for construction?
It's a great question. So I always tell staff and the public this to be very transparent. If the money fell in our lap tomorrow to do design, you're talking at least a 2.5-year process from hiring the consultant, doing at least a year-long public input process, and getting something ready to go out to bid. Before you even go into construction, you're looking at 3 years.
And Mayor and Council, and that's why yesterday when we were talking about the priorities, I was trying to preface all of it to say, what we're talking about and Kevin presented to you is the outlook for this budget. And yeah, we're hearing things about recession coming next year and maybe even this year. That a decision to fund design doesn't necessarily mean that there's a fiscal cliff or danger panic button right now, because and then even funding design, before we even bring this, if it's debt finance or something like that, it wouldn't even hit our budget or our cash flow till 3, 4 years, 5 years down the road. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else while Michael's, okay, Rosemary and then Sabrina.
So, thank you for clarifying that, Patrick. And I think design, if we can somehow work it into our budget, at least start the process, and then we can figure out later when to pull the actual trigger on putting it out for bid. I know that I'm hearing from a lot of people in the private sector that they're just sort of putting on hold for now some of these projects they want to build because the prices are just so high, you know, with the materials and the labor and that sort of thing. And they, and their crystal balls, which I don't know how accurate it is, and Worth, you may have some insight on this as well, they think that the prices are going to start to come down. So I think just starting the design is probably not a bad idea if we can afford it, if it can work into the budget. But
Yep.
we can decide later when to pull that trigger of actual construction.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, that is, you're accurate. And even if council would appropriate this money in July 1 to go through the procurement process, it'll still take us to probably even 24 to actual calendar year 24 till we're even able to award that. And then that contractor will probably start sometime there as well. And what you're saying is kind of what we're seeing as well. It's a crystal ball. It's not a science to economics. They like to say it is, but it's not really a science to predicting out economic factors. But what we're seeing is that things tend to normalize, that we're showing normalization on the costs and escalations 2-3 years down the road, right? And design will take about 2-3 years. Then if you're bidding it out for construction, then you might be in a different normalized construction environment where you're seeing the typical 3-4% like inflation. But again, no one knows if that's actually will come to fruition. You know, Kevin and Letitia, if there's anything in here that I'm misrepresenting based on what we're hearing, or Michael, please clarify. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess.
Oh, so, I'm sorry, Sabrina.
Oh, no problem. So I want to make sure that in this discussion, we also include the recreational center for District 7, which was also known as Centerville. One of the things I'd also like to encourage as well is to work in the money for the design of that project. And as I mentioned previously, that's something I've been asking for since I've been here. And so the project needs to be funded, but there's also money that's needed for the design of the building. The last 4 years, I've been asking for that money, $5 million. With inflation and costs, maybe $10 million this time. The overall cost of a center would be from $37 million to $70. We don't have to go to the max of $70 million. We can stay towards the minimum side of $37 million. But what we first have to do is integrate the ask and the need for the design. And I think that should be coordinated with this effort as I have seen it presented the last time we were at council. It was good to see that both of those items were integrated together and presented. So I'd like to keep in line with that particular process that I have seen. But also important to note, you know, when we started talking about discussions in the retreat and budget, we always talked about the big five, right? Our priorities. And so in keeping in line with the priorities of the city, the big five, 21st century infrastructure, safe, healthy communities, growing economic opportunities, thriving neighborhoods, and number 5, innovative and sustainable government. So under the 4th priority, thriving neighborhoods, we have specifically listed out, build a community with equitable access to quality park and recreational opportunities. Under that priority, thriving neighborhoods, I highlight equitable. District 7 does not have a center. Where is the equitable distribution there? The quality of life for citizens there. This is important for them. And it's going over 2 decades that they have been without it. When's the time to start? The time should have been 4 years ago. However, we have this opportunity again. I would like this particular priority, because it is based off of the 4 priorities that we have for this city, that we have for this city council, and in terms of being, responsible participants of this budget, we have to make sure that we are including in that what the citizens want, the services that they feel are in need. But if you don't have access, equitable access to the center or to the services, it can be quite difficult to enjoy those services. As I mentioned before, a center in District 7, formerly known as Centerville, would take some of the stress and the maintenance off of Kempsville. Kempsville is the most highly used facility. In doing so, I'm sure most would note, in the long term, that's going to benefit the city, not just the citizens, but also the cost, that's associated with maintaining Kempsville. So we have to look at those long-term costs as well. But, I'd stress that we make sure we integrate this in to our priorities, because it is. There are different ways to figure this out. Like I said, can certainly be a 5 to 10 million ask for this budget, and then work the other portions into the rest of the budgets for the future years, but we need to do so. And, in terms of looking at where we are, we've been in difficult situations before when it comes to budgeting. I remember coming in, being a part of the budget process back in 2018, and then fast forwarding to the beginning of a pandemic. There was stress in terms of being financially fiscal and responsible and conservative. I'm sure you can imagine at that time, as a newer council member, I was concerned. But we were still able to meet the needs of the citizens. We were still able to include funding for projects for the community. One of those was, I remember specifically, increasing funding for the African American Culture Center, $50,000. We also increased funding for the disparity study recommendations and so on. So we were able, during a pandemic, in the budget of 2020 to 2021, to include some of those items. And so I think that's good. I think we can certainly also integrate what I've spoken about in terms of District 7. But also, I don't want folks to look at it and say, well, you're just asking for something for your district. You're not looking at the city overall. That's not true. For the last 4 going on 5 years, I've always looked at the entire needs of the city. I've always been a team player when it comes to the budget and supporting every priority for every district and the overall city. Now it's time to support the needs for District 7, and I'd ask you to do that very carefully. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify as well, just to level set expectations. If and council, you all know how the and then Michael can clarify a little bit more as well, and Kevin will clarify some information as well. If we do, and obviously if council give us guidance on this, what the next steps on this is to look to see if we could move towards finding designed dollars to include in the CIP in the out years, or to see when we can incorporate that, right? But you know how the process works, where Parks and Rec gets before the public and starts to have conversations about what they envision for their future rec center. That does set a level of expectation, right? So just as we talked about before, eyes wide open. If we get before the public, and even though we're saying, hey, we're exploring design, exploring what this could possibly look like, we'll set an expectation that one will come in the future as well. So council should weigh that as well, and we do need guidance on what modernization are we doing, right? Are we doing the first three, right? The big three or something? What do you call it?
The big three, we
The-
call them.
the big three.
Three older ones.
Right? You know, in terms of looking for those for design, and or as Ms. Mouton mentioned, are we considering that one as well? Yeah. But Kevin, is there anything you want to clarify?
Sorry, Michael. Just as the city manager had said, I know this, we're talking about the modernization plan with Parks and Rec, but whenever Michael and I presented to City Council several weeks ago, there were still a lot of unknowns within that plan, right? So there was a reason for that range where it went from, hey, well, here's the three, here's the big three with this option for the expansion of CTAC, and then here's the big three with the expansion of CTAC with the possibility of Centerville. There's a wide range within there to where there's kind of some prioritization that needs to be given in terms of what the direction is, especially if we're to move forward with Councilmember Berlucci's thought as we plan this out. Is there additional way to stagger this and do the design and spread it out over time? To do that properly and level set the finances and the financial plan, we would need to have a sense of what that priority order is of those facilities.
Yeah. And you remember the consultant did give a recommendation on priority order, doing the oldest first, because those will likely have the greatest maintenance needs in the years to come. And then once you get to a certain phase on that one, then start your design and consideration for funding for construction for the other one, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Chris, and then Rosemary.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really going back to the expectations of hearing the citizens, and I want to thank the consultant and Monica for the survey, because they made it clear this is really high-quality data, and the residents spoke. They said it was a medium priority. The overall quality of Parks and Rec program, the facility, 37.6%. Physical condition of city parks, trails, and others, outdoor facilities, 33%. And then physical condition of city indoor recreation facilities ranked 7 at 17.6%. So one component of thriving neighborhoods are the outdoor parks. And I have requested the backlog to kind of see where we are, because we're in a challenging position where there's needs, which are required, and then there's wants, which are desired. And there's nowhere within this survey, in the summary of top overall priorities, where they say they want new rec centers, but they do want tax relief. They are struggling to put food on the table. And so we have to balance what we want and desire versus what is needed right now. And in reading this high-quality data that comes in at 95%, whether across 9,000 or 50,000, the citizens seem to be pretty content with the parks, the recreation programs and facilities, but they do want more neighborhood parks. Thank you.
Okay. Rosemary and then Sabrina.
Our rec centers are part of what sets us apart from most other cities because, we have 7 recreation centers across our city that fulfill a lot of needs. And working with the Youth Violence Prevention Task Force, that's one of the real feathers in our cap about working on this violence program, this violence issue that's plaguing the entire nation. And we're going to be able to utilize our rec centers to hopefully help with this problem. That's what happened in LA, and we're taking their program and we're instituting it here. We're going to be voting on some money February 7th. Sorry, you distracted me. Okay. Anyway, February 7th, to be able to put some money into the Williams Farm to Western Bayside as a pilot program. So they're extraordinarily valuable, but we have to take care of what we have, what's already standing, what's built. We can't have leaking buildings just like our school buildings. We're going to have to take care of what we have before we build something new. So whether we do it incrementally or how we do it, you still have to take care, just like your home. If your roof was leaking, you'd have to get a new roof. So we're gonna have to do that. Now, y'all have heard that Chris and I met with the school modernization on Thursday, and it's really unique for us to do this, but we passed a motion to look at the school buildings that's going forward and to see if they can value engineer them, because the prices have just been out of sight, so they became frightening. And to look at buildings across the state per capita, per student, how much they're costing per square foot, to look at those things and the finishes, and to see, maybe we don't need maybe they don't have to be platinum LEED certified, maybe they don't have to have big atriums, maybe not a square box, but something in between. And we may have to do the same thing, with what we're doing to make them more affordable. We do have to have good services for our citizens, but we do have to watch their taxes, just like Chris was talking about. So just wanted to kind of keep that in mind, because we're going to be looking at design and that sort of thing, if there's ways that we can keep our costs down but provide a good facility for our folks.
Okay, thank you. Sabrina?
I think that, in terms of the comments that I've heard, one of the things is being responsible. I don't think we've been responsible of making sure that there were equitable services in District 7, in the Centerville District, as it pertains to recreation services. That's not being responsible, allowing the citizen in those districts or in that district to go without those services for almost 2 decades. It's irresponsible. And what I am saying, which should be sensible and fair, you can do both. You can maintain the facilities you have, which, let's just be very clear, this is maintenance that should have taken place a long time ago. So if this is something that was a priority, which it is, this is something that should have been on par and on scheduled maintenance, so that we wouldn't be in this position. Now, there are priorities and there are emergencies. Emergencies come up when there's neglect. Emergencies come up when we're not on schedule in keeping up our facilities, but that is our responsibility. When we don't do that, then that creates emergencies. That creates dilapidating buildings and leaky roofs. But if you do your responsible maintenance, you wouldn't have a leaky roof. Maintaining your facilities means that you do it on a scheduled basis. Now, what I'm talking about in terms of a new facility is just, again, equitability for the citizens. That's a priority, which is the responsibility of this budget, to meet the needs and the priorities of the citizens of this city. And so in terms of data, there's data in the study that I sent, and I think you have it, Councilmember Taylor, you have the study I sent you. The quote or the numbers in terms of citizens wanting a rec center in District 7, I believe it was upwards of 70% or more. They said they wanted it. So there is data to support it. Go back, I can resend that information to you again, but the data is there. If we're going to be analytical and look at the data, there's the data for that specific request. And so that data has been on record for quite some time. So we can't keep ignoring that. We can't keep ignoring the citizens in District 7, ignoring the citizens. They're asking me, I received an email last week and they said, where is our rec center? So I ask you, where's their rec center? Where is it? When will it be built? It needs to be a priority this time around. If not, you need to tell them why they don't have it. There's no reason over 2 decades these citizens do not have a rec center. Now, they've been told in the past, we had to deal with flooding, had to deal with all these issues, and we're always going to have to deal with flooding. We're always going to have to deal with 100-year storms and those things. But you also have to address the needs of the citizens that have been before you over 2 decades for a rec center in their district. That's just not, it's not fair to the citizens to overlook them again and again and again. But if you want the data's there. I certainly can send that information to you.
And if I can make a point of clarification as the prior Centerville rep. Number of years ago, if you recall, we actually had a city council voter forum at Atlantic Shores. And, we broached it. There was a group there called the Concerned Citizens of Centerville. And we got a commitment from council to move forward. And we were actually on cue after, I believe it was the renovation or the redo of the Kempsville Rec Center to move forward. But then something happened, Hurricane Matthew. And I had to make a decision, and I'll take full responsibility of it. In the state of crisis that we were at that time, I had to rescind the project because there was no way I, in conscience, could ask for $32 million and an operating value of $3 million a year. It came down to my choice of what priorities were. And I took it back to the folks in Centerville. And there was some disappointment, but there was also some understanding. And I tell you what, when you have, seen as I did as a home care therapist going to people's homes with their furniture on the front lawn destroyed and everything, it really came down to a matter of priorities. And, rec centers are very, very important. Where there was a consideration that I would still like to, pursue if we're going to do something, perhaps a joint venture with Regent and CBN, if they were willing to donate the property on Jake Sears Road, which would accommodate the youth in College Park and Level Green. But once again, I think that we proved with the joint use library at TCC and other facilities that if we can find people to share costs, if we can partner with the employees and students from CBN, from what I understand through Taylor Adams now, is that we're talking, at Regent University, there's some other plans that we could have that I think we would welcome and utilize Regent students in a joint use agreement, or maybe even allow people right across the border from, Chesapeake to join to share costs. So I think what we have to do is creative and look at other avenues that we can that would significantly lower our not only land costs, building costs, and operating costs, as perhaps as a more prudent way to move forward. But once again, as we're in this budget cycle right now, I think just by taking advantage of and reopening negotiations with Regent and CBN, and I got my first faculty meeting. I'm going back tomorrow, I had to take a little hiatus, but I think that would be a preferable alternative, route at this point. Yes, Michael.
Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, Mayor, I just want to recap to kind of delineate what I think I'm hearing, right? For you all to tell me if I'm hearing incorrectly. So I think what I'm hearing is it seems like council is the guidance that I'm getting is that let's look to see about taking care of the big three in a staggered approach of incorporating design for those in the CIP. And then also I'm hearing the mayor suggest, and I want to see if everybody else is on the same page with that, that we work to identify partnership opportunities for a rec center in District 7 for future review and consideration of the city council, including sharing costs and land and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Can the same architectural plans be used for all three of the big three?
There's, go ahead.
So our consultant did a pretty in-depth facility assessment on all the bones of the buildings. They determined that the big three did not need torn down and total rebuilt like Kempsville. So Kempsville was a total tear down and total rebuild. We would continue to use the bones, the footprint. They would typically be gutted. They need new roofs, new electrical. We would redesign the interiors. They would look very different, but they would not be technically total rebuilds.
Michael.
Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what Mr. Duhaney described was not a position that I hold. And I'll tell you why. I was ready to move on to the next topic, but since Mr. Duhaney asked for additional guidance, I'll be happy to share my views on it. Beginning with, we have an approach to address just those big three. And that's just a preliminary approach. It doesn't address the outstanding needs that Mr. Kirschman described and enumerated in his presentation to council a couple of weeks ago. And so my preference would not be to accelerate the exploration of an additional rec center until we have a plan to modernize and renovate and be operating at full capacity with the existing rec centers. That's number one for me. Number two for me is that we've heard from the residents of the SeaTac community loud and clear, and I don't know if SeaTac Rec Center, was that part of your contemplation for the modernization program?
Yes, we looked at the big three and SeaTac and did a separate study on Centerville. Yes.
That's, SeaTac is 4.
Yep.
So I'm not sure even that SeaTac should be 4. Why is SeaTac 4 not in the big three? And that's based, I know, based on the age of the buildings. But is it based on the need that exists within the community and within the buildings? And we've heard from residents of the SeaTac community about the need for modernization and expansion of programs, and that's an operating rec center. And that doesn't address, I think, the other outstanding, you talked about Bow Creek is going to be in need of repair and renovation and modernization in not long after that. And so, no, my preference would not be to accelerate the exploration of an additional rec center until we have a consumable plan that we've reached consensus upon to be operating the rec centers we have now. And that's one of the reasons we have such a high rating about the Parks and Rec centers, is that we've focused on what we have, and we've done a good job of it, but we have an extraordinary need. So I don't think it's, and frankly, I want to be clear, based on the conversations that I heard around this table, I don't think that the position that Mr. Duhaney described represents the views of the members of this body. So I think we do need to be very clear about it. So that's number one. I mean, that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it, and I was trying to, again, move on to the next topic in the sense of time, but I think what we've heard here is a representation that access to the rec centers is inequitable in some fashion. And I think that's a subjective perspective that has been advanced here as fact. And I don't know that to be a fact. And the reason I don't know that to be a fact is, one, I'd like to see a geographic distribution of the rec centers and what that looks like. And I think that map would tell a story that we need to see that words can't describe. That's number one. Number two is, I think the geographic areas, and Mrs. Henley just talked about this when you gave your presentation, Mr. Kirschman, the geographic areas that are underserved by rec centers actually are in the southern part of the city, which has been a growing area. And so it's potential, if we want to talk, if we really want to have a conversation about access, that we need to be talking about the southern part of the city. So those are just some of the reasons why I do not agree with the statement that Mr. Duhaney described, and I think we need to be more cautious and more deliberative. Also, in the context we've said many times about the affordability issues that we have as a city, to start talking about adding on and adding on and adding on when we don't even have a plan for what we have now is totally irresponsible. And I actually think it's disrespectful to the taxpayers and shareholders of this city who pay these bills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sabrina?
You know, I think it's disrespectful to the taxpayers in District 7 who keep being ignored and have been ignored for the last 20 years. That's disrespectful. And it overlooks their needs and their concerns. How long would it take you, Mr. Kirschman, to provide a plan for that was requested for the top 3 centers that need to be modernized? How long would it take? I don't imagine it would take a long time. I'd imagine that would.
So, to Councilmember and Councilmember Wooten, we already have a plan for those. That was the modernization plan that was provided by the consultant.
Yes, I thought so. So we already have a plan. So I don't see the need to delay integrating the need for the recreation center in District 7. That's not something that we need to do. We have the plan already. We can integrate the new recreation center for District 7 into our priority list. And in terms of, whether it's a fact that it's an issue of equity, I'm the district rep for District 7, and it is a fact they haven't had a rec center in their area, in their district, close in proximity to their home for the last 20 years. To me, that's inequitable when all around the city, in other districts, they've had access to those services, specifically before the lines were redrawn. And I've never heard, any other cases made for the other section of the city. And I'm not going to try and minimize that need, but also don't minimize the need of the citizens in District 7. That's what I don't want to happen. Let's keep that in the forefront. Let's keep that a part of integrating into our priorities. We have a plan. We've had the plan. Let's move forward with that.
Okay, if I can make a suggestion at this point. Once again, I think we agreed that, during this retreat, we would just discuss things without making really any decisions until we get into the budget process. And I think we had a very robust conversation about what's going on, but I think once we get into the budget process and, find out all, the different variables are out there that we have to contend with. So, but once again, I think we've had the discussion. Staff is aware, that we have some other priorities and alternatives and everything, but, this is something that will be determined during the budget process. Yes, Chris?
And just lastly, for context, can we, Mr. Kirschman, can we maybe get some analysis on when Princess Anne was built? Because I know they've experienced extreme growth in that district since the rec center's been built. The population it serves, the number versus Mrs. Wooten's district, just to kind of have an idea of.
We have all that data in the plan. I'll be happy to send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Just really quickly, I would like, if you don't mind, some information about your rates. And, I know there's tremendous value in our public's ability to access our rec centers at a reasonable cost. I think, what is it, $100 some odd a year for a year-long membership, whereas
110 for an adult, correct?
Yeah, a private gym, you'd be paying that every month. And I think if we're looking at the type of capital investments that we're making, we also have to be looking at what kind of revenue they're generating and potentially putting aside some of that revenue for long-term capital plans.
Okay. All right. Good discussion. Once again, we have a lot of things on the plate, and obviously quality of life, including our rec centers, are, of prime importance. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next topic on your list is redevelopment.
Now we're going to take a break.
Break.
Oh, do you want to take a break? Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break at this point. On there, we talked about economic development yesterday. Is there anything we need to rehash or rekindle? I think when we were talking about, infill, maybe, stuff, we talked about that at length. Would anybody object to jumping right to Rudy Loop? Okay, let's go right to Rudy Loop
Right,
then.
and I know that you all the city's really engaged in a pretty robust public outreach process right now. So are there other things that you all wanted to talk about in that item?
Can we get an update on where we are with the outreach?
We'll get Tiffany up here to give you an update.
We are on the pause that refreshes. Yeah.
You caught us.
That's right. The test to make sure they don't actually get to use the restroom.
We had a break. I didn't get to use the restroom either. I had to make an appointment.
Yeah, we ran out of hall passes, so what could I tell you?
No, it's coming from over.
Sure, okay. Hi, good morning. So the Rudy Loop Public Input Survey is probably one of our most engaging surveys that we've put out to the community, where, thousands of responses and comments. So we'll provide all of that once the survey closes on Sunday to council to look at. The consultant WPA, who is our partner in this, is currently going through one-on-one interviews and meetings. One thing that was really important to WPA when they put together the plan for Rudy Loop engagement, they looked back at previous engagement efforts and wanted to make sure that they not only covered a wide variety of different stakeholder groups, neighborhood groups, our residents, but also the users of Rudy Loop. And so what was very different about this particular proposal was making sure that there was opportunity to go and talk to the surfers, the fishermen, the people who are actually down there when you go, and have a very unique, dedicated community outreach opportunity to meet with those individuals. So again, the survey closes Sunday, and we'll compile all of that and make that available to you in an upcoming council
Do you have any
packet.
preliminary data, just, not so much a conclusion, but, some of the points of interest?
I do not have that information. WPA will be compiling all of that for
Okay.
you, and will be coming to present to you with those findings.
Okay, any questions or comments at this point? Yes.
I just want to give a shout out to Tiffany and her team because they have been tasked with quite a bit lately and done a great job bringing us a good product every time, and I certainly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rosemary?
So Next Tuesday is our fifth Tuesday, which I don't think we have any meetings scheduled as of yet. There's going to be an open house. Is it the Kempsville Rec Center?
Yes, and I can.
The Kempsville Rec Center on Rudy Loop. So if anybody wants to, they wanted to make sure they went out to the western part of the city to hear from those, not just what's going on, in the resort area. I will tell you, the different neighborhoods that I'm talking to in District 5, they want a park. They see this as the people's park and an opportunity for that. So that's the, and it's organic that I'm hearing, but I think it'll be really interesting to see what happens at the Kempsville Rec Center. What time does it start, Tiffany?
I believe it's, oh, do you have the information? Thank you, Melissa. Oh, thank you. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Friday, January 27th, 6:30 a.m. to early afternoon. That's the one I was referencing on site at Rudy Loop,
Right.
where the community can come out. There's a rain date at the same location for February 3rd. And then Tuesday, the 31st, we do not have a council meeting that night. It's at 6:30 to 8 at the Kempsville Rec Center.
6:30 to 8. Okay, thank you so much.
And, if I could just point out, once again, the disposition of Rudy Loop has been a topic of a discussion for, about 3 decades now. And, the decision, once again, this body has an interest in making sure that public engagement is part of our decision and policy process. And so the decision was made to, okay, let's put it out there and see what the folks think. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. And, but once again, please understand the criteria was adequate green space and also enhancement of our surfing and fishing community was part of it. But the idea was to put it out to the public, see what's out there, and you never know what comes up. But, this is once again a demonstration of the, demonstrating the engagement that this body can be looking forward to in the future. Okay, Josh?
Just have a quick question. I want to echo Councilman Holcomb's comments and appreciation for Ms. Russell's and her team's job. I did see some, I guess, misconceptions out there in terms of the rationale for extending the time frame for the survey. So I just wanted to allow Ms. Russell, if she wouldn't mind coming back up, to kind of clarify why the deadline was extended.
Sure, that's a great question. And it's really simple. We opened up a very important survey during the holiday season. And so, we do monitor social media comments and community input, but from a team's perspective, we were looking at the time frame. We did allow for that. We knew community engagement was also occurring into and through the month. So we wanted to give a little bit more time for individuals, just simply due to the holiday season, to have more time. And at any time, based on your input too, as a council, if you want to extend a deadline, if you're hearing things in your community, we're open to that. So that was it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, anything else at this time? Okay, marching on.
On your list was schools. You obviously spent a decent amount of time yesterday talking about the schools, and one of your action items, or at least one of your discussions yesterday, talked about inviting a representative from schools to your meeting in February to provide some information with regard to their anticipated capital requests under that category of modernization. Are there other conversations that you all want to have with regard to schools?
And if I could just make a general comment, once again, we're blessed with 5 new members on our body, and school board has some new members too, that has a new chemistry. And, my thought, that I brought up a couple times, but, with COVID and everything, it really got kind of shaky, was maybe to have possibly quarterly meetings. We would just get the bodies together and chat and, get to know each other, but also to talk about joint goals and, what we're going to be doing. One of our strengths as a city is why we rate so high. One of the things in terms of economic development and everything else is the strength of our school system. And, once again, the idea of, keeping it viable. So, my thought is that if we can get together and just even have informal chats, or, maybe even a little social get-together, where we just get together and talk to each other individually, one-on-one, to get to know them. I think, that's something that we can plan in the future. Barbara?
I don't want to throw a wrench into anything and add something to our already heavy agenda. I know we were talking mainly about schools with the buildings and that kind of thing, but something that I've been corresponding with the city manager about recently and others are maybe some of the joint things that we could do with the schools, particularly in relation to behavioral problems and mental health, and things that our Human Services Department could offer. I know we have had programs in the past. One that was brought to me to remind me of just a few weeks ago by a school principal was we used to have the Pendleton Project, and of course that kind of phased out. But and of course all the recent things that have been in the news about behavioral problems, even in elementary school. I think an awful lot of the emphasis is on secondary. But as a former elementary school teacher, I can tell you the elementary school teachers are the ones who can be in the best position to identify very early problems. And if there are things that our programming can do in relation with the schools to be able to see that issues are addressed early, because that's where it's going to be at if we're going to make any difference. But so I know we usually think that we just hand over the money and that's all that we have to do, but I think with this particular issue, since we do have the human services mental health issues as a part of our offering, and there's got to be ways that we can work on this together. I think it's important for our whole community that we don't leave any stone unturned if there's a way to address some of these issues. And I think it's got to be early. It's got to be comprehensive, involving the families and so forth. But those teachers are at the spot that they're going to see issues that other people won't see. And I think we need to work together as much as we possibly can.
Okay, and if I could just make a comment, to Barbara, just to let you know, when Rosemary and I met with Dr. Spence and their crew about 2 weeks ago, one of the things we brought up, and I'll give a little bit of summation at the end today about what we're going to do with this Project Hope that we're having. And Dr. Spence said he is fully engaged in what we're going to be trying to do. And as part and parcel of the whole project is the emphasis, and Dr. Ross Hammond can tell you that, when we did the Idea Commission survey with the members there of the former Idea Commission now being rolled into Hope, mental health was identified as one of the key ingredients of what we're trying to do. But, and then health and human services and, youth interaction. So be assured that that's going to be part and parcel to a very important competence. As a matter of fact, Michael and Jennifer are going to be helping out with the mental health component of it. And schools will be an active part. And number one, part two, as you know, we've been meeting with the other mayors in the region in the 757 on, the crime issue. And within our legislative package that we sent out through the, to those members who were at the Hampton Roads Planning Commission meeting the other day, as part of the legislative agenda, we're requesting legislation that would compel all school districts to have conflict resolution and de-escalation activities go on. Once again, we're finding out in many of the schools that are out there, we had a shooting at the oceanfront at Jungle Park a couple years ago, and we found out that the youth that were involved in that incident were from another city that had an argument the day before. So once again, I think one of the things we're going to be looking at is behavior in schools, and I think there's a local school now that's been in the front page of the paper where they're looking at the culture that was within the school that may have facilitated some bad acts. So Barbara, you're spot on what you're saying, but we got some things planned.
I was just wondering, I know that there's legislation that the General Assembly has been considering about allowing retired police officers to come back. I think that's a perfect opportunity for school resource officers. As a matter of fact, a couple years ago when we had the big controversy over whether we were going to continue to require police officers to retire at 65, we had two resource officers that they only wanted to finish out their year with the kids. They weren't allowed to do that. But those people, too, are in an ideal position to do so much, not just security, but relating with the kids. And the kids relate to folks like that. I know they relate to firefighters. We did have one fire company a few years ago that had an adopt-a-school program at a school, and they were so effective there. But anyway, I don't guess we have school resource officers at the elementary level, but and I know that's an extreme expense, but if this thing comes forward that retired officers can go back to work in the VRS system and so forth, that's an ideal place to utilize their expertise and to do a lot of good. So if we can kind of stay on top of that too.
That was another recommendation of the mayor's group, that came out. Patrick can tell you that all of the chief administrative officers got together and came up with a template that identified a lot of the social needs that were out there. And also part and parcel, as a side note to that, there was a thing as we talk about the key ingredient of mental health. When a police officer has to detain somebody who didn't necessarily commit a crime but was having a mental health episode, that officer would have to stay with that person through the process. And I think it was Poquoson or Isle of Wight, there was one officer had to stay with a patient. The only place they got in was a 5-hour drive away, and they had to stay with them for 5 days. So if we can get around the VRS requirement that these folks can't come back to work, there's places that they can be utilized within our police department to free up police officers, school resource officers, helping out in a plethora of ways. So, once again, this is in the works. Anybody else? Chris?
Last week I had the opportunity to visit a couple schools in the district to recognize the principals, and within 2 minutes of being at each of those schools, the principals said, "We need mentors." So just wanted to share that, mentors, for these young children.
That is one of the objectives of the Project Hope thing, helping our people excel. The thing, we had, when I was a kid growing up many years ago, up in New Jersey, they had the Big Brother and Big Sister program that were out there. So once again, this is going to be definitely part and parcel to what we're trying to do, and hopefully ahead of the curve as a city to, let me put it this way: it's a very complex problem. in society that we have now that we're going to require complex and multiple interactions to deal with. Patrick?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Henley, in response to your question, in the council package last week, we included a memo that detailed a program, a rapid response program that our Human Services Department is working with together with the schools and also some private mental health providers as well. The MOA is being routed for signature, and we're looking to start that program in early February. It will, like you said, be very comprehensive. It'll include the counselors, the teachers, the parents, and the families of the child and the students, and also the Safe Schools program, and if necessary, loop in any other appropriate parties. But you're absolutely right in what you talked about in terms of it needs to be comprehensive, it needs to be reactionary, and you need to listen to the teachers because they're the ones that get the information before anybody else.
Yeah, and I think that gives also credence to, us getting together and articulating and communicating, with our school board on a more frequent basis. Amelia, I'm sorry.
Yes, I wanted to mention what you said is good about having the meetings quarterly with the school board, because a lot of times those school board people feel they're left out and we're at this point, and we try to work with them, so this is good. But I'm thinking also we need to go further down, like what Barbara was mentioning. We need to have one or two of the actual teachers, like almost a half-day conference or something where we hear from the teachers some of what's going on, because we get it just filtered up. We only get the school board principal or one or two teachers to explain what they go through. I mean, I was surprised because when I went to the HRT the other day and saw one of the council people from Newport News, to hear that it was not a little gun, it was a 9mm. You can imagine a little 6-year-old holding that, and that there had been ongoing situations for this young child. It wasn't a one-time. So something like that, the only way they've gotten to know is through the teachers telling them, and then that filters up. So we may have a time where we just have one or two teachers, a conference that brings in the teachers to explain what they're going through, like the resource officer we needed for classes like that. Mental health is serious.
And Amelia, let me just say, even, and you are intimately have been involved with, the Idea Commission and, with the Hope Project we're doing. We are planning a series of forums that are going to be out there. And another problem that we identified, and I had a couple incidences that have come to me, is bullying that goes on in school environments right now. Seems to be out of hand, but the teachers are telling me that this has been especially true since they've come back from COVID, and they're coming back. And, fellow councilman from Norfolk, who is a high school principal, told me about the amount of fights and violence going on in his school building. So we got to really, a lot of the behaviors that start in grammar school eventually work their way into the workforce. And, once again, we're seeing more and more tragic incidences of violence going on. And if we can get involved, and, Chris, you're right, if we can get mentors and role models out there, and if we can get interventions to help with mental health and everything, but we have to start early and young, and I do agree with you, Amelia, on that. Okay, anything else on, schools and relations with the school board? Okay, we will continue. Okay.
The last stated item on your list was the Virginia Aquarium feasibility.
Okay. Patrick, this is a big ask.
Yeah, Mayor, you're correct. This is a big ask, and it's one that is incredibly nuanced. I think Deputy City Manager Ken Chandler is here for any granular details on it, because the aquarium's weren't able to make it today. But basically, I think the ask is the director kind of went through a feasibility study where she articulated the current trend of the CIP and how we typically update the buildings and what it may possibly mean for operations in the future, where the buildings may possibly come offline during operations and some of the animals may need to be given away, and that will reduce revenue and things like that as well. And when she also talked about a possible phasing approach to do a different way of building with a price tag, a substantial price tag that could enhance revenue and also enhance the programming as well. I think the initial ask was to see if council would be amenable to start design for funding for a parking lot, right, as a way to roll into this project. It's a multi-phase project with all the way up to all five different phases. It doesn't necessarily mean that council had to do every phase. It also doesn't mean that council has to take any action on it any other way other than continue to maintain the building and continue the typical way that we typically do CIP projects. Is there anything you want to add to that, Ken?
Okay, if we can hear Ken first, and then we'll get to the questions.
Okay. I was going to say, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, for this opportunity. I think the manager has really framed it up nicely. As we talk about maybe taking a bite at the apple, and we've talked about concrete, steel, and salt water not mixing over time, probably not talking about a project that's behind time. We're just talking about one that's reached its life expectancy of being about 36 years old. We targeted maybe about 4 years ago, kind of, what would be some of the renewal possibilities. I think one of the deltas that we're up against, or a major challenge, is infrastructure of the facilities and the life expectancy of the facility itself, in the sense that there are probably some emergency capital expenditures that we'll probably experience in the next 2 to 4 years or so. So we tried to kind of put together a comprehensive plan, as the manager talked about the feasibility study, to kind of say, moving forward, how do we protect the asset that is the cornerstone and a jewel to tourism for our community? One that is, as you already know, third behind Busch Gardens and King's Dominion in terms of tourist attraction, one that is responsible for at least an additional night's stay in our community, and as we've talked about the economic impact, about $268 million to that. So I think the big ask, if we're talking about the smaller bite of the apple, is the 20 years that we've already put in with the state to actually get the parking lease across the street on the Camp Pendleton project. We got that lease done with the state 3 years ago. So it is a 50-year lease with the opportunity to renew for an additional 50. And remember, before we were talking about renewal of facilities, there was always a plan to put your parking across the street. So with that avenue, you're talking about maybe about $3.7 million for design, and probably between this CIP or the next year, the next couple of years, I think we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of about $50 million for parking. And that's probably a reduced cost, because remember, the initial parking plan called for 2 garages. If there's any benefit to COVID-19, which I can't think of many, is that we did learn from time, ticket, and entry that we didn't need to build 2 garages at about $67 million. So we're now down to about 50. And that's something that once you design it, it could probably be in future CIPs over the next couple of years to actually build it. Mr. Manager?
Okay, Barbara, then Michael.
Well, I appreciate the explanation you gave a couple of weeks ago, and in thinking about it, this one, everything we have is unique. This is very unique. But I just don't think it's even something that we could consider allowing that to close for 3 years and losing our animals in the process. So we've got to do something. But we've got a very good partner with the foundation. And I know that, we take care of the building and this kind of stuff, the infrastructure, and they deal with the exhibits. But I would hope that we would have some really good conversations with those wonderful people at this point, and see if there's some ways to partner with this so we can make sure it goes forward. And I know these people are great at fundraising, and so I hope that we will work with this foundation with this, because they're a great partner, and we could really use all of their their support at this time to see how we can make sure we can do this responsibly with what we need to provide, but make it happen.
Patrick?
Councilmember Henley, you're spot on. I think one of the things that Director Spinolis mentioned as well is that another part of this is also a feasibility study on what we can generate from a philanthropic standpoint, and that's the whole nuance of this entire project. And I think it's you and I talked about this before, when this project first came to fruition, there was substantial state support that was provided to help move this forward as well. So if council authorizes just exploring this as well, that would need to be a conversation as well to see if the state will be willing to contribute any funds, as well as identifying what the philanthropic community is able to generate before we get a full picture of what kind of commitment would be requested of council for expansion, renovation, or rehab or significant rehabilitation of the aquarium. Anything you want to add to that, Ken?
No, thank you, Mr. Manager. And Ms. Henley, you did touch upon it, the wonderful partnership that we have with the Aquarium Foundation Board. And there is a second component that's kind of been working in tandem with the feasibility study that was presented a couple of weeks ago, and that is the foundation now preparing to launch a major capital campaign. What we've known in their heyday of capital campaigns, the last one, the most recent one, raised about $15 million. I don't want to taboo anybody and taboo the foundation, but they are working diligently, and one of the things represents our commitment in terms of moving forward. And again, I don't want to throw out a number, but again, probably the largest capital campaign that we would have with outreach to donors at this point, which is kind of ripe in our community. We have some major donors in the background at this point who have been blessed with longevity of life and are probably going to be preparing to make some major decisions in terms of estate planning. And the timing could not be better in terms of future plans, in terms of allocation of funding.
Okay, Michael?
Well, thank you. And Mrs. Henley asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask about fundraising and about a capital campaign, about private philanthropy to support the effort. And I love the aquarium, and I think that it's an important. I grew up here, so I took field trips there, and my family took me there, and it's just a great part of our community that's educational and entertaining, and it's really a special place. I guess I'm just struggling with sticker shock, like I think a lot of people are, and just was really curious to Mrs. Henley's point about what that $250 or $300 million looks like in terms of a public-private partnership. And so, not to spend a lot of time repeating what's already been said, but I think we need to fully explore the capacity and the impact of private philanthropy. I think we need to fully explore federal and state grants and appropriations to support the this endeavor. Mm-hmm. And I also think we need to, one question that I had, I have a few questions, but one question I had is, the aquarium is in a unique position. I've been a museum professional for more than 10 years now, and longer than that. And the aquarium's in a unique position of generating revenue through ticket sales, which many museums don't, or generate very little. So I'm wondering if any of does the revenue generated from ticket sales, is that dedicated exclusively to the exhibits or to the operations of the building, and what level of support does the city provide in that respect? And and that's one question I have, if you'd like to answer now, or if you need more time to get back to me on that.
I think that's that's probably a Kevin and Ken question. Ken, do you want to start, or do you want Kevin?
Yeah, I'd like to take just a minute on that. Of course, with the ticket sales, there is some cushion with the revenue from that. I'll also mention, too, that we did institute a parking pilot program as well, recognizing that, when you go to Busch Gardens in Kings Dominion, you might pay $40 to park and go inside the facility and never even think about it. So we did institute that as well, recognizing that a large number of our visitors are, not necessarily city residents, so to be able to take advantage of that. But would be glad to put something together, nothing that we have to spend a lot of time on, to to pull together what that whole split.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, we're looking at a number, and what you see in the news reports about this conversation is $200+ million. But that may not be all public funds, or it may not be all funds dedicated from the city of Virginia Beach. And I'd like to know more about what that split might look like and what that private philanthropy and public support from other agencies could look like. You know, maybe our delegation in Congress could explore some of the IMLS grants that are available for for museums, educational facilities. There's a lot of avenues we could explore that I think we have a responsibility to explore in the context of all these other priorities. And I hate whataboutisms, but I'm about to give you one. I am concerned about the level of support for cultural institutions in Virginia Beach generally. And I'm just going to use one example, but there are many, and talk about Virginia MoCA. This is a museum that's increasingly becoming, but has established itself as a renowned and recognized educational and cultural institution that's expanding its depth and breadth of presenting collection or special exhibitions and programming that engage the community, that serve our residents and serve visitors. They exist in a city building that we are responsible for operating, and yet we have allowed that building to fall into a state of that's less than ideal. I'm going to use my words carefully. That's less than ideal for a museum setting. And why is this important? This is important because a non-collecting institution like Virginia MoCA must rely on the integrity of its building and the support from the municipality particularly to borrow works of art to bring them into our community. So if the building isn't sound and secure, then it could jeopardize their ability to borrow. And that's the position we find ourselves in, and I hope that we'll fully fund their construction needs, maintenance needs in this budget. But again, we recognize all the strains on the budget that exist. And we invest very little in their operations on an annual basis than we do to other institutions like the aquarium, which I love and is deserving of public support. But it's just really hard pill for me to swallow. And I'm using MoCA as an example because I happen to be very up to speed with the dynamics of that conversation. But I think other cultural institutions in Virginia Beach that are also very important, and we could go down the list, but I don't want to leave people out, are also looking for this level of public support. And it's just really challenging to think about making an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars while we don't have a plan and we've denied investment for other cultural organizations and institutions. And these humanities make a community and they define a community. And the aquarium is an important part of that. And I think the reason I'm bringing this up now, and it's not really completely fair to the aquarium, and I want to acknowledge that, but I think this is an opportunity that we have to contemplate what public investment, public support for cultural institutions looks like, and what kind of a community we can create and cultivate if we foster this level of support for many different types of cultural institutions. So those are some of the things that have been on my mind, and that's not really something
Mr. Manager,
I'm in need of a response about. If you'd like to respond, you're welcome to. But the other thing I'm just curious about, because I've heard often cited something like you said today, $268 million in economic impact. I've heard that number used a lot. I think we need to be mindful about where did that figure come from? What does it mean? How is it generated? I'm not doubting the integrity of it, but I think I'd like to see more information about what that actually entails. And I would urge caution in using the figures like that in public discussions without kind of a better understanding about how it's generated.
Mr. Manager and Mr. Bellucci, Council may remember it's probably been about 2 years or so, and I know the pandemic kind of steals about 3 years from all of us. But that actual study that references the 268 million was presented before City Council. So you had your economic indicators, you had Greg Gutendorf from the PDC, your regional economist. There were a number of people who were part of that. And I can mention to you that that study is now being updated, of course, because it's a couple of years old. To give you that, and Mr. Manager and members of council, we will be glad to prepare some additional information. Just another factor, because I believe when we talk about the arts and culture, they do coexist in our community, and we wouldn't want to take anything away from MOCA either. But just, one of the things that we want to keep in mind in terms of the bigger challenge, in terms of economic impact, it is that 268 million. We don't have anything else in our community that has an economic impact larger. And if you think about it, if you were the state, partnership in economic development, and they said they're going to locate a new King's Dominion or a new aquarium, and for an investment of about $200 million, you're going to receive an economic benefit over the next 20 years of 200 plus each year. There'd be a number of folks who, would be able to invest in it and take a look at it. And I think the big part today is we're really talking about sustainability, moving towards longevity. So when we talk about that smaller bite of the apple, we're really talking about the feasibility of the parking piece, design, and construction of that garage, which opens up the footprint for the future of what we would need to do.
Okay. Anybody else? Josh?
I just wanted to briefly say that Councilwoman Henley's comments and her questions sum up my feelings exactly on this topic, so thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Worth.
And I agree with Councilman Schulman. What everyone has been saying is agreeable with me. I would just say it is the Virginia Aquarium, so it's a state, if not regional asset. It's the third largest visited attraction in the state, so I think the state needs to weigh in, the foundation for sure, our city, of course, but also the foundation needs to look outside of the region and look at private funds as well. Thank you.
Patrick?
Okay. So before Kevin goes in and talks about the revenue, and Kevin, I think probably in a nutshell, the revenue generated by the aquarium supports the aquarium's operations, and there's a supplement too that the general fund provides as well. All right, so go ahead and state that real quick.
Second delay. Councilmember Bellucci, to answer your question, the numbers fresh in my mind from the presentation I was given yesterday. So currently, in the current year's operating budget, the aquarium revenue that it generates within its facility is about $12.3 million. The operating cost budgeted is about 14.5, resulting in about $2 million of general fund supplement to support that operations in the current year's budget. That's the operating side. If you look at the CIP, there's 2 CIP projects that provide additional maintenance, and those both in total equal $2 million. Okay. So $4 million annually.
Mm-hmm. And then to clarify, just for a sense of what I need to direct staff on after this. So it sounds like what I'm hearing from council, for your all consideration, feedback, and tell me if I'm hearing it right or wrong. It sounds like what I'm hearing from council is funding is not something that we want to do at this moment, at this time. But what you want me to do is to, as we mentioned before, have the foundation work with their consultants to identify what this mix could look like from a philanthropic contribution standpoint. We can start to have official conversations with our state delegation, our federal delegations, to see what appetite there may possibly be for federal and or state support, right? Okay. And then continue to kind of refine what that could possibly look like and brief council accordingly for future consideration of this project. Is that tracking in the right direction?
Any problems with that at all?
Yep,
Josh?
Just a quick question. Does that mean the 3.7 million for the garage, is that going to be an item in this year's budget? And I would be supportive of at least getting started, and considering we've spent 20 years, I guess, negotiating that lease, and we finally got it. So what the building footprint and the level of improvements might look like later are obviously subject to a whole bunch of different things, but I wanted to clarify, are we okay with the 3.7?
So
yeah. Patrick?
Yeah. With that modification? Okay.
Okay.
So everything I said plus that 3.7 to be considered is in the recommended budget by the city manager, the council.
Rosemary?
Oh, and then the state funding, I think the budget amendments had to be put in already. Is it too late to ask for funding from the state? I think it is.
And we can always ask, but it probably may be too late.
I think it's too late.
So just to clarify, it sounded like what Mr. Shulman and Mr. Remick was suggesting was that consider 3.7 as part of the budget that we submit to council for its review and consideration.
No, I think we're still, we should definitely ask and get Debbie, and then Bobby and I are going up to meet with the delegation in February. And we can.
The thing, I'm not sure if the governor has any latitude when he does his final, budget. And, I think this is an ask we can make with the governor that if he would be willing to consider.
Okay.
Chris?
But just to walk off of this again, is council asking?
Yeah, I
suggesting that
think you're good to go with your recommendations,
But
correct?
with Mr. Shulman and Mr. Remick's consideration as well, where they asked for, considered the 3.7 million for starting the parking design in the recommended budget?
So I have a question about.
Chris, you got a question about that?
Similar to the vice mayor and I's meeting with the school board, kind of vetting the bids, that was an issue, and they were unable to share really any data because it was proprietary. Would the city be building this garage or the aquarium? And do we have any?
The aquarium is the city.
Okay,
so it's a city department.
So
all
we
that
just,
information-
yesterday, we talked about the disparity study. And in my meeting with Cynthia, I asked, how many bids, how many individuals have we worked with to look at the garage in this, the 3.7. And so, although, with small children, we love the aquarium, I would really like to look at opening it up to see how we're bidding this out, if we've already selected someone.
No, so all that, so this will be a city procurement, and it will be subject to the city's disparity study and SWAM inclusion goals, right? So that's not even something that the aquarium does. That's done by the finance department purchasing division, and at that dollar value, it'll be subject to the city's SWAM and disparity program. Yeah, so that one will probably go through whatever processes that council previously adopted for SWAM participation in the disparity study. So none of that stuff is baked yet, right? So all that stuff will be open for review and consideration from small women and minority-owned businesses pursuant to the legislation that council adopted.
So I guess, the final question on this, is, should Patrick include consideration of the 3.7, for the garage at this point? Perhaps the best thing to do is see how it works into the plan that we're going to have for, when we do the budget, make it a consideration, a plus and minus about, what's positive and what could be negative about it. Once again, in terms of real firm direction, let's see where the landscape takes us, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Amelia?
Yes, because she mentioned, Cynthia asked her what's the whipping factor for doing that first phasing and the parking. And she said it not only benefited the aquarium, but it benefited the oceanfront. Because for the parking during the tourism, that we need that extra parking. So those were some of the things she mentioned. It was important for us to look at having that first phase parking.
Okay. At this point, I think that great. And once again, if I could recommend that any council member has not been to the aquarium yet, just for a look around, take the time, to go out and see, and that'll do it. So how about at this point, we take a break before we get into the final?
Before we do that, I know that Councilmember Ross Hammond had an item that she wanted to mention.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I just wanted to bring up, because in the priorities, I went back to Michelle, there's nothing, and Michael already hit a little bit about that, about our different cultural institutes. We have a lot more, and that was not on that priority. We have what happens for the Sandler Center. We have what happened for the Vibes Creative District, the Virginia African American Culture Center, the Aviation. We have quite a bit of other cultural institutes that has that, brings that inclusiveness, brings the multicultural different activities. Now, even the sister cities, they use Virginia Mocha, showing some of theirs. And I just wanted to get a feedback from some of our council members, how you felt about the importance of these other cultures, because we have a military presence, because we have all of these that goes on, and we have our historic area. I felt it was important. I was going to tap someone back there who may even give us a little few words on, for example, the vibes. What we've been doing is connecting to each other. So I'm also now connected with the vibes. I'm also connected with Mocha, and we have the Sandler. But we need to put something about that, because that brings in tourism dollars. Anybody else have any comments? Thank you.
Michael, do you have a comment?
I
on
do.
Cultural
I
affairs?
do have a comment
Okay.
on this.
You never brought this up before.
Well, Dr. Ross Hammond is 100% right. And I think she more succinctly and more eloquently described what I was really trying to get at in my previous remarks, which is that, yes, we have city agencies who provide cultural affairs, and they do a great job, by the way. Whether it's through the Cultural Affairs Department, led by Emily LeBose, who's fantastic. I was just with her in the Historic Kempsville Citizens Action Committee, exploring a public art project the community is extremely excited about. So we're thankful for her. Or it's city agency like the Virginia Aquarium, or kind of a quasi-partnership like Virginia Mocha in a city building, or a non-city agency like the Military Aviation Museum, which is a fantastic place that exposes STEAM education and historical education and the aerospace industry to a diverse group of young people and adults. All of these systems should work cohesively. And you know, our systems, and I think this is coming up later, our systems for providing support for these is that we sort of have this deferential posture to city agencies, which is understandable because they are city agencies, but that shouldn't take away from or diminish the services that are provided by the non-city agencies in the exact same fashion. And I think we've missed the boat in those terms for a long time, to Councilmember Ross Hammond's point. And she didn't bring it up because of her association probably, but the African American Cultural Center, which is emerging, the Virginia African American Cultural Center, has plans for a new building, and their capital campaign and the programming and exhibitions and community connectedness that will occur in that building would be equal of value to some of the things that happen, or greater than some of the things that happen in city buildings and with city agencies. So I think we need to take another look at how we provide public support for all of these cultural organizations, and also do a really comprehensive analysis. Is Virginia Beach up to par with what other communities do in terms of supporting these cultural organizations, and are the mechanisms that we use to fund them actually effective? One example is the Arts and Humanities Commission. The other one is the COG process, and I know this is later on our agenda, but the reason I think we have some inconsistencies there and some difficulty in accessing those programs is because there are flaws within them. So I think I'm looking forward to that discussion. And that's true for many nonprofit organizations, but it's particularly true for cultural affairs. So I think we need to start with an analysis of where does Virginia Beach stack up with regard to public investment in arts, culture, and humanities relative to other communities. And then what decision do we want to make about what that looks like moving forward?
Okay, Worth.
I concur, Councilman Berlucci, but remind everyone that something you already know, and that is we are a 60-year-old city. So we are very, very young, as I said yesterday, compared to Paris, France, which is 2,000 years old and has 1,000 museums. So over time, culture and cultural affairs in the city will evolve, just like the Vibe will evolve. Vibe is close to the oceanfront is 5 years old. I mean, that's just a baby in the crib right now as it goes. And so Mocha is very young as well, as is the Virginia Aquarium, but we also need to reinvest at times to be up to speed. So I'm supportive, but also it is a secondary or tertiary aspect of our city, in my opinion, after public safety and public education.
Great. Tell you what, yep, Patrick?
So to clarify, what I'm getting from that is council wants me to do an analysis, a scan to see where we stack up from the city's public investment towards supporting arts and humanities.
Yeah, I think that should be part of the, what do you think, a part of the budget discussion that we're going to be having? Do an analysis of the impact and, potential.
We'll try to incorporate it in the budget process to see if we can get that, but the budget team is tasked with a significant amount. So if anything, we will try to make this possibly an early summer process, if necessary.
As we close out, I'm going to recommend another short break here. I think one of the important things in discussing all of the priorities that we have out there is finding balance in a very tough time. And that's going to be a challenge. And, we have 11 individuals with multiple constituencies, passion and everything. We have to accommodate ultimately the people that live here. But once again, we got to do things as we go through a budget process with empathy, compassion, and passion, to make sure and do the best we can in an environment that is indeed challenging.
Mayor, I will add, as you get ready, excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had one point to city manager, as you're looking at not just the arts, humanities, the culture, we will be able to give you some impacts of footprints of how through these different cultures, including the Philippine Culture Center, the Indian, Asian Indian, that we are bringing people into the city through what we do, whether it's artwork, whether it's performances, whether it's lectures. So when you do that analysis, we have certain people that can help to pull together the impact that the cultures have.
Okay. So just to clarify, so what I thought I was being asked to do was to do an analysis on the city's investment. It sounds like Dr. Ross Hammond is asking us to analyze our local cultural institutions to see what their impact is as well from a visitor standpoint and a possibly an economic standpoint as well.
Yes, I think that's important because then you will see its value.
Okay.
Yeah, and and that information can be used as a data point for, our decision process.
Okay, so we'll focus on not just looking at the city's investment into our cultural institutions, but also getting a sense of our internal Virginia Beach in cultural institutions' impact on the city as well.
Yep, Michael.
And thanks, Mayor. And for me, and I don't know if this is different than what Dr. Ross Hammond is talking about, but I'm not talking about a $40,000 or $70,000 survey here. I'm talking about, this is work that can be done very easily to just, by staff or by, within our existing capacity to just make that analysis, historical analysis of public investment, and also to look at what the cultural institutions are, and then we can use that information to move forward. But I didn't intend for that to sound like another government study with a contractor that costs a lot of money.
And that's the reason why I suggested we do this after the budget, because the budget team is knee deep in the budget process right now. The big issue I think I may have a difficulty getting is and it may not be, but just me scoping it out right now in my head, the big issue is the benchmarking. I don't know to what level. Some places, some cities track this information. Some of this information is publicly available. But if you're trying to compare our public investments to other cities or other regions, that's the part that I think we may have a difficulty accessing that information.
And then, Michael, I think then we can develop a long-term strategy, based on what's coming on. And then as the economy improves and we have more latitude of discretion, that, we would be able to aggressively move that way. Okay?
I will say it is just about 11:30, and lunch is actually ready. So if you would choose to take your lunch break now, and then we can take your lunch break at the same time and come back at
What do you think, lunch now, then come back?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, there we go.
So
Command
it is
decision.
11:25. Is noon a good time to come back?
Yeah, let's
Is that-
come
is a
back
half
at
hour?
noon.
Okay.
Marines are trained to eat in 10 minutes.
And thank you to the I offer my thanks to the Convention Center staff for helping keep you fed and nourished throughout these last 2 days, but also being flexible as we want to make sure that you have the space and the time that you need to have these important conversations. And I'll remind you that, yes, applause for the Convention Center staff for all their work. I'll remind you that one of the things yesterday when you talked about your expectations for today, I remember that Councilmember Berlucci said, you all know each other, but you've never worked together. And certainly some of you have worked together on this council before over the years, but this configuration, the council that is here today, is different than it has been in the past. And so by nature of that difference, that causes different working relationships or creates opportunities for different working relationships. You've had a lot of opportunity over the yesterday as well as this morning to really dig into some of the important, really important issues that you all will have to face. It strikes me, as you said before, this is not an opportunity for you all to make decisions, but to have conversations. And there's a lot riding on your budget process coming up. Now, there's a lot of important, hard, nuanced decisions that you all need to make. And so making sure that you all have the tools at your disposal to work effectively together while you're working through those challenging topics that you will have to face in February. Is going to be a really busy month for you all, and staff too, moving into the spring and your adoption in May. So one of the things that you all mentioned in our conversations prior to the retreat was wanting to talk a little bit about those procedures to make sure, especially with so many new faces in this group, that you all have a collective understanding and agreement of how you want to work together. Again, you know each other, but you haven't worked together. So how can you work together effectively as you're going through these important conversations that you will have not just through this budget process, but clearly for the years to come while you're on this council. So in your agenda are a handful of those items that some of you mentioned that you felt were really important to discuss. So with that, I'm going to ask the mayor if there's an order that you would like to take these items in, or we can just
Well, I'll
go
tell you
through
what,
them.
we can take them in the order that's there.
Great. And I think you did have a chance yesterday to talk a little bit about boards and commissions, which is on your list, but certainly we'll talk more about that when that one comes up. So the first item that was mentioned was use of Robert's rules. And so I think you all use that now, but certainly open that up to conversation and discussion.
Okay, great. And first, let me just say that it's always important in pretty much every council retreat I've been to, and in talking to members of bodies, both at the federal and state level, discussions of governance and how we get along, and, you know, just to make sure that we're all on the same page and understanding, you know, an order of things. And also, it's a type of thing that our management can understand, you know, how we do things, how we process things. And, you know, the important thing is, you know, let's be honest, we live in a country now where there's a lot of gridlock and a lot of division going on the federal and state level. And, you know, in some of the localities throughout the nation, you know, a lot of folks don't get along sometimes. So it's not a bad idea for time to have a healthy self-reflection on the interactions and things of that nature. And, you know, we always find, and over the years that I have found, that there are always going to be issues that pop up that evoke emotion and passion, not only among our people residents, but the people that come to council that come on some very, very heavy issues. We all know about a lot of controversial land issues that we had to confront. We've all been kind of called names by constituents at the podium. Comes with the turf. passion and compassion is with us. And then, what is great too is we have council members with passion and compassion. And the thing is, as we look and try to reflect with constituencies, how to best represent them, but in a balanced way. But the thing is, once again, I think it's better to build bridges than try to burn them along a way, especially with our people that come before us. And as you know, one of the things I had put in, was the ability for council people to be able to talk to each other, to put in the agenda, to give people the opportunity to express themselves with council comments, innovations, things that are on your heart and mind. That wasn't always there. And even with our public, I guess this was a couple of years ago after I first got married. Oh, boy.
You did that too.
Yeah, I did that a number of years ago. I'm a late bloomer. I was over 50 and everything, but we won't go there. When I first became mayor, we had a couple hot issues. And a couple of the people that came in front of us were less than hospitable and complimentary, for lack of better terms. So we included within our speaker's policy, the call for civility and demeanor, in the council chambers. And I think it's important that we demonstrate, the same, demeanor. Things are going to come up. We've had some very, very tough emotional issues we have dealt with over time. And the thing is, we just have to make sure that the demonstration of mutual respect, hey, we're not always going to agree. But then again, it's going to happen. We're going to make a decision and we're going to move on. So once again, we just thought that a discussion among ourselves on, simple things. One of the things, come up sometimes when we're setting the agenda, we'll get a last-minute request for an agenda item. And a lot of localities, like even in Norfolk, the people that set the agenda, the mayor sets the agenda. But once again, we want to make sure that council people at least have a latitude to get some input. But the thing is, does it fit with what we're trying to do? And the other thing is too, when we have our informal sessions and the briefings, putting things on the agenda that are advocacy sets a precedent if we're not careful. So once again, I think is, the type of items that we put on, that we don't set a precedent where council folks can say, okay, let's bring somebody forward because of, an interest that is unique to that individual. So once again, I think our informal sessions and the way that we bring people, one of the things we have done in the past was to give the manager a list of broad contacts. Talk about how people are able to get, procure money in general, and then let the manager determine who comes and speaks on those topics. These are procedural things, but everybody at the table should be allowed to interact and, weigh in, on how, this is the type of thing is how we all get along. But let me just say, I know for a fact that these type of governance things that go on in the Congress, they go on in the Beltway, they go on in Richmond, they go on in other cities. And the goal of this is to proceed with an understood order on how we're going to be doing things and how, we should, look, every once in a while conflicts are going to happen. In my opinion, it's best resolved behind a closed door. And, the thing is, I think we have the potential with this group to be a highly congenial collaborative, and interactive group. And, sometimes people's buttons are going to get pushed. But let's learn to work with each other. Let's have the goal of having what we have in common, not dividing us. Everybody's going to have their key constituencies and issues. And, sometimes we're not always going to get what we need. But let's work toward building those positive bridges, and that's the intent. I think, Mark, did you have anything that you want to bring out on where we're talking about with the Roberts Rules of Order? But once again, I think when we're dealing about, we'll just bring it up because it's happened a number of times since I've been on council, where sometimes, personal attacks, happen in a heat of passion. But once again, I think this is the type of thing as we talk about demeanor and our public perception, we set the tone. I was talking with, the city attorney, and there are certain rules that are applicable. And to be honest with you, my style has always been, I always want council people to be able to express themselves, to bring forward their ideas. But, once again, sometimes over the years, things have got carried away. Mark, can you give that, do you have that citation that you gave me from Robert's Rules that might be applicable here? You got mic control sitting right next to you.
Mr. Mayor, you had asked me about what the rules for decorum during debate were, and I pointed you to a provision in Robert's Rules. I will also note, however, that there is a provision in your city code. Your city code, specifically section 2-43, subpart B, says any person addressing the council, which would include both citizens coming before the council and the council members themselves, shall confine himself or herself to comments germane to the action under debate, avoid reference to personalities, and refrain from vulgarity or other breach of respect. So that's your city code provision. I will note that when we start talking about Robert's Rules, and I said this to the 5 new council members, I often get questions about parliamentary procedure, but I am not your parliamentarian. Not by code, not by statute, there's nothing that makes me your parliamentarian, but I'm happy to try to do the research and answer questions from the mayor as the chair or anyone else who would ask them of me. But the code says that on all questions of procedure at council meetings not covered by the code, that the general rules of parliamentary procedure shall govern. And that's typically assumed to be Robert's Rules of Order. This book that I'm holding up is the 11th edition of Robert's Rules of Order. It is a very formulaic document. It's over 700 pages, not including appendices. If we were to follow Robert's Rules of Order closely, we would do things much, much differently. So it's always difficult for me when I'm asked what is the rule on that, because I never know whether common convention applies, or the way you've been doing it for 60 years applies, or whether Robert's Rules applies. And that's why on this issue of decorum, I started by reading you what's in the code. But what Robert's Rules says about it is substantially similar. Robert's Rules says, when a question is pending, a member can condemn the nature or likely consequences of the proposed measure in strong terms, but he must avoid personalities, and under no circumstances can he attack or question the motives of another member. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. If a member disagrees with a statement by another in an event that both witnessed, he cannot state in debate that the other's statement is, quote, false, close quote, but he may say, quote, I believe there is strong evidence that the member is mistaken. The moment the chair hears such words as fraud, liar, or lie used about another member in debate, he must act immediately and decisively to correct the matter and prevent its repetition. So that's what Robert's Rules of Order says about decorum among members of the body. And hopefully, Mr. Mayor, that was responsive to the question you asked me.
And good. And wasn't there, something about directing, rather than having two council members engage, especially in a confrontational way, that their conversation is directed toward the chair?
Yes, sir. Robert's Rules says that all communication should be directed to the chair rather than at another member. But even as I was thinking about that, and then I was watching the discussion here today, there are times when you make reference to one another in a collegial way that is that is effective. It's only when you get into you said this, no, you said that it becomes a problem that is addressed by Robert's Rules. I would also note that Robert's Rules makes a point of saying you don't call other members out by name, but rather by title. And it also, and this council has never done it, so again, I'm not sure whether Robert's Rules applies or whether your prior practice applies, but Robert's Rules also says that as to any item or any motion up for debate, each speaker gets to speak only twice and not the second time until everybody else has also had an opportunity to speak. So, I mean, there's a lot of content here in Robert's Rules that's clearly written in black and white, but that have not been uniformly followed by this body in my tenure.
Yeah. Chris?
This is really an opportune time to kind of discuss a matter before us at the request of Councilman Holcomb. He wrote an email to the council, and he requested that during the retreat, we discussed the practice of council members praying before the meeting. Has everyone had a chance to read that?
Yeah.
And I read it. I didn't have any issue. My concern was that it wasn't the norm. He referenced Mr. Jones, rest in peace, Miss Wooten, and most recently myself. And he said, quote, I've talked to the clerk and it seems we are having difficulty getting ministers to lead us in prayer. I would like to make it a priority that we have ordained ministers or laypersons lead us in prayer, not council members. It is my thought that if we cannot find an ordained minister or layperson to lead us in prayer, we simply ask for a moment of silence. That was kind of what struck me. And so we exchanged some emails, and Councilman Holcomb was responsible enough and respectful enough to give me a call, and we had a talk. But I did respond to Councilman Holcomb with a couple of questions. Did you bring this up before the last council? What were their thoughts? I told him I was taken by surprise when you mentioned or asked me to pray, although I have no issue praying. And then I asked Councilman Holcomb to take the privilege of inviting clergy from District 1 and to go ahead and take the lead in this matter, which he's since said he has. His response, though, was even more impactful. Thank you, Chris. No, sir, I have not brought this forward. And I said, well, that's interesting. Why not? And he said, what prompted this was I, like you, was surprised when you were asked to lead us in prayer. I didn't say Jesus' name. I referenced that we are a city of all faiths. And so that was an interesting response. It wasn't the prayer. It wasn't Mr. Jones. It was Sabrina praying and Councilman Taylor praying. And so I wanted to have this discussion in the context of now we have some clarity, although it seems it's not the norm to follow Robert's rule. And Rocky and I have spoken. And just in the last 3 days, I've reached out to the Jewish community. We have 2 rabbis lined up to pray. I've reached out to Worse, pastor, or what do you call them? Minister. She's on board. So the statement that we were having trouble, I mean, we're lined up for a couple months. And so I wanted to give Councilman Holcomb an opportunity to explain and maybe share what he was thinking. But it was just very concerning that Mr. Jones prayed for years and it was never brought up, no issue. And then to say that if we don't have qualified people, which here's a secret, I am ordained and I have led a church as a pastor. And so what we can't do is ignore that we say the pledge and we are one nation under God. And so I wanted to give Councilman Holcomb an opportunity because emails don't always, you can't typically understand the tone. And so I wanted to make it very clear that I have no issue with bringing in ministers, lay persons. I've put forth effort now to fill the schedule because if you know anything about ministers and pastors, they love to talk. They love to pray. And so I'm willing to engage and work with Councilman Holcomb to build out a complete schedule of people that are, in his terms, qualified to pray, which anyone that believes and has faith, I believe, is qualified to pray. And so this is a perfect opportunity to allow for a civil dialogue, respectful dialogue. And I think it's just something that we should deal with.
Great. Rocky.
I think Mr. Taylor put it well. I think it's something they're working on, and I'm not going to go into the details of the conversation we had, unless you want me to, go into the details. But I think there's some the personal ramifications that I think will just keep between us. But I think we agreed on those after our conversation. I certainly don't think there's a need to go into embarrassing folks, unless you want me to.
Our goal here is to listen with respect, disagree agreeably, strive for consensus, and be bold. So, again.
Well, thank you, and I agree with you. Thank you, Chris. And we have been bold, and I think we resolved the problem. And when I talked to the clerk, they had trouble getting folks to come here and pray. And I think a lot of it goes back to COVID. And I don't know how long we keep saying COVID, but I certainly think we got it. As we discussed on the phone, I think we got it straightened out. And as for me saying you, I hope that it didn't strike a nerve with you. I didn't intend to strike a nerve or anything like that. I was just, I didn't know that you were an ordained minister at any point. And so I knew the council had changed. And I had some concerns from the first meeting that we talked about. And so that was my thought process. But no.
And if I could just say, I think this is a perfect example on how to resolve conflicts that do arise. You know, talk to the person individual privately, see if you can come to some agreement. And even if it's not agreement, at least understanding, about what's going on. And, and let me put it this way, I got to look at myself a bit because being a mayor in a council manager form of government has its challenges, because technically I am one of 11, but the guy with the gavel, okay, which is, part responsibility of setting the tone, identifying people to talk in an orderly way, maintaining order and decorum during a meeting, not only with the council members, but, you've heard me talk to some people at the dais sometime, when they get off track a little bit. I've been personally attacked by members at the dais, as other members of council have been. But, part of the duties that I have, as the chair of the meeting, and, is I want to make sure that I don't set myself above everybody else. I just call on people and, keep things moving, for lack of better terms. That's my job. And a lot of times when it comes to certain things, I like sharing the wealth a little bit. When traditionally, when we were scheduled, we couldn't find a minister, Lewis was in a position, first of all, he sat right next to me, but then again, in his position in the funeral business, a lot of times he would be called upon, to give eulogies and prayers and, things of that nature. I'll be right with you. But the thing is, a lot of times too, if there was a special person that was going to be getting a proclamation, I would share the wealth there too. I did it with Aaron Rouse a couple times, especially when there was African American referee that came in. I said, Aaron, how would you like to do this? So the thing is, if you notice, a lot of times I will ask people to read proclamations, especially if they had a relationship with the person or something. I don't want it to be about me. I want it to be about me. But once again, I think, by you gentlemen taking time to iron out the differences and the understanding, I think that's in essence what we're trying to accomplish here. Okay, Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment on the question about prayer in the chamber. I fully recognize the place that prayer has in public discourse, and not to enter the details that were exchanged by Mr. Taylor or Mr. Holcomb, I do think, and I'd be curious what other members of the body think, that we should be deferring to members of the community who are faith leaders to provide that invocation. And for me, it's not something I've spent a lot of time thinking about, and it's certainly not something I felt so strongly enough to bring it up, but since now it is a topic of discussion, my preference would be that council members did not provide the invocation at the meetings for a variety of reasons. Starting with, for reasons I don't think need to be said, but I don't know if anyone else has feelings about that, or if we're in a place to make a decision about that. Hopefully, thanks to the work that Mr. Taylor, everyone else is doing, we won't be in a position to have to do that, but I think we should be, my respectful request would be that we have a kind of a default policy in place that does not include council members providing the invocation. So that's, I want to talk about Robert's rules as well, but.
Yeah. No, but I tell you what, I think, this is important, type of situation. Sometimes, I think, once again, we have to, the strength of our community is that we are a faith-based community of many faiths. And I think we have to realize and, take that into account. I remember we had a Buddhist monk come one time. We have rabbis come. We have a broad spectrum of people that come that represent the fabric of our community. But every once in a while, they get hung up in traffic or something like that. I don't know. Should we develop a generic statement prayer that I would just read, as a dare I say, stopgap situation? But the concept of, all of us taking a lead that, that may be involved in a faith-based organization to invite your respective leaders. This way we get representations, from, all the faiths, and that's something that, Chris and I talked about. This is not Bobby D speaking. This way it's another method of interaction of ourselves, taking a responsibility, to making sure that all the bases are covered. And when we talk about transparency and inclusion, that we would help bring that out.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could go back, I think you just solved the problem for me. Not that it's a great problem, but for me, that's a solution that's completely acceptable and appropriate. That we have people from different faith, representing different faiths on this body, different parts of the same faith, and possibly no faith at all, or unsure about that. And I think we should be respectful of the different faith traditions that people bring to this table by implementing the policy you just described. I think that's great. So if I could go back to the question about Robert's rules, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we do need to have, and we may not solve this today, it may be something we need to talk about later, but we do need to have more clarity about when Robert's rules is applied and when it isn't. I've seen the invocation of Robert's rules, not just on this body, but in other aspects of civic life and my experiences in the past, as a sort of parliamentary technique and tool. And it can be very effective, because when you invoke Robert's rules, it's a technique to end debate or to accelerate or to stop someone who expresses a different point of view from expressing their point of view, or to end or accelerate public engagement. It can be used for all kinds of different purposes. And what I just heard Mr. Stiles say is that we actually haven't adopted Robert's rules as the sort of governing framework by which we run our meetings, and that leaves into question, I think, and that we don't have a parliamentarian. So the opinions that Mr. Stiles shares with us, that I've deferred to as kind of a parliamentary ruling, are just simply opinions which could then be challenged. So we could find ourselves in a really challenging situation. I do think we need to develop some more clarity around how we do that, especially if members are going to invoke Robert's rules as part of their point of order or as a parliamentary technique. I think that can be a very dangerous precedent if we haven't adopted that, and then if we are deferential to that point of order. So that's one thing I want to share about it. I don't have the answer today, and I don't think we have time to figure that out, but we need to. The other thing is, I think what you said about directing comments to the chair is critically important. I think I've experienced debate constantly where comments have been made and directed at individual members, and it can be very confusing, and it can also feel very personal, and I think it lowers the discourse, and it really is, I think, disrespectful to the public to watch their elected members interacting with each other that way. And then the other thing that I really think we need to talk about is, the personal attacks. And as chair, I hope we can agree that we have entrusted, the people also have entrusted the chair, and it's a heavy burden to bear, I'm sure, Mayor, but I think we should I hope that this body will empower Mayor Dyer to step in and intervene when those personal attacks occur and redirect conversation into a more constructive tone in a way that's respectful of every member and fair and balanced, but I have every confidence that you could do that. But when we go down that road of personal attacks, I've been a recipient of it, and I think many other members around this body have also received it. It's extremely problematic for the public trust and public discourse. And the other thing I want to talk about is interruption. Interruption is poisonous to public debate. And it happens a lot, especially around very passionate issues that we are bringing to the table. But I want to give you an example, and I won't be specific about it, but recently I was interrupted, and it completely derailed my train of thought. And fortunately, I was able to bring it back onto the tracks, but that's not fair. And not only is it not fair to me, that's not fair to the people who entrusted me to sit here and represent our district and represent the people of Virginia Beach. It's disrespectful. It's very problematic for them. And Mayor, I really want to encourage you to make sure that those interruptions don't happen, and respectfully ask the members of this body to not interrupt others while they're speaking. Thank you.
And Mark, you also cited, quite frankly, I wasn't aware of, the things that were in our charter in terms of, could you read that one more time, the charter thing?
Yes, sir. Again, this is section 2-43, paragraph B of the city code. Any person addressing the council shall confine himself to comments germane to the action under debate, avoid reference to personalities, and refrain from vulgarity or other breach of respect. For any failure to so perform, he shall be declared out of order by the presiding officer and shall forthwith yield the floor.
Okay. Let me put it this way, kind of my style is interactive, and, I'm always cognizant about people's First Amendment rights, even the people at the podium. And, sometimes that's, difficult when people do drift off, and, but once again, as the thing to do, if I could take a little bit more of a proactive role in, just, nipping, things in the bud, and be assured I will do it respectfully. Jess?
So something that stuck out, something that you read, Mark, about, I think it was from the Roberts Rules, the measure, not the member. And we're at a moment of major transition for this body with new council members coming on, and we're discussing these processes. And so not only is that a process change or shifts, but it's a culture shift too. And I don't know that mission would be the statement for this, but if we could have that as a hashtag, the measure, not the member, and that this is at all times the focus of our discussions and our interactions, whether informal or with formal. So just wanted to sort of elevate that phrasing as something to keep in our mind, as well as really quickly going back to the invocations and to throw out for consideration a moment of silence. So for those who are not religious, and I'm a part of a Christian faith community, and I recognize that there are other faith communities, and as Councilmember Lucci said, there are some who are not religious. And so as we're looking to figure out how to include all of our residents in a sacred moment or in a solemn moment, sometimes it might just be a moment of silence in honor of folks who don't.
Okay, so in other words, we might be able to do both. Have the invocation, and then, before the pledge, just actually say, before the pledge, could we have a moment of silence? Would that be agreeable to people? Okay, Wirt, did you have your hand up?
Yes, a different topic, more protocol. When we're on the dais as council members and we want to make a motion, we can make that motion and then it requires a second.
Correct.
And then discussion ensues, or do we express our opinion and then make a motion? So,
No, I tell you what, Mark?
Again, if you strictly follow Robert's rules, the motion has to be made, it has to be seconded, it would be restated by you, the mayor, as the chair, and then you would typically go back to the person making the motion as the first speaker in support.
Yeah.
Under Robert's rules, that is how it is contemplated. And just let me clarify something in response to a comment from Mr. Berlucci. I do believe that your code essentially says Robert's rules is your fallback in the event that you don't have some other policy or practice in place. The point that I was trying to make is I never know when something that you have been doing over the course of 60 years is now a policy or practice that takes the place of Robert's rules. And so, I know I got called to the mayor's office at the very first meeting where I was the city attorney. I tried to follow Robert's rules on how substitute motions are made and handled, and I got called back and told by the mayor and the vice mayor that's not how we do it. Now, that's how we do it now, because I finally got big enough in my chair to say, but we're going to do it this way. But that's the issue. It's not that Robert's rules doesn't apply. And so I do believe the appropriate thing is to have the motion made, have a second, and then have the debate.
Yeah, that's the way, The way I have been doing it, and thank you, Mark, I am a compliant mayor that listens to you and everything. Always listen to the attorney. The way we do it is, I think works out the best is let the people come up and speak first. Okay? Get the speakers lined up, let them come, give their opinions and things of that nature. Because I think what that does is give people food for thought. Back in, my rookie days of being a councilman back in 2004, way back when, people would approach me, hey, Bob, can you get behind this project? Oh, hey, that sounds good. But then when you get in front of the meeting and you start hearing, other sides of the story, you say, oh boy, why did I commit? So that's why I made it a habit not to commit until I heard everybody, pro and con. But then when we go ahead and make the motion and then find the second, and then we call for council discussion. And the people, the individual that made the motion is usually, the first one out of the chocks, to go ahead and speak. And to me, I think that, presents a more orderly way to do things. And, but once again, the thing is, like I said, I want people to express themselves. I want people to have that comfort zone that you could say what's on your mind, to be transparent, to be bold. And, maybe, sometimes the lone voice is the one that works. If you ever see that movie, 12 Angry Men with Henry Fonda from years ago, there was only one juror that thought the young man was innocent. And then he went around to everybody and was able to convince other people. So never assume because you may be the lone voice at the time that you can't be a person of influence that really has a, thing in the outcome. But the thing is, I'm just saying, as long as we're talking to each other, not at each other. And, a lot of times, in healthcare, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Yeah. Okay, let's, Amelia and then Rosemary.
I just wanted to mention, I was so happy that I went to the Virginia Municipal League because this is happening everywhere. And they gave us a brochure. It says civility, respect, solutions. So other city councils may be having the same. And I was thinking, maybe if we make copies of this for all members, I'll just read a little part right in the middle. And it was just neutral. Be as eager to listen as to speak. Concentrate on what you have in common, not what separates you. Your time is valuable, so is everyone else's. Respect it. As you would expect someone to act in your home. Ask questions to learn, answer questions with respect. Concentrate on facts, not theories. Ask what will persuade people in this room, not what will make a great tweet. Make your case on merits, not on what people want to hear. And make your point about the issue, not the person. When I saw this, I said, it would be great. And that's from the Virginia Municipal League, that if each of us had this and really concentrate, we'll be talking with and not at, or not in that anger or pointing. All of those things doesn't look good on. People are asking, is this Virginia Beach?
Yeah,
this is
and
not Virginia Beach like that.
And I think that's a point that Amelia's bringing out, is we're not the only ones having these conversations. There are a lot of bodies out there having these conversations. Rosemary?
Well, governance is always a topic at the retreats, because we sometimes forget things, and we have to be reminded, and each of us are elected, and we have a lot of people who are looking to us to help them with their issues, and they have confidence in us to vote for them and all of that sort. So we always talk about this. Amelia, I'm really glad that you brought up the VML. I'm a past president of VML, which was a real honor for me to share that. So those of you that have not engaged in anything with VML, I found it as a very rewarding part of my elected life. I got to meet people from all over the state, and the networking is just really fantastic. And they have a small but very able staff that does just really great things, and we can call upon them as a resource because we are a dues-paying member of them. And one of the largest things that they do, besides education, is they have different, like for brand new council members, they have what it's like to be a brand new elected official, is they are a very strong lobbying force in for local governments. Which, when we talk about legislative things, I think I want to talk something about what they're doing. Since the prayer issue has come up, I've heard a couple of different things, and I think one thing is I have a question. Mark, whatever we decide, does it have to be made into a policy, or can it be an informal decision of how to move forward with the prayer issue?
Well, as a legal proposition, if you all agree, if there's a consensus on how you move forward, you don't have to have a formal resolution. But the benefit to having a formal and approved resolution is that, 5 years down the road, when we don't remember what we said in this meeting, we have it in writing. So I don't think you have a legal obligation as long as you all agree, but you might want to have it in writing just so that you know what your policy is.
Okay, thank you. And then, so I've heard two different scenarios here. One is if we can't find a person that's qualified to come on and lead us in prayer, which I really appreciate the work that Rocky and Chris have done. That's fantastic, and I'm sure Amanda appreciates it.
Do you mind if I just say one thing real quick about the process or how we've been looking for?
Well, let me finish
okay,
what I want
I'm
to say,
sorry.
if you don't mind.
Just wanted to make sure I
explain
the process.
Thank you. So I've heard two different ways that we can handle when their person's not able to be there. One is to do a moment of silence for everyone, or to have kind of a prayer that the mayor could read, or to do both. So I think it would be good if we could come up with which direction. I mean, I could do any of all three. But we need to probably have a policy like Mark talked about, so that would help with the confusion. So if we could put some thought into which direction you'd like to go, I think that would be really, really helpful, especially, for Bobby leading the meeting. So, thank you.
Yeah. Amanda?
Mayor, so I just wanted to explain the process that we go through in the city clerk's office in trying to find someone for the invocation. We invite religious leaders from the community. We do it by telephone call, emails. We do it in a non-biased way, which accurately reflects the diversity of our city. We make sure that we are going through each district, reaching out to community leaders and the religious leaders in each district and in denominations. So we have had a challenge since we have come out of the pandemic in getting responses from religious leaders to attend. We all understand things come up, and occasionally that happens. We have someone scheduled, and something comes up, and they let us know at the last minute they're unable to attend. But we do have one specific deputy city clerk in my office that works on this and works on it, weeks in advance. And we have really struggled as of late to get religious leaders to commit to attend. So. If you all have individuals, please send them the individuals' names and information to me. They may already be on our list. It may be something different being contacted by a council member directly. Maybe they're more responsive, but that is the process at this point and how we've attempted to make sure someone is scheduled each meeting.
Yeah, I know it was a logistic, challenge for you. Okay, anybody? Yep, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Religion and politics, lucky us. Just as the only member of the Jewish faith on our council, I appreciate in some ways having this conversation. I do support the proposal that if nobody is otherwise available, that you lead us in prayer. I would respectfully ask that to the extent there is prayer from a member such as yourself from the dais, that it be non-denominational prayer or a moment of silence. And as far as the decorum issue goes, being a new member on the council and having watched council meetings from time to time, I can tell you as an observer, they can sometimes be difficult to watch. And I'm sure they've been very difficult to be a part of as well. And I would just ask everybody up here to be mindful of the fact that the public is watching, and our staff is watching too. That was one of the things as I was kind of sitting and thinking about the various exchanges among the council, that it places our staff in a very difficult situation when we don't treat each other with respect. So I just wanted to throw that out there because it had been something I was thinking about.
Okay, thank you. Sabrina?
So in the conversation of prayer and a moment of silence, so myself, I am an ordained pastor, plus served as a chaplain, have a lot of experience in that, just making sure folks know. Sometimes people, wonder if you're qualified to do it or not. But I've certainly prayed when I have been asked. I do not have to pray. That's not something I have to do. But I do like to have emphasis on prayer. You can have prayer in a moment of silence, but prayer specifically, prayer guides our conversations, provides wisdom, also protection. I have watched as prayer was taken out of schools, and that was one person who did that. And since prayer was taken out of schools, things have gotten increasingly worse. And I believe keeping prayer in City Hall is very beneficial. And I think that's something that we should strive to do. In terms of decorum, the golden rule is always applicable. Treat people like you want to be treated. Oftentimes, people look at the rebuttal or the response or someone, but responses come from initial actions. So I think we should all remember to treat others like we want to be treated, and I think that's helpful. I have also reached out to members in the community to pray, do that often, especially when I see that there is a void, because I do believe in the guidance and power of prayer. But also, I know some folks, have a problem with mentioning the name of Jesus. And in the interest of making sure, because we are a community of all faiths, we just want to make sure that we're not trying to isolate, that name or that Christian faith because we don't like that name. Or saying some folks don't like it because I love the name of Jesus. But we just have to make sure that we're not trying to exclude one because it may be offensive. We want to make sure everyone is, and all faiths are included, like the mayor said. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, that was a very important point. But, the thing is, as we tap into other resources, and I know I have a habit of mentioning our up-and-coming Hope Project, but Amelia is going to be helping organizing a lot of the faith-based organizations that we have in the city. So we're going to have a pool list of people who are going to be actively involved from all faith-based organizations. And, and I tell you what, I would even mind respected members of the community. Prayer is a unifying thing. That's been proven on the battlefield over many, many years of, and it's a way of helping with setting a tone for neither conflict or avoiding conflict. So I tell you what, I think this, conversation has been fruitful. So if it's okay, maybe we can come up with a template for a generic prayer, and we'll put it in the Friday package for your look at and to make sure it's okay, and then we can talk about more when we come back. How's that sound?
Mayor, if I may, I think there was discussion about the potential of having a resolution so that you could codify this conversation. And I think that's a question that's been raised. Is that some direction that this body
Okay,
wants to
let
give
me
to
ask the
that?
body, do we need a resolution on that, or could we agree to at least try it and see how it goes and then modify it with a resolution? Your thoughts? Michael?
I agree to try it. I just want to make sure we're clear about what it is. So,
Yeah.
so the policy would be that someone develops a prayer that the mayor would deliver if a member of clergy from the community isn't available.
That is correct, and then also, at Jennifer's, requested, even after the prayer, we just take a little time and have a moment of silence to, make sure everybody's included. Is that acceptable? Okay?
And I
the
don't
other
think we need a
area-
resolution, Mayor, as long as we commit that we're not going to deviate from that plan.
No, that won't be a problem. And then the other thing is the chair will have, the discretion to, if I see things going off the rail even a little bit, I can make a point of order and say, okay, let's get back on
And the
track.
reason I'm being so clear about that, Mayor, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, is that it's very awkward to raise a point of order or objection in front of a prayer. So.
Oh, no, that's what I'm.
So I don't want to find myself in that position, and I don't think any other member of this body do. So if we are all on the same page, for me personally, I'm fine with not having a policy, but that's as long as we're all making the commitment to stick to that plan.
Yeah,
as just described.
let's give it a trial run, and then if necessary, we can codify it. Jennifer?
All right, I don't want to take us too off the rails, but this is, a few times Mark has said, well, there's sometimes there's practice and then there's Robert's Rule of Order. So there's what's in writing and then there's what the culture of the body has been over time. And depending on who's in the room will depend on what's going on if there's nothing in writing. I don't know that it needs to be a formal, how formal it needs to be, but something that can be referenced regardless of who, at what point someone is on the body. And this is beautiful alliteration that between Amanda and Mark, you all came up with this idea of policy versus practice for process for this body, whether something is formal in writing or whether something is culturally informal. And something that's not up here, but it's in the vein of this conversation that I would, if we have the bandwidth to talk about it, is how we elect a vice mayor for the body. I think for a lot of us there was, at least for me, I was anticipating a group discussion about it. I'd gotten conversations about interests, and so I anticipated that there was no process or any kind of discussion about how it would move forward.
Okay.
And so I think this is kind of in that, where there's a cultural practice, but when people change in and out, and there's nothing clarified, then it creates confusion, so.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think, with that in the vein, once again, nobody ever wants to hear, well, this is government, we've always done it this way. but this way it has been an established practice long before I was gotten here. But, certainly, I'll tell you what, the idea of, especially I can imagine 5 people coming in new, not knowing, the folks involved, But once again, I think this is a point for a future, discussion that we always have to be at least willing to have.
Mayor, if I may, before we move on to that topic, I want to just procedurally make sure that you all
Sure.
have agreement on something else that's kind of lingering out
Okay.
there before you get into the
Hey,
conversation
go for
about
it.
Vice Mayor. So what I'm hearing is you are not asking staff to come back with a resolution related to the process
Not at
for
this time.
prayer. However, you are willing to move forward with the practice whereby outside members of the community or outside of this body are invited to provide the invocation at each of your council meetings. If somebody is not available or isn't there last minute, then the mayor will have a pre-written prayer statement that he will read in response or when there is a vacancy or somebody's not available. What I'm not clear about is the moment of silence. There was conversation about in place of that pre-written or in addition to, and again,
I would like to at least field test, right now Jennifer made a recommendation that after the prayer, before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, we just ask for a moment of silence, of reflection.
And so that's going to be the new practice moving forward at this point.
Can we all agree to that, to try that? See how it goes?
So it'll be in the event that,
Yeah,
and will that happen even when you have another member from outside of this body come? So you will always
and then
have
I
a
will
moment of
call
silence.
for a moment of silence. Yes,
So you still have who is preparing the draft of the agreed-upon text of the prayer in the event no one shows?
I'll tell you what, I will, okay.
I would suggest for consideration, the vice mayor delivered, I believe, the same prayer every single time. It did not invoke the
Louis
name.
Jones?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I believe it went, Heavenly Father, you are always with us and beside us. Be with us this evening as we consider the affairs of our great city. Give us the patience to listen, the wisdom to decide, and the strength to act. Amen.
What do you think? All right, there we go. That's one less thing I got to do this week. Is that okay?
Louis still gives to us.
Yes.
Mark,
So
thank you.
that'll then be your agreed upon process moving forward.
Okay,
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure for a point of clarity. And I
Good.
still think there are a lot of questions that you all have raised in general about use of Robert's rules. Even before you have the conversation about the process for vice mayor, there were other questions about when to use it, if you're using it. I think it gets to Councilmember Ross's question about practice versus culture versus process. So I think that's a larger question. I think there's a specific example of that in the vice mayor conversation.
and the other thing is too, I think what Mark read about, what's in our charter now in terms of, the way we treat each other and stuff like that. I think that's the foundation that at least we could go forward. And then, once again, if anybody ever has any difficulty, with the way, I'm managing meetings and stuff, hey, I'm available, for discussion. And, not a problem at all. Okay?
Did you have something?
I was just going to say the process for the selection of the vice mayor is also set forth in the charter. It says, the first meeting of the term following a general election of councilmen, the council shall choose by a majority vote of all members thereof, one of its members to be the vice mayor. So that's what your charter provides. The level of debate and conversation you have is of course up to the body, but that's when you do it and that's how you do it. And you've also actually passed as a council, a resolution that describes how the nominations are made and the votes are tallied. You did that, I think, 2 vice mayoral elections ago. So just to provide
Jennifer?
little information there is on that.
What is that resolution? So, and I'm saying, again, this is the measure, not the members. This isn't really about the previous, I'm thinking 10 years from now, when, let's say, 5 new people come on again, and what does this look like? So I understand that that's in the charter, but I would hope that there would be a group-level discussion about it. It's, again, respectful, it's all of these things, but that it's an open conversation. So I would be curious, I am curious what that resolution says, to see if we're living up to that.
Yeah, I think, part of the, Jennifer, the problem is that we're mandated right now to do it at the first meeting, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone a copy of the resolution. It's more of just what is the process for nominating and voting. It doesn't really, I think it assumes that the motion and debate, nomination and debate is essentially the way you nominate for other things. But you do have a specific written adopted policy. You can always change it, but I will provide it to all of the members in the next package.
Okay, Sabrina? Okay.
Yes, what I was going to say, when I came on, and that came up because I had Lewis Jones, as I always still call him, vice mayor. And the process, what I did is go back to the charter. So I knew there was a process. So if, from going forward, if anyone doesn't know, ask.
Okay, Sabrina?
I think what I experienced when I was a new council person was I did see that information in the charter, looked that up. But the point of where there's discussion, so we all know there's discussion before it happens. It doesn't just happen the day that you vote for the person. It happens, folks call, garner votes. What we might want to do is bring that process into the open, perhaps in an informal meeting leading up to the beginning of January. That may be helpful for new people coming in, so they know if you're running, they can get a more better understand why, who you are, and you can talk about it. Ask them questions if you like. The point is, by the time you get to the dais and the vote is taken, you don't really get a chance to see and hear that discussion. And so I'm not speaking, for Councilmember Ross, but that's what I sense that you're talking about, the discussion part. And we do that way before. It comes to the vote on the dais in January. So that's what I believe is being mentioned.
If I may, thank you. I don't want to belabor this, just to clarify my point. So I understand that it's in the charter. I see that it's a process. I think it's insufficient is what I'm trying to communicate in terms of, I think it doesn't seem to be a cultural practice in place of group discussion. And so that's something that I would like to submit to the body for a future consideration, that as a group, I understand that we vote the first meeting, I understand that process. I think, though, it would add value to that decision if we could, as a body, come together and, again, not attack, not vote for me because of this and because that person's horrible. It's not that conversation. But it's when you're coming in, and I would like to be able to hear from my colleagues and sort of hear the merits of this decision. So I want to be clear, that's my intention for this conversation. It's trying to elevate discussion.
And Jennifer, if I could just bring up, a thing, that, we have that vote, but, we have, once again, a magnificent, one of the things improvements I wanted to make was to have in the ability of, in informal sessions, and I think informal, that council members can say whatever they want. They have an opportunity for comments, innovations, suggestions, and things of that nature. And, once again, we have a plethora of opportunities. I really want to encourage conversation on anything that, can and should be brought up, about what's going on. Michael?
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to provide something I was thinking about in response to the conversations about having more dialogue or council consideration about the process for electing a vice mayor. One of the things that I think we haven't considered is that, for example, let's just take this last year. There were 5 new members who weren't seated until that January 3rd meeting. So I'm not sure how we could have had a formal meeting where that dialogue would have occurred in the first place. Not that I object to having those conversations about the roles and responsibilities of vice mayor, about the expectation of vice mayor. I think that is a constructive and important conversation that I think would benefit the body and I also think would benefit the community. But just thinking operationally, I don't know how that could have occurred as a public meeting before the first meeting in January, where we're required by the charter.
It was a logistic challenge.
So that's one thing. The other thing I really want to emphasize about this discussion is that vice mayor is a position that, I've learned more and more is really important in the internal affairs of the council. Certainly standing in the place of the mayor when the mayor can't be present for community events and when the mayor can't be present for a meeting, but also in coordinating the internal operations of the council. And I think I just really want to make sure that that's, a key component of what we're discussing here when we talk about vice mayor, because yes, it is a title, but it's really a title that exists within the body, and that's why it's not a popularly elected position. That's why it's one that's elected by the body. And I think that that's what's been missed in these conversations, in part, that we've been having about the position of vice mayor and the election of vice mayor, is the importance of recognizing the maintenance of relationships and open communication and dialogue and mutual respect. And that's at the core of what the responsibilities for the vice mayor is all about. And maybe that's what we could have explored further if we had those chance to have those conversations, and I think we should. I just don't know what the solution would be, given that the new council would have to be seated first. And I also just, as I said, wanted to emphasize that point about the role of vice mayor, because I think sometimes when the outcome isn't what a person desires, it's easy to criticize the process. But maybe the process isn't flawed as has been described.
Okay. I'll tell you, a point of further consideration. Worth?
Just one last comment. Very good discussion. I would suggest that it begin the informal session right before we're seated, because with all due respect to both candidates, it's why I abstained. Thanks.
Okay. All right, but, hey, once again, I think, let's take advantage of the ability of council discussions and innovations, to, really, fine tune some of this and, assure that people find, comfort levels, and at least we're getting some background on the whys of things, and there are things that are codified, but, I'll tell you what, the one thing I found out being on council, and especially at mayor, the whole process is a fluid, ever-changing process. And there are a lot of times there are no rules or anything, written. And, just speaking personally, the role of vice mayor, how shall I put it, changed after the 531 mass shooting. We had an incredible amount of press inquiries go on. And, I was just unable to do 80-something press inquiries in 2 or 3 days. And the Vice Mayor, Jim Wood, stepped forward. And, the Vice Mayor position got a lot more proactive. And, once again, we're a dynamic, fluid organization where things just pop up and have to be taken care of reactively. And, the thing is, and the important thing is that we're all on the same page and at least working and rowing in the same direction, that we overcome whether it be a tragedy or, don't forget a couple of years ago, they had we had a jet aircraft crash in the middle of a neighborhood. you never know what's going to pop up, but we got to be ready for it. Okay?
So speaking of process, you do have a couple of procedural items on this list related to your meetings. One was clarity on the process for calling a meeting, and then clarity on the process for bringing forth agenda items, ordinances, and resolutions.
Okay, on calling a meeting, there's two things. We have a process right now where I could call a meeting. A good example of this was right after COVID came out. On a Tuesday, we were informed that we could open up restaurant patios immediately if we had passed a resolution. So I called for a special meeting on that Thursday. We voted on it, and they were open on Friday. And now another method, if, let's say, you asked me to conduct a special meeting, and I said, no, I don't think it would be appropriate. You can go out and find 2 more people, 3 people among yourselves could actually call a meeting. Or another example, if 3 of you have a special interest on working on a particular project and want to be able to meet, under the current rules, you can't meet with more than 2 people without calling a public meeting. So that it's just correct?
City manager too.
And the city, yeah. Mark?
On that last point, if 3 of you are gathered together and discussing city business, that is a meeting. That is a meeting that is, as that term is defined by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and you have to give notice of that, and the public has to be able to attend that, and you have to keep minutes of it unless it's a closed session authorized under the same law. So 3 people calling a special meeting would be a full council meeting, not a committee meeting.
Right.
And the notice would have to go to all council members and to the public at the same time. Okay? And this is all set forth again in your code, and I'll just read the section to you. It's section 221. The mayor, any 3 members of the council, or the city manager, although I don't think in the history of the city manager has ever called a special meeting, may call special meetings of the council at any time upon notice to each member at his usual place of business or residence. Notice reasonable under the circumstances of special or emergency meeting shall be given contemporaneously with the notice provided to the mayor, the members of council, or the city manager conducting the meeting. So that is the code section. The process is laid out in Muni Code for anybody to see. And then, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, then just to be clear, no business shall be transacted at a special meeting of the council except that business for which it shall have been called, unless all members of the council attend such special meeting or give their written consent thereto. So the special meeting call has to say what you're going to do. For example, the one the mayor read today said it was for the purpose of conducting this retreat. Many times it will talk about specific items. Where it does so, you can't talk about anything else or take any other action or do any other business other than what's in that special meeting call. So.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're going to find that in an office sometimes 3 people will start talking to each other, and one person's got to leave. When we were having discussions on closing items for the COVID, we had one time we had 3 people in the room. One of us has to leave. That's not the rules that we're have done. That's state law. So, so once again, you even got to be cognizant about even an informal meeting on property. And Hey, Mark, what's the thing now that they all have offices now in the building about meeting with, even informal meetings, chance meetings, three talking at the same time?
You should not get together, even informally in the hallways, and talk about city business. Anytime three of you are in a group and talking about city business, you are in a meeting for purposes of the Freedom of Information Act, and all of the requirements of that act should be met. So I don't think it's a problem if you're all in your individual office space and you're all individually talking to citizens, or you may be talking to one other council member, but you all shouldn't gather in the hallway outside your offices and start, talking about who you're going to nominate for vice mayor, as a funny example. So yes, sir, that's the rule.
Some of the rules we impose on ourselves, and some of the rules are imposed on us. Okay, now can we go on to the process of bringing forth agenda items, briefing presentations, resolutions, and ordinances? Yeah, Rosemary?
So I think it's probably come readily apparent that even though we've been in business for 60 years, we have not always had policies in place. We sort of just done things because it's like the turkey. Why did grandma cut the tail off the turkey? Well, her grandmother taught her to do that, and the grandmother before that, and it was so it would fit in the pan. So we've just been doing things a certain way just because we always had. But I think you've noticed, especially with our budget coming up, and our agendas are getting very, very packed and very full, and our time is really limited. There's only so much that we can do, we can hear. And the staff has also brought this up, that we really should have a process for bringing things to the agenda. So the Wednesday prior to a Tuesday meeting, we have an agenda meeting, and it's Patrick and Bobby and I and Amanda and Mark and sometimes
Debbie
Bryan, and we go over what's going to be on the agenda for the next week. In the past, anybody could put anything on the agenda, but it's getting pretty crowded and pretty unwieldy, and we really thought it'd be better to have a process for this. I spent a long time talking to Mayor Alexander of Norfolk about how they do things. Their process is if you want something on the agenda, you go through the mayor, and the mayor puts it on the agenda. That's their process. They also, when we talked about decorum earlier, when they're in an open session, no one says anything bad about anybody else. Once they go behind closed doors or something, if they have a problem, that's where they hash it out. So it was really interesting talking to Kitty about how they do things. So we thought that perhaps we should formulate a process for getting things on the agenda, and it should maybe mirror how we do a public meeting. You can bring things to the mayor or the city manager, and if there's a problem, like we talked about collective bargaining earlier, we said, we really are too busy, can we do this later? If our agenda's too packed or whatever, they would have the latitude to say, it's not going to be able to be on this week. But if you feel really, really strongly about it, you find two other sponsors, so that if the mayor or the city manager say it's not going to work this time, you can go get two other sponsors. One thing, you need to have a second when you bring something up. So you really want to make sure you've got some other people who feel that this is an important issue to put on the agenda at this time. And our time is really super valuable, as you're starting to find out. Some of you have said, just becoming a council member, how almost overwhelming it is just at the beginning, learning everything. And it's been really difficult for the staff. The staff they need a process in place, which we really don't have. So this is a recommendation, and I don't want to speak for the mayor, but we've talked about it, and I believe he feels the same way.
You know, the thing is, I appreciate the fact that I'm one of 11. But the thing is that, in process, when, something comes up at the last minute, or it might be a topic that we got to be careful about, bringing forward right away. But I think the other thing is, too, that when we have the agenda meetings on a Wednesday, but we have a council meeting, the workshop the prior day, and we have that opportunity for council discussion. Personally, I would like to, if somebody has an agenda they want to bring forward, to bring it up then in front of council and discuss it so I could hear about the merits, about whether it should be, rather than me making a unilateral decision, it'd make a more inclusive decision on things. But, the other thing is too, and when we talk about, putting things on the items for briefings, once again, I think it's the same, type of, situation where if I don't think it's, appropriate, once again, I kind of mentioned in my preamble that, we got to be careful about precedent about what we put on, in terms of inviting outside members to come to our briefings. I think, that's something that we have to be able to talk about as a council. So, but the thing is, the recommendation there is to keep the subject in a broad perspective. A good example, like process for grant allocation. How do we give money to everybody, not necessarily one person, which is an advocacy position? But that sets a precedent, because then we have the expectation that anybody can be bringing people in. But once again, this is just a matter of being order, and just so the staff knows what to do, and realize that when people even bring forth an agenda item or resolutions and ordinances, it takes staff and legal involvement, and there is a little bit of a process. So sometimes the last minute stuff can be problematic.
Mayor, if
Yes.
I might, so just to clarify, so the recommendation is essentially to follow the same process that you use now for calling a meeting, for placing items on the agenda, or having briefings, or resolutions, or ordinances. It could be the mayor, it could be the city manager, or it could be if there are 3 members of the body that agree to place something on the agenda. So you're following that same process you have for a meeting. Just want to clarify, that's the recommendation, correct?
Okay, any conversation on that? Yeah, Jennifer.
So just to clarify, this is either or, like one of these 3? So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jennifer, let's put it this way. Let's just say you bring it to me, and then I bring it to the body, and we say, well, maybe it's not an appropriate time, or, it should have more council discussion. But you really say, oh boy, I really want to get this going. So all you got to do is find 2 friends to, go along, and we'll have it put on the agenda. We use that criteria because if you wanted to call for a special meeting, and you say, Bob, I want to have a special meeting, and I said, no, I don't think that would be appropriate, that you have the opportunity to talk to 2 of your colleagues and call for that special meeting. So the thing is, I don't want to close the door on anybody. I don't want to be perceived of doing that. But the idea is just to bring a little bit more order, and but once again, we have the opportunity the day before the agenda meeting, for people to bring up and say, boy, I'd really like to get this on the agenda. And we can hopefully, as a body, make the decision there about put it on for, next week, or, let's wait to a more appropriate time after the budget's done, or, that type of thing. Yeah, the thing is, it's about order. That's what it's about. Barbara?
Well, I think that's exactly the way to do it, because it really makes good sense. Because if you want to get something approved, you want to make sure it's something that people are going to be supportive. And if you have the opportunity, and we do, since it's on the agenda, to council's ideas or whatever you call it, that it gives you a chance to find out whether there's support or not. And if there's not support, then you're really better off to just not pursue it at that time and wait until you do get support. So I think that's the way to do it, and I don't know that we want to make it hard and fast, that there's no other way to do it, but that just makes good political sense. And I think just the way that we can be considerate of each other, because we all want to know what's coming, and we all want to have a chance to think about it. And again, if there are issues that people have, it gives us a chance to get them worked out before it does come to the agenda, and we're able to not have divisive issues. We can get together and make our compromises before and not have to have a divisive council meeting, because that's not in anybody's best interest.
And if I can point out too, Jennifer, one of the ideas about discussing things preemptively, we have this new system now where no matter what, you're going to have to go out and at least five friends to get 6 green lights. That we can agree with. And one of the ideas about pre-discussing what you want to bring forward, and the thing is, what I would do when I would be talking to people, you pick up the phone and you try to, find your friends. The other thing is ask them if they want to help you sponsor it. So this way you're not just the lone name up on the request list. You come in with, 7, 8 sponsors. I think it's got a good chance of getting passed. Just my guess. No, but I'm just saying, this is how you build a consensus. But here's the other thing too. By reaching out to the other people, and this has happened to me where I come up with, some of my initiatives over the time. And they'll say, hey, Bob, that's not a good idea, don't even go there. But more times people will say, this is a good idea, but did you think about including this? Now all of a sudden, people are buying into what you're trying to do. And this way you're building a consensus up. And so this way when you put out, and the thing is, I always like to put out a draft, and it says draft right on it. And then, talk about it first. And, when I was a council person, bring it out, because don't forget, there was a time when I came on, we had 4 formal meetings every month, but then we decided to go to just the 2 formals. But I would at least in a discussion, council discussion, okay, this is the draft. Any ideas? Who would want to sponsor this? And, I tell you what, I got a lot of stuff passed. And, just a thought.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if council adopts this, I'll probably follow the same practice that we do with the special meetings, like what the city attorneys mentioned. Like I would not use this, right? Because to me, it's like, if what I'm hearing is if this is adopted, council's basically saying they want a process where they get feedback before something gets on the agenda, right? To me, it's if a council member would come to me and ask me to put this on as my agenda item, I'd defer them back to mayor and council for a dialogue. So I just want to make sure we just state that for clarity sense as well.
Do people think that's a good idea?
Can I say something to Mr. Dehaney? Yes.
Yeah.
And I understand where you're coming from, but I think you need to leave a little bit of a window there in case there's an emergency type thing that you feel like we really need to address.
Yep. And for me, the emergency would be if it's like a prevailing city municipal operation issue, not like a policy or political matter. But if there's something that is going on.
But leave yourself a little bit of a window. So I don't think we should exclude you on this. You should still be in there, but you can still have your position, which I think everybody could understand. But I can tell you, I've been doing this job for a long time, and so is Bobby and Barbara, and we want to help everybody. If you've noticed in our discussions, we're open to what everybody has to say, and we want to care, and we understand everybody has initiatives we need to get through. And so I don't foresee anything reasonable being denied unless it needs more time, for the staff to work on it or whatever. And if you remember when we named the Lewis Jones Rec Center, I called every single person, and we had 11 sponsors on there. So that's kind of a really good feeling when you see all the names on there. I had a good feeling it was going to pass.
Chris, did you have something? Okay. Well, but once again, I think, this is just another method for us to enhance communication among ourselves. And, once again, as we go through the new system, where collaboration and communication are going to be probably more essential than it was in the past. So, my suggestion is, let's give it a try and, see if it helps, just smooths out operations a little bit and,
So
but,
just to-
certainly the opportunity.
Just to recap then, the process for calling a meeting as well as having agenda items placed on the agenda or bringing forward resolutions, ordinances, or having briefings would be, it's either the mayor's prerogative, it could be the city manager's prerogative, or if 3 members of the body agree and come together. And what the city manager has said, that when it comes to placing items on the agenda, ordinances or resolutions, unless it is a matter of operational emergency, if a council member comes to him to place an item on the agenda or get an ordinance or resolution, that he would refer it back to the body. So that
Okay.
you, as a council member, would have to abide by the process of finding 2 friends to co-sponsor whatever that item might be.
Okay. Any other comment?
Well, I think this is a good way to go. It does not look good if we're sitting out there, something that comes up complete surprise. You can see in everybody's faces. And it looks like, have you all not done your homework? You are the governing body. Don't let us embarrass ourselves moving forward like that.
And, Barbara, go ahead.
I don't know. I think that's still putting you and the city manager in a difficult position of being the one who could do it. I think we should strongly recommend that it be brought to the full body the Tuesday before you want it on because I think, I just hate for you or the city manager to be in that position.
Oh, no, be assured, and that's why I am encouraging, usually it's, a day that we have a workshop, the following Wednesday is when we get together. During the workshop, before we do the consent agenda, we have time for discussion and initiatives and things of that nature. That's when I suggest you bring it forward for those meaningful things. And this, once again, if you get the various inputs from the people that are involved at the table with us, I think passage and everything, it's a smoother operation. Patrick?
Councilmember Henley, to clarify where I'm at with it, I got 11 bosses, but I take direction from at a minimum 6, and sometimes a supermajority of you all, depending on the item. I'm not going to bring anything. If somebody's asking me for something, and if council adopts this policy, I'm not bringing anything in there that I feel like would be concerning or a policy matter. I would not put it on the agenda unless, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, if it's like an operational emergency thing, like bombs are about to fall on Virginia Beach or something like that, we'll put something like that on the agenda. But to me, I would stay clear of that because I know I got 11 bosses, but I take direction from 6 or 8 of you all.
And I think by us talking about it the Tuesday before, it takes the onus of responsibility and perception that I'm making a unilateral decision. If we have the conversations and, you kind of get a feeling in the room when you get a green light or not. And that way when it's brought forward and discussed and inputs and co-sponsors, your initiatives have a far, far greater chance of moving forward. Yeah, Josh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just a clarification for you, Mr. City Manager. Are you saying that I don't think you should feel inhibited for bringing something forward on your own, or if there's a question about it, I think you should be able to go to the mayor and.
Oh, no,
and
yeah.
get it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's typically how we work now. I mean, there's general like operation stuff, like budget transfers and stuff like that that go on, that comes on through the city manager, right? Those things, I don't think anybody's saying there's an issue with that. But even those, the mayor, vice mayor, Mark, Amanda, and I, and Deborah, when we meet, we discuss those anyway. And if the mayor and the vice mayor has any concern and say, hey, we don't know if the body's ready for this, I defer to their judgment on that. You know, but no, we're 99% of the time, the things that the city manager's office want to bring forward are things that we need for operational efficiency or to operate the local government.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you for making the clarification. And I can say as a new member and just having, you know, gone to the several meetings in December and the few that we've had, you know, I don't think the public realizes how much is actually on our plate and how much we have to get through and how compressed the time frame feels when you're in the informal session, getting through what we have to deal with. So I think, you know, we're essentially a $2.5 billion public corporation, and it is it behooves us and it better serves the public to have orderly process in terms of how we go about parsing through issues. So I support that.
Great.
I do have one procedural question back to the body, because you're all about creating clear process and understanding the difference between practice and process. Do you want this new process that you all have outlined today to come back in some type of written form for you all to approve?
We'll have our legal eagle work on a policy for the council.
Yeah. And and then we'll still have more discussion on it. And it's true, we tried, and if there's any glitches in it, we'll fix it and make it better. Okay? Yeah, Sabrina.
So I just want to make sure the verbiage about the Tuesday before, is that a part of this process? I don't see it written down. I heard it mentioned, but is that a part of
The
the process?
opportunity is going to be there.
So that's just a,
The opportunity is going to be there for
okay,
anybody
so that's just an
to come.
opportunity. Okay, thank you.
Okay?
If I might
Yeah.
clarify, the policy will just simply say, in order for an item to be placed on the agenda, it must either be approved by the mayor, requested by the manager, or requested by 3 council members. That's the policy. Is that right?
That's for briefings and
For
Formal.
voting items or briefing items?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I understand?
Yeah.
Do I have it right?
Jennifer?
This item, the agenda item says, agenda items, briefings, resolutions, and ordinances. So it's all of that?
Yes, all of that. And,
Thank you.
know, but let me put it this way. You know, the style I think we should have, you know, let's try it, and if it needs tweaking, we'll improve it. Okay? All right, moving on.
Can I ask
Yes.
one more question?
Yes, sir.
I have in the past, and I told all the new council members, when my office is asked by a council member to draft an ordinance or resolution, I have asked the council member to notify the rest of the council of the briefing request. So that we have everything documented, may I include that within this written policy as well, since that's what my practice has been, but I would like it reduced to writing unless there was an objection by the council to that.
Mark is asking that if you go to him and say, boy, could you write up this draft? It, you know, takes kind of the political pressure off him, that we're informed about what's going on. Yes.
I think that's important because, for example, we were new people elected, and we had a resolution we hadn't actually gotten to really read, just told sign. Anyone remember that? That was the day of Eileen Laurier came in. We had not read, because it was just given to sign. I'm glad that was destroyed, but yeah, we had our names thinking this was something that had been approved by everybody, and it had not.
Yeah. Michael?
Hi.
Okay, then.
Well, thank you. I agree, and I think that a policy around that would be extremely helpful, but it needs to be enforced universally and evenly. because, and Mr. Stiles, I want to absolve you from responsibility around this, but I've been asked many times by Mr. Stiles or his staff to send notifications to the council, really any time I've asked them to draft a resolution. But I don't recall, rarely if ever, receiving a similar notification. And we've had some extremely divisive issues before the council. And divisive issues are part and parcel of what we do, no doubt about it. And that's why we were elected, and it's why we're here. And I'm not shying away from that. What's so funny? Huh? Oh, he's talking. So, but the lack of the policy that we described here has caused the council and the community to face some extremely divisive meetings. And at the same time, we've been lacking in time to spend on the things that really have been identified as the top priorities for our community. And that's been a real shame. It's been a real shame, and our community has suffered as a result. So I totally support this policy, but I really want to emphasize the need for making that notification as a universally applied, because I frankly don't think it's been applied fairly. I don't know if other people have been ignoring Mr. Stiles, or if I've been the only one who has been adhered to his request, but it hasn't been applied fairly, and it's not right.
Okay,
and it's
Patrick.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. So council sounds like they're moving in this direction and to adopt a written policy to this, to actualize this. There are items that have been requested on the forthcoming council meetings by individual council members that did not follow this process. Should I just let those continue, whatever's in the queue continue, and then take up after the fact, or should we, because we could always just.
It's pre.
Yeah, we got a couple of weeks. We don't have a meeting until the 7th, correct?
The 7th, so I could communicate out those items that have been requested to the council for the council to give, or I'm just looking for direction on what do I do with those.
Okay. Okay, Sabrina.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't want to respond to that, but something came up. I know Amelia asked a question, or was talking about signing a resolution when Congresswoman Elaine LaRuia was there. I believe that was the one that I put forth. But I believe our process that we have done in the past, we usually sign resolutions or proclamations pretty much the day of. We don't really get a lot of notice, but I mean, of course, we have time to read it when it's in front of us. So if you ever feel like you don't have time to read anything, I suggest you don't sign it. But usually what happens is we get all this information, it's at our desk, and we just are supposed to, I guess, sign it. And even if we have questions about it. So that's a process that I have seen. But if at any time someone feels like they don't have time to read something, don't sign it. That's what I would say. But I wanted to, I knew you were talking about the resolution I brought forth, so I wanted to respond to you directly.
I thank you, because we were sitting there, standing, Laureate had actually just finished, and this was brought, and I remember former councilwoman handing a pen, just sign. Elect officials sign on this side, others sign on this side, and things were moving fluid. So we didn't actually get a chance to say, what are we signing for? But it was like, here, sign it.
Yeah.
And we are the juniors.
Yeah, okay.
And it was like in a hurry, so at least we know lessons learned.
Patrick, what I suggest that you do with your situation, can you get drafts out of those items in our Friday package? And so we could at least look at them, and then respond, if necessary, respond individually.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, for the sake of transparency, I don't mind sharing with you that I think at least one or two of the briefings that Mr. Dehaney is referencing, I requested. And while I am a wholehearted supporter of the policy, that we're talking about adopting, I requested those briefings before policy existed in coordination with community partners who have accepted Mr. Duhaney's invitation to come and address the council. So I do object to changing those on the basis of the discussion that occurred here today. I don't think that's fair to the partners who have made time in their schedules to come and meet with us. And I would respectfully ask that we, moving forward, use the policy that was created, but not change it going back, because I think that's a really terrible message to send to our community members who have made time in their schedules to be with us.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mayor, that was going to be my next caveat to that, as well as that at the request of several council members, we've communicated to these community partner groups, and they've already planned to attend. So this is what I would do, Mayor.
Okay, if that's the case, I think we should go ahead and move forward under the old
Mayor,
law.
this is what I think I could do for full transparency's sake. I will just list out what those are so that council could get a sense when the first and when the last one will be. And then after that, if council adopts the policy that's in discussion now, then once council adopts that policy, that's how we will treat them on a going forward for anyone that comes after the ones that's already in the
Is
queue.
that fair enough, folks?
Just in case, Michael, I support you, so you only need one more.
I support you. You got three.
Yeah. Hey, boy, this is like the old TV show, My Three Sons. Oh, good. Yeah.
Mayor, I do want to go back to your attorney's question about some of the language that they need to include in the draft, and how that addresses individual requests that the attorney's office gets to draft resolutions, and how the body gets notified of that.
Right.
So are you all comfortable with the attorney's office including language about that process in your draft?
Yep. Michael?
Point of clarification, and I just want to go back to my personal experience. Many times, Mr. Stiles and his staff have asked me, here's a draft, or would you please inform the body that we have, that you've asked us to create this draft? And as I mentioned before, I sent that notification. I don't recall receiving something. Frankly, I'm being honest with you. If I have, I apologize for missing it, but I actually can think of no or few examples of that coming from other council members. And so that's why I'm asking for a clarification around that. What happens if the council member doesn't do that? Is there an enforcement mechanism, or should Mr. Stiles' office be the one sending that information in our Friday packages, for example?
Propose if it's acceptable to the body. I would write the policy to say that my office will not begin work on an item requested by a council member unless it is requested through an email copied to the rest of the council.
There we go.
That way, it's clear, and the notification has gone out before my office has picked up a pen, and there can be no misunderstanding. That's just a proposal. If it's not acceptable to the council, I can do it another way.
I think that's good.
Yes.
Yep.
I think
Amelia?
that is good as well, because then at least, we've seen it. It's not, we were against anything. It's just when you don't know, it's like you're blindsided. So.
Okay. Josh?
Just quick question, why, and food for thought, why would it go to the entire council as opposed to just, maybe you copy the two council people that you've spoken with to get it considered?
A legal ethics opinion from the state bar that says that I have an obligation to the entire council as a body, and that in circumstances where I've been asked to draft an item that might be controversial, the entire body has a right to know that I have begun that work at the request of a single member. So rather than, and this may explain part of what Mr. Berlucci has experienced. At the outset, I tried to make the distinction between what I thought would be controversial and what would not be, and so I have not always made every council member's every request be revealed to the rest of the body. But having now experienced this for a period of time, I believe that the safest course is just to say, because if it's not something that's controversial, then no one will care about getting the notification anyway. And if it is, that's the one they should have gotten. So my proposal is, if you're going to ask the attorney's office to draft a resolution, just tell all of the members of the body so that there's no possible ethical problem for me or my attorneys with the bar.
Okay, Chris?
Just a question for you, Mr. Mayor, and Attorney Stiles. There was contention kind of for that December 13th item. There was an email sent out that Friday. Was the process we're talking about right here, was that followed? Did all the council members receive a notification when you're bringing forth for the voting on the election system? That happened on December 13th? Was this process followed? Because that was pretty controversial.
I believe it was followed because I indicated to the mayor that my office would not begin drafting on that unless and until the notification was given, and I believe that he did give it.
Did. Okay. Yeah. There were council members that seemed to be blindsided, so I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I think what was missing was a discussion piece. That was the huge issue. It wasn't discussed as was, kind of talked about here. And I think that's probably it, because oftentimes, too, when you send an email, if you don't check your emails every day, you could miss that. And the email could have been sent. But without the discussion of that item and given the small time frame in which it went out, that was the key issue. It was the discussion part that hadn't taken place.
Okay.
I do recall that.
Okay. But that's why we're looking to improve the overall process. Okay? Okay.
Did you have something, Patrick?
Okay.
We do
Let's
have
see
a
if
couple
we
more
can.
items, but is there an interest in taking a break?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor. The body, they found two friends,
Okay. Yep.
and
All righty.
few more items. The next one on your list is the process for grant allocation.
Patrick?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we sent previously this conversation really originated from a conversation council had with staff back in November or December about the regional grants. Last week, we sent a report out that detailed the amount of money that we spend with each individual regional grant and how long we've had those funding relationships with them. And also, a couple weeks ago, our budget staff sent a recommendation about the COG grant process. And the major premise of that recommendation was to move the COG process towards the beginning of the budget year versus where it's at right now. Because what this leads to, it doesn't, by the time council gets the budget, the COG grants, and Kevin and Katie, I probably need y'all to come up here. The COG grants tend to typically already be awarded, and then there's not room or capacity to award grants right at the time that you're hearing these issues. And the premise is if you move it towards the start of the fiscal year, July 1, then if you're contacted by groups, council could have additional capacity inside the COG grant process to direct them to go through that process. And is there anything else? Also, I think there's something about advertising or something. Are we all good there? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think generally for this conversation, council, I think probably what we would seek guidance for is it okay to make that change to move the COG application process towards the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1? And also, is there any comments or dialogue or changes you would like to make to the regional grants that we currently award?
Okay, Rosemary?
On the timing of COG, I'm the liaison to COG, so I fully support your recommendation. I do think, and I know the budget's going to be tight, but seeing that there's so many more charitable organizations that would like to take advantage of it, and the issue has been raised here, that it's the same group that gets them all the time, and that's true, that there's not really capacity for new organizations to go in and apply for the COG, and it's like, why should they do it if they don't think they're going to have an opportunity? So with so many needs, I hope you could recommend an additional monies to be given to COG, and I think we did that with Arts and Humanities a couple of years ago, and that would give some more capacity for grants to go through the process, which I think one of our problems is that we're sort of been circumventing the process because their need was there and there wasn't enough capacity for it. So that could probably help get people back into the process. And then we discussed at one of our meetings, it might have been agenda planning, money that we, like, sometimes in reconciliation, we give some grants that council members ask for. I think we need to put a threshold of not the amount, but if we give a certain dollar amount, they still have to provide to us the documentation that perhaps COG asks for, that we shouldn't be giving some of these larger amounts of money unless they are, ready to produce the same documentation that these other organizations have to do. So I don't think we have a policy on that. I think we probably should develop one, because we've been, the last few years have been, giving some grants, especially during the reconciliation process, and sometimes during the year. During the year. So I think we have to have accountability. I mean, it's the taxpayers' money, and gosh, if something happened and we found out there was some impropriety with money that we gave, and it would come back on us. We didn't check them out closely enough, and I think it would not make the council look good. So if we could come up with a policy of a certain threshold that they have to provide the same documentation as they would as if they went through COG, I think be something really we should consider.
Okay, Barbara?
Well, this has been giving me a lot of problem, because we developed the COIG process a number of years ago when we found out that we were spending all of our budget reconciliation, meaning our budget hearings were coming in just with groups asking for money. And so we did set up the COIG grant program so that they would have the opportunity to be reviewed, and all of them reviewed in the same fashion, with the same standards, the same reporting requirements, and so forth. And so that's what's made COIG successful. And so now when we are circumventing the process by just giving some out to organizations that don't have to go through that. So I think unless it's an extreme emergency situation, we should monitor ourselves and simply not do that. But I think if we do change it to the beginning of the budget process, that would help that situation a lot. But I think we also maybe could have a refresher of what the standards are that COIG uses, because I think and I think this is true of, some of the other foundations, that they don't give money for something that's an ongoing cost or something of that nature. There have to be specific things that they will approve and things that they won't, because they don't want an organization to get dependent on the city to be able to operate. And so if we could have their standards that they have, that they go by, just sent to us so we can be refreshed, and they might want to reconfigure some of those, and we might have some suggestions too. But I think the main thing is that we require everybody to go through the same process, and it has the same accountability and the same reporting, because, this is tax money, and we levy taxes to provide services to people that are supposed to be services that can only be provided by the city. So we don't really have it's not our job to be giving away the money unless there are specific reasons for it. And I think that's what COIG is supposed to have developed. But then they also have to have a follow-up reporting to make sure everything was used in the fashion that was supposed to be used, and so forth. And we just need to make sure we require every organization to go through this process. If we don't do that, we're just asking for trouble. But I think by changing it to the beginning, I think that's good. But in the meantime, it would give us a chance to be brought up to speed on just how much money they get and what their criteria are, because I think we need to maybe review that ourselves, and we might have some suggestions.
Thank you. Well, I think Councilmember Henley is so right about the need for sort of a standardization, and also for the necessity of reporting standards, which you also raised. And, this is not our money. It's the public's money. So whatever the reporting standards that are required by the city or by COG or by a municipal organization, every organization that's soliciting public support should be prepared to participate in that process. It's just in the public's interest. It's needed to establish trust. But the other thing is, where I depart from Councilmember Henley slightly, there's more than one way that nonprofit organizations and community organizations receive grants. So we have the COG process, we have the reconciliation process, and then we also have arts and humanities. And many organizations receive support through arts and humanities, and that doesn't account for the types of partnership grant opportunities that are available through, for example, our Human Services Department, or any number of other, which I know there are many, many organizations that receive grants through city departments and agencies. So there isn't a standard process by which organizations receive this support. And while it might seem like a good idea on paper to say require that everyone go to a central clearinghouse, the problem with that is, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about that, the problem with that is that, to Vice Mayor Wilson's point, there are kind of legacy organizations that exist within, let's just take COG, for example, within the portfolio of COG, but it's true for arts and humanities, where I'm service liaison as well. And there's no interest, I think, on behalf of the board members there to eliminate those, because the work that those groups are doing is so incredible and so valuable. But at the same time, we have very little opportunity for new organizations or movements there's just no operating space. And I think that's why the reconciliation process has proven valuable at times, where council can identify a need and be more reflexive to the emergent needs of the community and through our own networks. After all, we've been elected by the people, and I know all of you, I follow your social media, you're very active. You meet people every day who are doing great things, and some of them are interested in forming strategic partnerships with the city that actually supplement our work. And I'll give you an example, not making a pitch for any particular organization, but let's take the issue of mental health. The issue of mental health is one where we provide services that are part of a system. So we have a system that includes the jail, of course, but that's where the system should end, not begin. We also have a system that includes our Department of Human Services and city departments that provide services, the private sector, the public sector, peer programs. And each of these groups work together to provide a cohesive system where our neighbors have access to mental health services they need. So it makes complete sense for the public to make an investment in a partnership with a mental health program to buttress up and to supplement the system so that residents don't end up in jail or in interaction with law enforcement or in our crisis center that the city operates. So, I mean, I think these groups can work cohesively. Anyway, that's a long way of making the point that we need to find a middle ground between, as Mrs. Henley points out, everyone going to one place and also leaving room for the flexibility when these things come up, that we can have a little operating room to maybe meet a gap that COG or the other groups didn't see at the time.
Yeah, Barbara?
Well, I was just referring to those groups who just want us to write a check to them and hand it over. I mean, I know that there are many organizations that we work with in other ways, such as helping to provide services. And my thinking is that the best thing the city can do is to be a facilitator. And I know we were talking about that with your idea with Hope and working with all of these nonprofit organizations. There are things that we can do other than writing a check. We can help in other ways. And so I think each thing is very different. But I was referring to those those situations when people just want us to give them some money because we're directly impacting the budget and the money in that fashion. But there are so many ways that we can be a facilitator and we can assist these wonderful organizations. Just for example, I know the Creeds of Ruritan has a barbecue in the fall and raise the money to do the good things that they do all year. And for years, they had just been asking that solid waste allow them to give their waste on a Saturday, pick it up. And so we did that to help. That's a helping thing. And those kinds of things is not what I was talking about. I was talking about when we're just writing a check.
Okay. So basically, Patrick, you're asking that we bring forward this stuff forward in June versus?
So, Mayor, what I was suggesting is that Budget and Management Services made a recommendation to move the COG process from starting in February to push it towards starting in July 1 is when we start to send out notice and start to accept applications in August, right? So, and it seems like council is generally in support of that recommendation. The other thing I just heard from council, it sounded like there is a appetite for us as we prepare the budget to consider adding additional funds to the COG process, because understanding that it's been the same relatively amount for a significant period of time, and there are a lot of firms that that provide a good value add to the community, and let's see if there's capacity that we can add more to possibly add more
I think
programs.
both those initiatives, everybody on board with that?
It, not just COG, but also arts and humanities.
Same
Yes.
principle.
Just saying they're two different, like for the arts and humanities, when we do grant funding, they go through that whole check and balance and bring in your everything, your bank statements, your budget worksheets, which is a little different to how the COG, works. But as I look at the paperwork you sent, there were some people that got 2,000 or some that got 60 or one that got 50, one that got 134. It was different amounts, some really high, some really low. So maybe how that is determined, I don't know,
Okay.
I'm not on that committee.
All right, yeah, Josh.
In connection with the application process, and since I'm new and relatively unfamiliar with how all of that unfolds, but I would just ask that we make sure that we take a hard look at how we give notice to the public that those applications are available, ensuring that everybody has fair and equal access to the information on how to apply.
With the COG process, Councilman, with the COG process, there is in fact a formal public hearing advertisement that goes out in terms of I got public hearing in my mind, public notice that goes out notifying the public of the application deadline and the availability and the opportunity. So it is communicated out
Okay, Rosemary?
in social media.
And also, when we give away other grants, not just through the COG and Arts and Humanities, but throughout the year when we give a grant.
The mini
in middle
grant
of the-
process?
Sometimes we do it in the middle of the year or do reconciliation, that these organizations still have to provide the same type of scrutiny and documentation that we would ask of anybody else. And we need to, if we can make a policy for that.
So, Vice Mayor, it's something that after we had the conversation, I think Budget and Management Services are looking into it. I think generally for organizations that receive the reconciliation dollars, because of the dollar value that's associated with that, we do require them to meet the standards of the COG grant in terms of identifying that they're a legitimate entity and they have an audit or something like that as well. For the mini grant process, I think because that dollar value is up to $5,000, we generally don't require the same level of
Not the same level.
not the same level of
Well, that's
scrutiny and
understandable
documents.
because
Okay.
that's a small, but anything, I think we talked about anything 25,000 or more.
Yeah, I think basically anything that council includes in a reconciliation that's above it is everything in the reconciliation. Everything, any regional group that's supporting a reconciliation, we require them to follow the same financial standards that we require from the entities that participate through the COG and the Arts and Humanities, to the extent that it's applicable to Arts and Humanities organizations, the same standard.
Okay,
What
thank you,
we
Josh.
don't do though, what we don't do, and then correct me if I'm wrong, Katie or Kevin, what we don't do is we don't require them to report out on any metrics. Like COG may have them report out on metrics because COG establishes metrics. In reconciliation, there aren't really a metrics established, so we don't require them to report out on things like that. With the exception of some of your grants that are contracts like Hampton Roads Alliance, which council purposely amended last year to update those metrics.
Okay.
That was actually going to be part of my question. So the mini grant process is through reconciliation, is that correct?
No, the mini grant, so, sorry.
Or those are council initiatives?
Mayor, is that okay? I'm going to, Councilmember Schulman, the mini grant process, in the budget, I think council, we had allocates around $25,000 a year.
15 or 20,000.
$15,000 to $20,000 a year. That if there's a one-off need that comes up throughout the year, and a council member may be aware of a nonprofit organization that's doing something in the community that's beneficial, with a council member's sponsorship, they can get a mini grant up to $5,000. And then you all sponsor it. We evaluate them to make sure that they're an entity legally capable of receiving funds in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and then it goes back before council, and council's consider it for allocation.
And we don't, in return, require any type of reporting back in terms of how that money is used or.
So, Katie James, the Deputy Director of Budget Management Services, who is our COG and grant guru, who administers most of these, she's here and she can answer that question.
So we do, just not to the same level, because they're usually smaller organizations, so they probably don't have audited financial statements. So some sort of receipt or something proving that they did what they said they did.
And Mr. Manager, if it's okay, and Council, if it's okay. So that's the mini grant process from the $15,000 to $20,000 the city manager was talking about. And I think to get back to the previous question you had also asked, there are several other organizations that have received a direct contribution. They're administered by my department. They're approved in the operating budget each year, and they're administered by my department. And I'm just picking one now. For example, the Virginians for High-Speed Rail is a contribution that is pretty much automatic each year. It's approved, and it's been in place within the operating budget for several years, since I believe prior to 2010. And it's just a line item that's been approved year after year. It's a check that goes out the door. We provide it, but there's not a follow-up, what is this accomplishing? What are the metrics associated with this? So with, in communication with the city manager and direction from council, we would like to spend the next year as we go through another process of trying to communicate that to them we would like to get some kind of report back on this as to the benefit of these resources, what's being achieved, so that way hopefully a year from this time next year, we'll be able to provide City Council with some kind of indication as to the value added and benefit and return on investment.
And these are the list of regional organization grants that we were provided?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just to clarify, not all of them are the same. For example, last year, Hampton Roads Alliance, after direction from council, we worked on tightening their metrics as well, but there's some of them, as Kevin was mentioning, that's been getting grant dollars from the city for 15, 20, sometimes longer than that years, that we're not necessarily sure what, we're trying to get a sense of what we're actually achieved by those tax dollars.
Sabrina?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't know if this has already been requested or not, and this is still regarding COGS. Is this correct? Still conversation on COGS? The COGS application process?
Yeah.
It is. Can I get or is there a way to get a copy of the organizations who have benefited from this process for the last 10 years?
We certainly can do that. Councilmember, for a quick reference, until we can get it to you, on page 219 of the operating budget, we list the organizations that received the prior year's COG allocation. And so, but we can certainly get you a history of the organizations that have received COG grant funding.
Please.
Yes,
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Worth and then Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at a memo from Mr. Dehaney to us on January 20th, and it is the regional grants, and some of these I understand, some I don't, and I would like further clarification and/or whether or not we're going to include them in the budget. And not that I'm saying I don't approve, but I would like to know more, because there might be some that don't
Okay,
deserve.
Regarding the mini grants, I think, I know it's only $5,000. That's 2 or 3 people's real estate taxes. But we really don't have anything on those. And I don't think we have been requiring enough. And, we just require a council member to sponsor this group. And when it comes to us, we know nothing more about it and we don't get any follow-up. I really think we need to know a little bit about the group, and we need to get something back from them as to how they used it. And it ought to be a one-time thing, because this is sort of a special thing, I think. We don't want organizations think that they're going to count on that every year, and therefore they're not going to have to do anything else to get it once it's one time.
So, Mr. Mayor, permission to speak?
Yep.
All right, so Councilmember Henley, that item was actually adopted by council in a resolution or ordinance. So for us to we need to review that with the law department to see if we would actually need to bring something forward back for council to adopt those standards, if that's something that council wants us to look at.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, good. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Dehaney, you have clear direction?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what's next?
Boards and commission appointment process, and you did talk about that yesterday, so there may not be a need to go back over that, but certainly that's on your list.
All right, any need? Okay, move on.
Next is legislative agenda process.
Okay, any thoughts? Jennifer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for those of us who are liaisons on boards or commissions, I'm on the active transportation, and there's funding in the budget, the state level, or an amendment to get money that would benefit the work of the commission with its bike trails. So let's say we got that information from whatever boards that we're on, that there's something happening at the state level. What's the process, what's the role of the liaison in communicating that and helping to, who do we talk to make sure that there's advocacy to make sure that they're getting support?
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, I got a little intelligence on this, and there's actually 2 items that I was hoping to use this time to have a conversation and some guidance from council on. I think what Councilman Rouse is referring to is that currently in the state budget process with the General Assembly right now, there's an opportunity, and I'm going to defer to Andrew Damon to come up and speak to this. He's probably a lot more abreast of the information. There's an opportunity for the city to indicate support of something that would fund a regional boat program, which is the bridge. What is it? Come up here. It's a trail system around Hampton Roads. We learned about it at HRPDC last week or this week. Yeah. and basically what we're looking for guidance for is if council's amenable with us directing our lobbyists and also Deb Bryan to indicate that they support this funding that could possibly help build out a trail system in Hampton Roads. And there's another item that I'm going to ask Andrew to speak on as well, but go ahead and tackle the first item, the boats item, and then we could talk about that one.
Yes, afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Right now we have a budget amendment from Delegate Emily Brewer. Oh, can you hear me okay? We have a budget amendment in the House by Delegate Emily Brewer that is providing $20 million from the general fund to support the completion of the Southampton Roads Trail and the Birthplace of America Trail, which are located here. I didn't see a companion amendment in the Senate, so this would look like the only vehicle to provide said funding. So.
Basically, I think what Councilman Rouse was approached by the chairman of the Bikeways or Trail, or ATAC, sometimes I forget the name, was asking to see if council would be amenable with us telling Deborah and our state lobbyists to lobby on behalf in support of these funds coming to the region. does anybody?
Anybody object? I think it's a good idea. Let's lobby for it.
Okay.
Let's see if we can do it.
And then,
Okay?
Mayor, I'd just like to hijack a little bit more of your time. There's currently an item that's going on from the state, from a governor's bill about possibly, the one that we've been going back and forth with Kevin and
Oh, I need to just
the one
hop
about
on my emails
the
really
real
quick.
estate tax.
Yes, my apologies.
And with this one, it's happening fast, and we would rather be able to report this to you, but I think it's getting heard fairly quickly. Kevin, I don't know if you want to speak on it. Yeah. But there's something that's coming through the Senate right now for consideration that our state lobbyists and Deborah are seeking guidance on. Do you want us to oppose this on your behalf, or just stay neutral, or support it? Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and walk up here while I'm talking. So I believe this is the email that we received today with a question from Deborah asking, what would be the potential impact? And this is associated with the assessment growth. And so the governor's putting forward a recommendation to put kind of thresholds on the allowable assessment growth that a locality can receive. So it would have different tiers. So, Andrew, correct me if I'm mistaken. So the first tier would be the locality is allowed to accept up to 3% assessment growth in the real estate tax assessments. So that would be an allowable acceptance by the locality with majority of the council's approval. For the locality to accept assessments up to 5%, it would require a supermajority of the legislative body to accept that. And to accept assessment growth, anything above 5% would require not just the city council's approval, but a vote by the public via referendum to accept the assessment growth above that level. So to put this into context, within the current fiscal year, City Council made the decision with the adoption of the operating budget to use the assessment growth above a 5% amount to be able to redirect for the purposes of supporting the light rail bond referendum debt.
Not light rail.
I'm sorry, stormwater bond referendum debt, I'm sorry.
Josh,
Virginia's for
Josh
high-speed
had a
rail.
heart attack.
High-speed rail was stuck in my head from the last time I was talking, apologies. So for if City Council had wanted to go that route and redirect some of that assessment growth or the organic growth, as we've called it over the last couple of days, City Council would have had to have put that out to a vote via referendum to be able to allow to retain that and redirect that for that purpose.
So basically what our state lobbyists and what Deborah is seeking guidance on, is it okay for us to oppose, or council could say, don't say anything, leave it alone, or to support it? Because this is coming actively, it's in Senate right now for consideration.
It's in the House.
It's in the House right now for consideration.
And there's no Senate vehicle.
Yeah, Josh?
I've just got a question, and this might be better directed to city assessor, but I mean, part of this I feel, of course, is reactionary to the times we're living in, and real estate assessments have obviously seen unprecedented growth. So historically speaking, how regular of an occurrence is this, or are we just kind of talking about an outlier situation and then a response to a unique economic situation?
I won't say light rail. Historically speaking, up until the last few years, we've kind of been on a level 3%-ish trend. Things have obviously gone bonkers since then. COVID had an impact. We're doing well. Last year was an unprecedented increase. And I think as we were speaking earlier about real estate, even though the trend right now in the market is that we're slowing down in transfers, supply and demand is kind of holding steady with values. So I would see that we'd see something above 3% again this year. how, you know, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what we're going to do for the future or what impact that'll have, but I would say this might be an occurrence for the next couple of years that you'd have to contend with, something over 3%.
Barbara?
I think I don't understand this proposed legislation enough to even ask a good question, but are we saying that this would be the average assessment increase for the city? I mean, because ours bounce all over the place.
So Councilmember Henley and then Kevin or Andrew clean up for me. I think basically what it's saying is that anything above 3% assessment growth, that council, a supermajority of council would have to approve. If you go above 5, then you need to go via referendum to take that assessment.
You have too much diversity.
Currently, right now, that power lies within the council to accept that assessment growth. So if this is passed, basically, council could accept up to 3%, up to 5%, right? 3% with a simple majority, 5% you need a supermajority. Anything above a 5% assessment growth, in order for council to utilize that, it would have to get a referendum vote passed by the public allowing that. Is that accurate?
It's 5% or greater.
5% or greater. So if I can, also from a staff, if I can help a little bit with the timeline. So we typically get the final assessment information from the real estate assessor's office in February, and we're able to incorporate that into the last little bit of the operating budget that we present to City Council in March for their ultimate adoption in May. So in terms of a timing standpoint, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around of what that would look like to, if City Council did want to go that direction, and if to accept that, it had to be put forward as a referendum. I'm still trying to think through the steps of how does that get reserved or earmarked or a placeholder? How do we adopt a budget with a potential what if to come the following November in a referendum? So it just seems very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do we have enough?
Yeah.
Do we have enough data right now to make a decision on this?
No. Besides that, how much does a referendum cost? We would either have to wait for November to have the referendum, which is 6 months into the process, or we've got to spend $400,000 to have a referendum, and we don't want to do that. This sounds much too complicated.
Rosemary?
Has the Virginia Municipal League taken a position on this?
Not that it's been communicated to me. Maybe Deborah has more intel. I know she's in communication with VML on a daily basis. So
Well, I know
have to get in contact with her today.
whatever dealings that I've had with the league is they usually want localities to be able to make their own minds up rather than letting the state do it. But also, we've had a very conservative council over the years. When I got on the council in 2000, the rate was $1.22. $1.22. We all know now it's 99 cents. So whenever we've had these fluctuations, we've adjusted because we want to be fair to our taxpayers, but it was our decision. And in this past year, we were able to incorporate the bond referendum and keep the rate the same, which I think we did a pretty good job with that.
And the grid system. And the grid system.
Yeah. So all of my work with the league has always been for the locality to be able to keep its own local options and for the locality to be able to make those decisions. So, I mean, I don't know what the council wants to do on that, but.
Should we hold off making a decision right now? Amelia?
Yeah, because I was up there, Monday, and crossover is February 6th?
That's
February 8th.
This is why we're bringing it to you, is that you may not have time
Right.
to give staff any direction, and that's fine. Sometimes we don't take a position on it, but I think when our state lobbyists saw this, they wanted us to bring it to you all to see, since we're all here together. We won't have a meeting next week to see if you wanted to take a formal position on it. Absence any direction or guidance from council, we're just gonna stay out of it.
I think we should not make a decision at this point. Anybody disagree? Worth?
Actually, I do disagree, because in commercial real estate, a lot of times the values do fluctuate greatly in a matter of 5 or 10 or 15 years. If something happens, it could go, $1 million or more. So I'm not saying overtax our citizens or business owners, but it can vary, and I think it should be our decision, not the state's decision.
Yeah, but at this point, I think at this thing that, the die is going to be somewhat cast, and, I don't think we're in a position to make a decision right now.
If you're talking about putting a cap, let's say that referendum doesn't pass and I need to put a cap on assessments, that's a whole new change to the system. We haven't planned for that. We don't have any capping capabilities in my mass appraisal system. I mean, the capabilities are there. They haven't been tested, but that would be a huge resource, and I'd need a ton of time to probably get that in place and tested. Just something to think about while we're going there.
I just think we should hold for now. Okay? All right, thank you. All righty.
Last on your list, legislative aids.
No, we're not done yet. Sorry.
Okay.
Legislative package. We were talking about Virginia Municipal League, and the way they do their legislative package is because there's so many things that are important across the state. They come together as a group, and they pick the top 5 or 6 things that are the most important items that they really want to focus on. And what's happened with doing that, they've been very successful by getting the things that they want the most passed rather than having 15 or 20 items. So I wanted to sort of bring this up of being able to just focus on the most important things rather than being all over the board in the way we do our legislative package. And Rocky, you were part of the General Assembly. Did you find that to be effective? Mm-hmm.
Ms. Vice Mayor, we saw that things make it into the General Assembly that aren't on a legislative package. So things can make their way into the lawmakers without coming through a locality.
I mean, what we've been seeing these last few years with, any time a board commission wants to put something forward, it's all of a sudden we're voting on things that we have. We're taking social positions that we don't need to be taking. I mean, we make enough people mad every time we push that red or green button. And we have enough issues to divide us with the public rather than taking on things that don't even affect us. I mean, there's some things that we will never have input on that are General Assembly items. So that's another thing to consider. Do we really want to keep abusing ourselves with taking on issues to create voting records for each of us, or getting people upset because of a personal belief rather than what things that really affect our city? So I just wanted us to think about maybe doing a different process as far as let's find what's most important that the council can agree on, and sort of do a tally and find out, okay, these are our top 5 things, instead of kind of the way we've been doing.
Yeah, Barbara.
Well, I think just understanding what our legislative package is supposed to be. It's supposed to be those things, those changes in Virginia law or process that we need in order to do the best job that we can here with the city. I mean, we often find out that we would need some change in an ordinance or something in order to be able to do something that we need or some such. It's not just for us to take positions on items that the General Assembly may be considering. And unfortunately, I think that that's what has become the thought among some. And so if we just make it very plain to all of our boards and commissions and our staffs that this is not the opportunity for us to take positions just on everything, but if there are changes in legislation that would be particularly valuable to whatever area they are being involved with, that's what we want to put on this package. And we do need to concentrate on 4 or 5. I know that for a number of years, Green Ribbon, and I think now our stormwater people, have been talking about the requirements that Virginia law requires in site development that doesn't allow us to consider the value of trees. And so we wind up having to take down a lot of trees because the state law requires it. But every year there are some changes in the law that are proposed that would maybe help with that. That's something that's what we want to go after. That's what we need to go after. It's that kind of thing that would really make a difference in the way we are able to do our operation. It's not just an opportunity for us to take a position on some issue that the General Assembly is going to be considering. We can do that personally, but for the city to do it, it needs to be these things that we need in order to do the job of the city better.
Okay, if I can make a suggestion, especially with 5 new members in here, if we can table this discussion prior to us even discussing the legislative agenda, so we have a, far better handle on the situation. Would that be okay?
If I could say one more thing.
Yeah.
Speaking with Debbie Bryan, she's in meetings with her colleagues across the region who they do the same job she does, and none of them are doing what we've been doing. None of them are taking on issues that they don't need to take on. And she says they just sort of roll their eyes when they find out that we're having to do these things. So just keep in mind that we're the only ones who've been doing this and getting in these situations. So we can table it, but I just wanted y'all to know that.
And folks, if it's okay, I have to adjourn. Bobby D is starting his new job tomorrow at Regent University, and I have a meeting I thought I could get to. But if it's okay, I just wanted to thank everybody, for what they've done. I thought it was productive. I think the fact that we had it, televised and everything, I think this was very productive. I think we're moving in the right direction, and I thank everybody for their participation. Thank you. And I turn the gavel over to our esteemed Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so unless anybody else wants to say anything about the legislative package, anybody else want to say anything?
Microphone. They couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Vice Chair.
Does anybody want to say anything else about the legislative package? Okay, I think we only have one thing left to talk about, and we talked about this last year, and it was the whether or not to have legislative aids. Michael?
I'll be happy to start. We did talk about it at the retreat last year, and we've had other conversations during council deliberations. And just for some context for the public and for the new members of the body, in last year's operating budget, correct me if I get any piece of this wrong, Mr. Tahaney, there was a space made in vacancy savings from existing city personnel to provide part-time support for council members in the form of legislative aids. And these employees were again, please feel free to jump in, were meant to be contract employees, so they wouldn't be part of the VRS system or as part of the, established city workforce with benefits and all those other things. So coming out of...
They would have benefits through the contract.
Okay.
The temporary service entity.
Temporary, okay. So they would have benefits through the city or through the temporary service?
So the contract we have is with a temporary employment provider. They provide dental, medical, whatever kind of benefits that said employee would need or desire. They can opt into that as well.
They can opt in. So that would be good. But this was meant to be a part-time support for council members in the form of providing legislative aids. Now, some council members objected to this, and we heard from some citizens who raised concerns as well. And I think many of them were meritorious, and I certainly respect the diversity of opinion around this topic. However, I want to be clear about a few things. One is that this was already approved. The other thing is that these were meant to be part-time employees that were not new employees. They were coming from the, somewhere around 1,000 employees with vacancies.
At the time was around 1,000 vacancies. Now we're around 700.
Now we're around 700. And what's the entire city workforce?
Roughly around 7,500.
Around 7,500. So, you know, one of the concerns that was raised about this was that we would be adding new people to provide assistance for the council members. And I want to be clear, as far as I was concerned, that was never the intention. Now, these people were not meant to be assistants. They're not here to get coffee or pick up dry cleaning or run around town. What the purpose of these legislative aides would be to provide policy research to the council, sometimes policy research that staff doesn't have the time, capacity, or expertise to provide. No disrespect to the city workforce, I know there's a lot of expertise, but sometimes it's hard to match up expertise with time. And get the information that we need as council members to make informed policy decisions. The other thing that I really want to bring to the surface around this is that I have a full-time job, and I think most of the people around this table have full-time jobs, and then we have some members who are retired. And I think it's so important that we remember that although this is a a part-time job, the mayor says frequently the only thing part-time about it is the pay, because it's more than a full-time job, and it's a privilege every moment. But, and it really is a privilege every moment. But I think for me, I'm just speaking for myself, it's challenging to meet the balance between personal life and family considerations and maintaining personal mental health, positive personal mental health, performing well at work, and responding to the myriad of constituent concerns and needs that we receive in an informed, responsible, timely manner. And that's why I think exploring the idea of having legislative aides could be of great benefit to the community, not to a council member, to the community. Anyone who's watching and questioning whether this might be a good idea or not, one, ask yourself if you've ever emailed your council member or called them and not gotten a response in a timely fashion or any response at all. I try to respond to as many as I can, and I do respond to everyone who reaches out to me who doesn't engage in personal attacks. But it can be quite a challenge to meet all these demands. And one of the reasons that we've had a government that's been comprised historically of established business leaders, millionaires, older people, is because they've had the flexibility to do this work and the time that working people don't have. And we've made really interesting changes to the electoral system. Some were imposed by the court, and some have been contemplated by this body, all in the name of inclusion, all in the name of creating space and opportunity for people to enter the sphere of public service. And I think we've also, at the same time, by maintaining this policy of not providing some level of support for council members, is that we have made it harder for regular people to come to this body and serve. And I'm a regular person. I've got a regular job, and I report to a boss. And fortunately, this boss is very supportive and believes in public service, but that may not be true for everyone. And I know there's some people here that had to take time off work to be here today. In the meantime, we're getting emails coming through and constituent calls and concerns. And I think we've missed the point by sort of having emotional responses to this conversation. We have missed the opportunity that's before us to provide a greater level of constituent services. One of the challenges that I've had as a council member in the 3.5 going on 4 years that I've been here is that it sometimes feels like, and I know there's not an intent around this, the answers that we give to constituents with concerns, regular concerns like a pothole or dirt on the sidewalk or a tree limb laying on the sidewalk or any manner of different things, is that we kind of explain to them why that's not the city's responsibility. instead of solving the problem. And sometimes that's a necessary conversation we have to have, but sometimes it'd be nice to have an advocate for the citizens at City Hall advocating for solutions on their behalf when we can't be there. And let's be honest about it, there's a lot of time we know we can't be there. Someone once told me when I got this job, just as a reminder, you don't represent the city of Virginia Beach to the public. You represent the public to the city of Virginia Beach. That's an interesting way of thinking about our roles as a council member, right? The organization continues, was here before us for 60 years, and it's going to be here long after us. We're not the organization. No one here, staff, council members, no one is the organization is this kind of big beast, and our American democracy requires public representation to ensure that they're getting good government. And I think sometimes council members have fallen short because of a lack of time, because we have regular jobs. And we shouldn't look at the notion about having legislative aid support as a luxury. We should be asking, I think, why we haven't provided that assistance to our elected representatives to provide greater constituent services, better, more responsive, quicker constituent services before. So that's a long way of saying, we're getting near the end. I think we should really move forward with this in a responsible way. And if the policies that were proposed aren't quite the right fit, that's okay. I mean, I don't have a strong feeling about it, but it's a modest expense relative to the city budget and the existing city workforce. And that was one of the things that really bothered me about the previous conversation. They said, how could you even think about hiring new people when, well, we're not. We're not thinking about it. Fortunately, the manager made it possible by redirecting the staff, so all we're doing is repurposing the FTEs that were already approved in many, many city budgets to provide a greater level of constituent services, and I think that's a really important thing to think about, and I hope we'll take serious consideration of this and get it going, and let's make public service available to all people, and let's make our citizens a priority and make sure they have responsive representation.
Barbara? I try to do all of those things. I'm not retired. I work a job. And when you're self-employed, if you're not there to do it, you don't get paid. So I recognize it from all kinds of situations. When you take this job, you take it knowing that you're going to be committing to an awful lot, and you're going to be making sacrifices in order to do it. But I just cannot imagine the staff having to answer to 11 other people who are, quote, representing us. If there's research to be done, I want to do my own. And I just can't imagine, like I say, the city manager having to answer to 11 additional people, because these aides are obviously going to be making these calls for us. And how in the world does staff feel like they're going to answer to 22 people instead of 11? And if you're redirecting full-time employees that we had before, we ought to examine why we had them in there, because they must not have been important. We only have FTE positions that have been proven that are needed. And I thought that we said that we were having fewer and we would have less discretion in this year's budget for using vacancy money. So, but if we want to consider this again, let's put it out there and we'll hear from the public. Because if someone is going to get an answer from me, it's got to come from me. I don't want it to come from somebody else, because I think they expect to hear from me. And I've been doing this job at great sacrifice for many years, because I'm willing to do that sacrifice. And that's a part of the job.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like some clarity on the role of the aide. It sounds like Councilmember Lucci and Councilwoman Henley are describing two different things. What it sounded like Michael was saying is I didn't interpret legislative aid meaning they're interpreting decisions or even being a liaison between us and staff. And I could be wrong about that, so that's where I would like more clarity. When I thought about legislative aid, like I have 4 calendars across my private and professional life and as many emails trying to manage. And so in my mind, when I heard legislative aid, I thought, oh, that's someone who, okay, let me check your calendar. Hey, there's a request for a meeting at this time, and they help filter that kind of information. But ultimately, they bring information to us so that it doesn't go past us, was my understanding. But conversations with staff and with constituents around important and big decisions ultimately would still be us. So that sounds like two different things, and I'd like clarity on what we're asking to fund.
Does anybody else want to say anything? Josh?
Pardon me. I completely value and agree with many of the aspects that both Councilwoman Henley and Councilmember Bellucci share. When I applied for this job, I did it full knowing that I was going to have any help necessarily beyond, of course, the amazing staff that we have, and that's a lot of help. But I also understand, I too am my own boss, and if it's a matter of helping us deliver better services to the constituents, I think that's worthwhile for us to consider. I would like to have a better sense for what the ground rules are for legislative aids in terms of interacting with staff. I would like to have a really clear picture from our city clerk, what that would look like in terms of, her organizational structure and how her office feels about this too, because it obviously impacts all of you. But if it's a matter of delivering better and more timely and more effective service to our constituents, I'm certainly open to looking at it, and I'm supportive of that notion, recognizing that not everybody may feel the same way or want that type of assistance. But for those of us who, who do work full-time jobs or who do own their own business and have to be accountable day or night, I think that it's a fair thing to ask and to consider.
Anybody else? Okay, I'd like to say something. First of all, this is an option. It is in the budget, and if somebody doesn't want it, they don't have to take it. But if someone would like to have an aid, it's budgeted for. So it's a personal decision among each person. And frankly, we have to remember who we are. We are the largest city in the state of Virginia, and we have been operating on the cheap. I was friends with the vice chair of the Board of Supervisors in Fairfax County. Now, they are the largest municipality in the state, Fairfax County, but we're the largest city. So they have a 12-member Board of Supervisors up there. And each member gets a budget of $600,000 to run their office. And they will have we're talking about a part-time 20-hour-a-week aide. They have 4 or 5 legislative aides that are full-time, that make more money than they do. It's kind of like the General Assembly. And they're provided offices beyond that as well. And so I know the comment was made, well, we represent less people now than we did before. Well, we do, but I think now there's a different level of expectations from the people we do represent. You know, before, as an at-large member, I really didn't get that many phone calls, but I do now. And it's the whole thing with the emails, the calendar, trying to be in 3 places at one time. I work full-time as well, just like many of you do. And it's a personal decision. The money is budgeted there. If you have questions, and Amanda worked on this very hard and there was a lot of thought put into how we would proceed, and because it is tricky and it's doing something different than we had before. So before when I was talking to a lot of our newly electeds, I did ask you what you thought about it, and just about all of you said you were really interested in doing it. So I'm not quite sure how you want to proceed, but the money has been allocated. Amanda can certainly tell you all the ins and outs of, what would be provided for them and how they would work. And one other thing I want to remind us, we only have a few people that actually work for us, and that's our city manager, our city clerk, our city attorney, the city assessor, and everybody else works under the manager or our appointees. We are really not allowed to ask any of the other employees to do anything for us because they don't work for us. So Bobby right now has his aide, Deanna, who I know you've all met, really works for Patrick. He's not, Patrick, tell me if I'm wrong here, he's really not supposed to direct Deanna to do things for him. Is that right?
Vice Mayor, that's correct.
So there's a little bit of a operating where we shouldn't be operating. And so even though, we've continued doing that, he's not supposed to, and he needs a full-time person. I think everybody agree that the mayor needs a full-time person. So this proposal was for somebody, you have somebody 20 hours a week. And can't do anything political. Politics are off the table, but to help us be a better council person. Amelia.
Well, I listened to, when you shared that with us, and I think it's great because even though what Barbara is saying, that she would like to be the voice, this person can be the help that helps put together what you have so you can still be that voice to your constituents. But if you've heard from, let's say, 5 or 6, even though I was here, I got a couple of calls in. You're our District 4 person, we have this or that. Having that person to help you, research or get whatever your paperwork in order, so that gives you the time to actually talk with that constituent instead of trying to do all 5. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Let me see if anybody else hadn't spoken yet. Rocky, you just scratching your head, or are you? Okay, Michael and then Jennifer.
Thank you. Well, I completely agree with Dr. Ross Hammond. I just want to just say something that I expressed in the last retreat, which is that if a member chooses not to exercise this option for them, for their personal reasons, no problem. Personal choice. But I think that we're limiting the tools that council members have at their disposal to serve their constituents and to do our job. And it's great work. It's very fulfilling, and and we love every minute of it. But I think having some experience in this, we could do a much better job with some legislative support, particularly around policy research is something that I think about a lot. But there's lots of other things too. And I just think it's really important to note, I signed up for this job voluntarily and willingly, and I will continue on however this decision comes out, although it's not really a decision, which is my next point. But I think if council members choose not to exercise that as an option, that's a choice, but please don't deny it to me and my constituents. Please give me the opportunity to interface in District 3 with people in a way that meets our needs, which may be different than other council members in other districts. So that's one point. The next point is, and I'm interested in the consensus of the body, but we've already approved this in the budget, and it was a topic of conversation previously that we chose to hold off on implementation. But I think it's time for the manager to give individual council members the opportunity to exercise what was approved in the last budget, and that would be my request, that we move forward with that.
Jennifer?
So just a kind of a comment and question for the city clerk. I'd love to see what you put together, because if you put it together, I trust it. So I would love to hear a little bit about that, and then I have a question for the city manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Rouse. So it was in just conversation with the manager, the mayor, the vice mayor, the city attorney's office. It would really be about me managing the contract, and that's it. This is all new uncharted territory for the city, but we are willing to jump in both feet, and make this work however we need to.
And then to the city manager, have you seen this before? Do you have, I don't know, insight or any?
To Councilman Rouse, the city I came from before had a similar structure to what the vice mayor is suggesting. Fairfax County has. The city of Cincinnati had, each council office had, and the mayor, the council office had a budget about $400,000. The mayor had a budget around $600,000, and each council office had about 3 staff, and the mayor had about 4 or 5 staff members. It's something that it's new to Virginia Beach. If council moves in this direction, and as Mr. Berlucci stated, that there was direction given in the budget to move in that direction, it just council decided to pause. So if council decides to say move in that direction, I have experience with it. Obviously, like as Amanda said, it's new for Virginia Beach, but we could, if council wants to go there, we'll get there.
I'd like to explore it, just on the record.
So
I do have one last question. For whoever the aides, those are people that you will be suggesting to us?
no, you can hire your
Or we
own.
can hire our own?
You can hire your own person.
Okay.
You can hire your own person. And I think it's really important, you could share with somebody, but I don't think it's a good idea. Because even though you might be best friends with somebody, there's going to come a time you're going to disagree on something. And I think it's best if everybody had their individual person that keeps, because they're going to hear things from you that you may not want out shared with other people. So, but you can hire your own, but they will go through the temp agency, through Amanda's office, and be an employee under Amanda. Rocky, did you want to say something? No. You keep scratching your heads. I think you want to talk.
I think you do. You might want to.
That's because we're supposed to be out of here already. Josh,
I just have a quick question. So so you said we would be hiring, we would be the collective hiring the
Vice
person.
Mayor, let me clarify.
Thank you.
So we previously did a presentation, also submitted a report to council last year. Obviously, the 5 new members weren't there. We can dust that back off and send it to you. Basically, the law department and the HR department went over all of this and the best possible way to do it, right? And it ended up being because of the council can't talk to me, direct me, anything related to personnel. And then there's some complications with the clerk's office that it doesn't make sense for them to be a city actual employee. So the best vehicle for this is the temporary service contract that the city has. That can happen that can work 2 or 3 ways, 1 or 2 ways. You can let the temporary contracting agency let you know some candidates who you can interview, or if you know individuals that you would like, you can refer them to Amanda. The city clerk can then connect with the temporary employees contractor that we have, and then they will get them all set up. And then, as Amanda said, Amanda will work with the temporary personnel contract on taking care of the administrative duties of coordinating that contract for them to start working for you, working with you. But we can dust off that report that we put together, and we can get it back out to council so you can kind of get a little bit more details on it.
Thank you.
Barbara?
I'm sort of blindsided by all of this. Apparently, everybody else was all set for it. So you're telling me that this can happen now? It doesn't have to wait for another budget cycle?
So, Councilmember Henley, this was already authorized and passed in the last budget.
I thought we had voted it down.
Council, I think you and the former Councilmember Moss, you brought a ordinance forward to rescind, but that was not acted on, or was that deferred?
So this is not going to take a vote of council now. It's already in effect.
From my understanding, council already voted on it, Councilmember Henley.
Pardon?
When council already voted on it when they adopted the budget, Councilmember Henley.
That's a surprise to me. Okay, because I thought we had a lot of outcry that this was not something the public wanted to see us do, and we did not go forward with it, but maybe it was stuck in there and I didn't realize it. Okay, well, y'all can answer to it, but my answer is still.
I'm sorry, can I just say one thing, Vice Mayor, please? For me, my office will not be managing the staff. We'll just be managing the contract. They will be reporting directly to the individual council member. That's what we talked about once before?
That's correct, but you'll be managing the contract and paying the invoice. So
Yes.
if the council member says they work 20 hours, then Amanda will process the payment.
So I guess I need some direction from the body. I know some people have more questions. Do you want to talk to staff individually and get your questions answered? Or if you would like to have a legislative aid, the funding is there, and you could proceed if that's, other than, I know Ms. Henley is against it. Is anybody else against it? Worth?
I was against it, and now that I've started this new job and career, I want to explore it and not say yes or no. And so what I'm hearing is that it's either in the budget or not. So.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor, can I have Kevin clarify exactly
Please.
what's in the reconciliation letter that council adopted last year?
Thank you. So, Mrs. Henley, to your point, I believe there was follow-up conversation with a council action took place to defer it. The language that was included in the operating budget ordinance provided flexibility for the city manager at the direction of council to implement a reorganization or administratively transfer appropriations if it's the direction or the desire of city council for this purpose or initiative. So that was the approval that was in the operating budget ordinance. So it's not necessarily that funds are, as of right now, appropriated or included in Amanda's operating budget for it. If we receive the direction from city council to move forward with it, what we would do is we would process a transfer administratively to be reported by city council, redirecting the funds from vacancy savings elsewhere within the organization to the city clerk's operating budget to administer the contract.
Does that require a vote?
It will not require a vote based on this.
So this can be done just administratively with this instruction. I'm sure the public will be happy to hear that.
Ms. Henley, they were not able to pick up what you just said, just so you know.
I said, well, this can be done just administratively with no vote of council. And I'm assuming that a lot of the public is going to be just as surprised as I am to hear this.
I'm sorry.
I know we have a large following, and they're following this, and so the 5 new council members have not had to vote on this, and I just want to speak to my constituents that if we move forward in this direction, we do, as I do as a councilman, want to utilize the resources available, but we do have to be careful. If the public hasn't had input, we do all sacrifice. But I just want to be clear, the 5 new members didn't vote on this budget, but if it's in the budget and it's a resource, we may utilize that resource. So I just want to be clear, because we didn't have a say.
So, Mr. Dehaney, what are you hearing?
So what I'm hearing from council is to carry forward the direction that was given in the reconciliation letter when council adopted that reconciliation letter last year, to work to provide the resources to provide legislative aids to the council members that want legislative aids.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes, District 4 is okay with it.
Just,
Go ahead.
well, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
District
go
3?
across.
District 3, okay.
District 8? District 6?
No.
No? District 1?
Okay.
District 10?
Okay.
District 9?
Yes.
District 7?
I'll consider it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, Sabrina.
I will consider it.
Okay. In District 2? If you're comfortable with moving forward.
It was not a vote, just a yay, nay, across, since it's already done.
There's nothing that we really have to vote for, if you would like to do it, consensus. Okay, all right, well.
And we thank you.
I also heard the request to make sure that the information that had been presented previously to the council be recirculated to the full council so that you all will have the benefit of the research that staff had put together several months ago.
All right, one last thing before you can get out the door is the clerk has asked me to ask you, I think something was in the email. July 4th is the very first meeting of the new fiscal year, and it's a Tuesday. So I don't think we're going to be meeting on July 4th, especially since our employees all have the day off. So they need some direction as to what they want to do. So usually the month of July, we meet the first and second weeks, the first and second Tuesdays, and we take a vacation of the third and fourth weeks. And then the first week in August, we have started celebrating National Night Out. We could have an afternoon meeting, but we try to have the evenings so that we can go to the National Night Out activities across the city. So do we want to just have one meeting in July, the second week, or do we want to have the second and third week in July? What's your pleasure?
Vice Mayor, the date would be July the 11th is the second Tuesday, and July 18th would be the third, if that's what you all chose.
But there's not many opportunities that we have to take a holiday. Usually in December, the last 2 weeks of December, and the last 2 weeks in July. So do you want one meeting or two meetings in July? Do you mind if I poll you again so I get some kind of direction?
I definitely
Worth?
need direction.
2.
2? Chris?
I'll go with the consensus.
Michael?
2.
2. Amelia?
Well, that's where we're going to.
2. Barbara?
We're making no decisions at this meeting.
Okay. The clerk asked for us to help her with that. Anyway, it looks like 2 meetings, unless anybody else has any problems with that. Okay.
So that would be July the 11th and the
And the
18th. There will be, I'm assuming, an ordinance or resolution that'll come before the body at one of the upcoming meetings for you all to reschedule that July 4th meeting. Is that correct, Mark?
Yeah, we have to bring forward. Yes, we will come forward to the council with a resolution as required by code, and then it has to be posted on the door of the chamber and so on and so forth. But we just need a direction as to what that resolution should say. But what I'm hearing the resolution should say is, notwithstanding the code provision for 2023, the council's regularly scheduled council meetings will be on July 11 and 18.
Okay. All right,
So
well,
that means no decision was taken, it's direction to staff to bring back a resolution that then you all will decide on.
exactly.
The direction was at this point. It'll include 2 dates, but you all will have that opportunity as a full body to make that decision.
And we
when it
can,
comes
we
back to
can,
you.
we can change it if we like. Well, we've had an exciting 2 days together. It's been wonderful. I loved the part where we got to say why we ran, and we got to know each other a lot better. I think we came to a lot of good decisions, and we get a week off. And we put in 2 days, but we get, next week off, and we will see each other February 7th. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.